जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
making animations so easy, and also the tooling that is really going to help it. It's going to help people be able to write UIs a lot easier. One of the big concerns is with things like the tool that will help you write for iOS and Adobe sketch files. Being able to take a sketch file, plug it right in, get it to output Flutter code. It's almost a concern that people will stop trying to learn Flutter code. You know, that they'll stop trying to learn to write manually, and that's a mistake. You know, you need to understand what's going on under the hood, then be lazy and use the tool. Because sometimes the tool is going to go wrong. That's just life. It's not always going to work, and you need to know what to do when it doesn't work.
Can you tell about yourself a little bit? I'll add it.
Well, I got involved in Flutter. The commit was 0014. They came out with Flutter under the name Flutter, I believe, in August of 2017. I started in September of 2017. I came from a very technical background, but not programming. So it's been a bit of an interesting road, trying to learn to write code and learn the SDK. Every developer, of course, knows the difference between the language and the SDK. Well, what I was doing was I was taking an Android developer nano degree at the same time I'm trying to learn Flutter. So I'm trying to learn Java, which is what we had to do for the nano degree. And I'm trying to learn the Android SDK, and I'm trying to learn Dart, and I'm trying to learn the Flutter SDK, all at the same time.
Yep.
And, you know, I've only got 2 working brain cells. So this is, it wasn't good. Okay, it wasn't pretty, but I got through it. And ever since then, you know, we've been working on building the community, trying to make sure that developers have resources that they can use, places they can turn to. We've got the public Slack. We've got Hump Day Q&A. Don't forget Hump Day Q&A, tinyurl.com, HUMPDAYQANDA. That's, you come in any Wednesday. If you've got questions, you can get them answered. Simon will take care of that for you. I'll let him deal with it. But yeah, and in fact, there's this guy Pawan who said he's going to run it during the time when it's the middle of the night for Europe and America.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Somebody who's going to run it during the Asia Pacific time.
I'm still in. I'm still in.
You're still in. Well,
yeah.
Hey, you know what? We will get you all set up. You can come in anytime.
That's what I want.
Of course, that's what you want. See, he's very helpful this way.
Yeah. That's it, I guess. Thank you.
Oh, hey, welcome. Thank you. Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our session will begin.
Okay, now it's working properly.
Sure, you can start anytime.
Okay, what am I starting with?
How was the announcements?
The announcements were great.
What did you like?
So we're looking at all of the things with animations, making animations so easy, and also the tooling that is really going to help it. It's going to help people be able to write UIs a lot easier. One of the big concerns is with things like the tool that will help you write for iOS and Adobe sketch files. Being able to take a sketch file, plug it right in, get it to output Flutter code. It's almost a concern that people will stop trying to learn Flutter code. You know, that they'll stop trying to learn to write manually, and that's a mistake. You know, you need to understand what's going on under the hood, then be lazy and use the tool. Because sometimes the tool is going to go wrong. That's just life. It's not always going to work, and you need to know what to do when it doesn't work.
Can you tell about yourself a little bit? I'll add it.
Well, I got involved in Flutter. The commit was 0014. They came out with Flutter under the name Flutter, I believe, in August of 2017. I started in September of 2017. I came from a very technical background, but not programming. So it's been a bit of an interesting road, trying to learn to write code and learn the SDK. For every developer, of course, knows the difference between the language and the SDK. Well, what I was doing was I was taking an Android developer nano degree at the same time I'm trying to learn Flutter. So I'm trying to learn Java, which is what we had to do for the nano degree. And I'm trying to learn the Android SDK, and I'm trying to learn Dart, and I'm trying to learn the Flutter SDK, all at the same time.
Yep.
And, you know, I've only got 2 working brain cells. So this is, it wasn't good. Okay, it wasn't pretty, but I got through it. And ever since then, you know, we've been working on building the community, trying to make sure that developers have resources that they can use, places they can turn to. We've got the public Slack. We've got Hump Day Q&A. Don't forget Hump Day Q&A, tinyurl.com, HUMPDAYQANDA. That's, you come in any Wednesday. If you've got questions, you can get them answered. Simon will take care of that for you. I'll let him deal with it. But yeah, and in fact, there's this guy Pawan who said he's going to run it during the time when it's the middle of the night for Europe and America.
Yeah. I
Right.
remember.
Okay. Somebody who's going to run it during the Asia Pacific time.
I'm still in. I'm still in.
You're still in. Well,
Yeah.
hey, you know what? We will get you all set up. You can come in anytime.
That's what I want.
Of course, that's what you want. See, he's very helpful this way.
Yeah. That's it, I guess. Thank you.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
welcome. Thank you. Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our session will begin.
Okay, now it's working properly.
Sure, you
So-
can start anytime.
Okay, what am I starting with?
How was the announcements?
The announcements were great.
What did you like?
So we're looking at all of the things with animations, making animations so easy, and also the tooling that is really going to help it. It's going to help people be able to write UIs a lot easier. One of the big concerns is with things like the tool that will help you write for iOS and Adobe sketch files. Being able to take a sketch file, plug it right in, get it to output.
No.
Live streaming is on.
Are we live?
Yes.
Yay!
Let me just refresh once. It's actually playing the same video again and again for some reason. Yeah. Hi everyone, welcome to Flutter Stream Day, and this is first of its kind. We are doing a full day live stream, and we are actually celebrating Flutter Day, which is happening for the first time because it's COVID-19 situation. So, but people should not stop learning. So that is the agenda, and that's why we created Flutter Day, and now Flutter Stream Day, and now we will do more events. Like in future, there are meetups aligned after this. So tomorrow there are many meetups happening around the world. And then there is Hack 20, which is also happening on, I guess, on weekend 28th. So thanks for joining. And we have our first guest for this particular session, who is Nilay. So Nilay works in Google, and now she will introduce whatever she do in Google. So welcome, Nilay. So honored to have you here.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm so excited. I am not used to live streams or YouTube videos. And I was telling Pawan that, okay, I don't have too much experience. And I'm so excited. You know, like Pawan is very famous, right? With all the live stream stuff. And I feel so excited. But anyways, so yeah, this is Nilay. And I work at Google. I work in the Flutter Developer Relations team. And what it means that, you know, there is Flutter. There is an engineering team who writes the Flutter itself. We have a PM team we have product managers that decides what's going to happen to Flutter, what feature will be added, and like all the feature about Flutter. And we have developer relations team, which is my team, that we create documentations, write code labs, go to events, attend live streams, speak about Flutter, and create all the things so you can learn about Flutter. And we talk to the developers community, and then go back to engineering and product manager team and say, hey, look, this is what developers say. So these are the pain points. So we are kind of bridge. And I specifically work for communities, events, social media programs for Flutter.
That's awesome. Like I know like people must have already known about you like for some time now. And when I started Flutter, I think Nilay was the first person who I met like online itself, like on Twitter and other platforms. So it was we didn't expect it, like, to do this after 2 years and doing all these events. So it's like really so much fun. And I didn't expect that I'll do a full day live stream, something like that. But thanks to the Flutter team for supporting all these events. And Nilay, so I mean, about Flutter community growing every day. So what are your views on Flutter community?
Yeah, so this is really exciting because, I used to work in different teams before joining the Flutter team. I was again working with the communities, GDGs, GDEs, other Google products, right? I did events for Firebase, for Google Cloud. And Flutter is really special because how I actually heard about Flutter is from the community. I was working in another team at Google. And then I was also looking for joining other teams, but I heard from the community, oh, there's Flutter, we want Flutter resources, we want to do Flutter events. I was like, okay, what is this Flutter thing? And then I started looking at it, and it was so cool, right? Because people have been building mobile applications for a long time. There are native things, there are other cross-platform things, but there was no other tool that like you can build native applications from one single code base. Yeah, of course, there were other technologies similar to that, but this was Google's offer for that, and I've never heard that before. And this was so exciting. So community actually made me realize that there is Flutter. And then I joined the Flutter team, and they told me, okay, it seems like you know about communities. Yeah, let's create some community programs. And then I started stalking people on Twitter, on GitHub, and I found Pavan and other cool people in the community. And then what I realized is that whoever I talked to, everyone was so nice, and of course, there's a lot of expertise, a lot of technology expertise, but addition to that, there was a lot of friendship and then niceness and then community, that feeling, right? And this was great. So my job was so easy because there were really cool people in the community who are really willing to help other people. So we just created those community programs. For example, what are they? We have a program called GDEs, Flutter GDEs. So they are the expert people, Google developer experts, like Pawan is one of them. We have a few more in India. So they create videos, talks, they go to events, talk about Flutter, they help other people. So they are our advocates in India region. And we are so we really appreciate all those things they are doing, because this is a community effort, and there are great people out there. And then we have meetup groups. Actually, in India, there are, I think, 11 or maybe 13 different meetup groups just for Flutter, and they keep running Flutter meetups locally every month. And then also, this is one of the programs we support. Also, there are Google developer groups, right? They are also running meetups around Flutter. But it's not only that. We have a lot of contributors on GitHub, on Slack, and then Flutter community Slack. And then we have people who write packages, and then a lot of contribution to Flutter. And this is the beauty of Flutter, because a lot of contribution, a lot of support actually comes from outside of Flutter.
Yeah, that's true. And talking about India, I think every day I see a lot of people doing so many amazing things. And after the Flutter is doing so many things, they introduced CodePen and all those things. Now I see experiments every day. There was a time when I used to read all the comments, all the posts which were happening on Reddit GitHub or somewhere, and now I can hardly go through all of them. Like it's very very difficult. And the reason is like that there are so many people doing things and so many wonderful things. I see like from everywhere, from every part of the world. And recently I saw like there was a World Cup happening between Flutter Ghana team and I think there was some from Nigeria or somewhere like that. And it was so amazing. Like people were messaging me. Some people messaged me as well that okay, this is what we have created. Can you check it out? So I was like, okay, let me just check. And it was amazing because desktop support is still not there, right? I mean, it's there, but it's still not in a release mode, and people are not experimenting with it. That's pretty cool. So now moving ahead, this stream is going to be different. So now Nilay is actually trying to play something with me. Like there's a game which she has prepared for me, and I have no idea what kind of game it is. So so let's see, and let's proceed with the game, Nilay, and then we will move to the other talks.
So I am literally here tonight to challenge Pawan on Flutter, because we know Pawan is so famous. Pawan really knows everything about Flutter, and I just like, okay, I will just challenge Pawan. But this game is not just only for him. Anyone watching, you can also join the game. Just use your real names, and then we will see who actually knows better. Maybe you know everything, maybe not, but we will see. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, so we will actually, if anyone can join, we will take like 2 to 3 minutes because the stream delay is 15 seconds or something. So I am ready. Let me know.
Are you ready, Pawan?
Yes.
Are you really
100%.
ready? Okay, perfect. Awesome. So can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Everyone, and Pawan, please. So just join kahoot.it and enter this game pin. And this is a quiz about Flutter. And we have 12 questions.
12 questions, okay.
And once people start joining, we will see the names here and we can start the game.
Done. I'm entering my name.
Okay.
Come on. Yeah.
All right, Pawan, let's see. Okay, Pawan is here. Anyone else? I'll wait only for 10 seconds because I really want to start this game, okay? All right, one more person, one more player. Oh, Diego is here too. Hi, Diego. Oh, this is great. All right. Oh, Raveesh is here. I love this. Okay, guys, it will be fun. Are you ready?
Maybe you need to wait for 10 more seconds because otherwise people will feel like they didn't get something.
Oh my gosh, a lot of people. Okay, we got a lot of. Okay, let's. Oh my goodness. Hello, Flutter. Pawan is cool. I know that, but we'll see. Okay, are we ready? Mariano. Okay, don't cheat. Okay, you know this game before. Okay, all right. Oh my goodness, 30, 31. Should we start? Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get started. 12 questions. All right.
Please don't judge me if I am wrong on any question, please.
When was Flutter started? Pawan, you have to tell what you are picking, okay? Okay, one answer.
I know this.
12, 13.
I think it's 2014 because of it was started with Sky. It was not Flutter. It was started as Sky.
All right.
I'm just assuming.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. All right. Yes, actually, Pawan knew this. So we had 2 people knew this. Flutter started in 2014 as a internal Sky project, and it was called Sky. Yes. But Pawan, I have another question for you. Do you know when was the first public commit has been done to Flutter?
That is tough. Maybe 2016. 2016, yeah.
No, it was 2015, but I wish I had this question here. But anyways, okay. All right, great job, Pawan. Next question. All right, Pawan is the first one, and then other people, thank you for answering. Great job. Let's see. Second question.
Let me just tell people that this is not scripted at all.
Which technology isn't used to build Flutter? Dart, Python, C++, Skia.
Okay, this is easy. Python. Like there is nothing related to Python in Flutter. Dart is the language, Skia is the engine, and C++ is there. Like so many things I've written in the engine. So
Okay, perfect. Let's
yeah.
see. The answer, yes, Python is the right answer. 7 people know that. Awesome. Let's see.
That's
Anyone beat Pawan? No, because, okay, I don't feel Pawan is winning because he sees question first because there is a delay in the live stream. Okay. All right, next question. How many
Oh,
colors
yeah.
does the F in the Flutter logo have? 2, 3,
2,
4,
3.
5.
3 colors. 3 colors. No? 1, 2. Yeah. I have copied
don't,
the.
don't look don't look at your t-shirt.
Okay, I haven't looked at it, but yes, now I can look at it. No, it is just 2.
Okay, all right, let's see. Okay, it is 3 colors, 13 people. Great job. Let's see. Yes, Pawan again won. All right, next question. What was Flutter called before Flutter? Oh, you know this. You already said.
Oh shit! I pressed the button by default. Like, okay, I lost this game.
You lost this game?
It is a
Oh
sky.
my-
It is a sky. I pressed a dash by like I was just my screen display went dim, and then I just pressed it and it
Okay,
got
no
pressed.
worries. We believe you,
So
Pawan. Don't worry.
sky.
Sky is the right answer. Yes. All right. It's okay. Woo! Pavan is the second person. Dot. Thank you. All right. Next question. What programming language is used to build Flutter apps?
Okay, this should be easy.
JavaScript,
Right.
Kotlin, Dart, Java.
Maybe I should wait 5 to 10 seconds before answering because others are not able to answer quickly.
Okay. No, don't worry. We just want to know if you know or not. But these are
Yeah.
easy questions, right? Okay. All right. So yes, Dart is used to build Flutter applications. 19 people. Great job. Let's see. Oh, Pawan is the leader again. Great job, Pawan. All right.
I
Next
think
question.
yeah,
Which
it's still not
ID
fair.
can
I'm not
be
winning.
used to build Flutter apps? Which
This is
ID
easy.
can be used to build Flutter apps? IntelliJ, Android Studio, Eclipse, Visual Studio.
It's Eclipse, but it's not like it's not possible. People can come up any day and they can develop plugin for Eclipse and it should be ready to go.
Yes,
But-
you're right. 21 people knew. That's right. And actually, someone is writing a plugin for Eclipse, someone in the community. I didn't know about this. I saw their
Awesome.
page. They said it's not ready, but yes, they will be doing that. But right now, yes, Eclipse is the right question. Great job, everyone. The leader is Pawan, but Sarthak, Zahid, Dots, great job. All right,
So
seventh question.
anyone below me is the winner. Anyone below me, because it's
Sounds-
easy for me to answer, right?
Yes,
Uh,
you're right. What is the Flutters and Darts blue bird called? The one you see on the picture.
Is it Dash or Hummingbird? Oh no,
Fly.
Hummingbird is different. I know. It's
What
Dash.
is the Flutter and Darts blue bird called? Pawan.
Oh, Bluebird, it is Dash only.
It's that one. Dash, yes. I'm
Blue
surprised
is
that you got
hummingbird.
confused. But yeah, it's a hummingbird, but her name is Dash. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
20 people. Great. So let's see. Pawan is the leader and other 4 people same. All right.
So Dot is
okay.
winning. Whoever is Dot, I don't know.
How many colors does Dash have? 4.
I'm just guessing. I don't have any idea. Maybe 5. I'm just
6,
guessing. I have to check my
7.
Dash.
Don't look at your
Where's Dash?
Dash. Don't cheat.
She's missing. I don't know where she is.
Don't cheat, Pawan. You just have to
Not
answer.
I answered 5. I don't know if it is correct. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
it was
yes.
total guess. It
Yes.
was total guess.
Yes, 5 colors. Dash has 5 colors. Good job, Pawan.
Yeah.
All right. Next question.
See, Dot is
When
still.
should you use hot restart over hot reload?
Okay, that's interesting. Depends on the options. You change the color of an icon. You don't want to rerun main. You don't want to rebuild the whole app widget tree. You modify a variable outside a class. Okay, maybe if you modify a global variable, then you should run it.
Yes.
And that should be correct.
Of course.
Yes.
You're right. Good job, Pawan. All right, it seems like yes, we really can't beat Pawan. Okay, cool. Pawan is all right. 10th question. What's the name of the latest stable Flutter version announced? I think a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was easy as well. It's the Flutter 1.17. I made a video on it. So
yes, you know, right? Okay. Yes. Let's see the answer. How many people? Yeah.
Flutter ice cream could be cool for the next version.
I know, right? Okay. All right. Yes, Flutter 1.17 was correct. Great job, everyone. Pawan is low burning. Pawan is on fire. All right. Let's
Dot
see.
is winning. For me,
At what event has the Flutter 1.0 version has been announced?
I was there. Flutter Live. It was.
Flutter Live, Flutter Interact, Flutter 1.0.
I was available at every place, so I know it's Flutter Live.
Yes, right.
Okay, it's very easy, guys. Don't take it like it's not a quiz for everyone. It's just
it is just for fun. Yeah, I know. And then and you're almost okay. Last question. What is the name of the digital event is Flutter holding in June 2020? Exactly today. What was the today's day?
I answered, but I'll not say about it.
Okay.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows that. What is it?
Flutter Day.
Yes, it is Flutter Day. Correct. Let's see who knows.
Okay, guys, this is a very, very not genuine kind of quiz because I'm like answering at like in the fastest way. But let's see who won second and third.
Third person, second person, and Pawan. Good job. Okay, so everyone, yes, Pawan once again proved that he is really expert on Flutter. Great job. Okay,
Thank you.
Anyways, it was fun. Thanks everyone for playing. I know it was very unnecessary questions about Flutter, but thanks for playing with us.
But from next time, you should have to keep a timer of at least 30 or 40 seconds because on YouTube, just make sure 15 seconds delay is definitely there. So that's why maybe people are missing.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. Cool. But anyway, thank you everyone for joining. It was really fun. And
it was fun. A lot of fun. And that's how the day should start. I know like in the US, it's almost the time to sleep. But in India, it just started. So I think people are now, they are feeling energetic now because of the quiz.
Great.
And that's why we didn't plan any session as such. Like Nilay can talk for hours. Okay, so but sessions are sometimes boring, right? So I thought like gaming is really fun. And thanks for doing it. Like you actually found some time and created this quiz. That's really amazing. And I know you have to go to multiple places to like maybe online, but like sitting on the couch, but opening multiple browsers. Multiple windows. So thank you so much, Nilay, for joining. It's really a pleasure to have you. And I always speak to you, so it's always fun to speak to you, and it's something energetic for me as well. So thank you so much. And I think there will be next session by Mariano, so he will be joining us soon. And I'll just come back after a while. So thanks guys for watching, and
thanks everyone. Have a great day, and thanks for organizing this, Pawan. It is fun. Have fun, everyone.
Thank you, Nilay. Okay.
MPDAYQANDA. That's you come in any Wednesday. If you've got questions, you can get them answered. Simon will take care of that for you. I'll let him deal with it. But yeah, and in fact, there's this guy Pawan who said he's going to run it during the time when it's the middle of the night for Europe and America.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Somebody who's going to run it during the Asia Pacific time.
I'm still in. I'm still in.
You're still in. Well, you know what? We will get you all set up. You can come in anytime.
That's what I want.
Of course, that's what you want. See, it's very helpful this way.
Yeah. That's it, I guess. Thank you.
Oh, hey, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our session will begin.
Okay, now it's working properly.
Sure, you
So-
can start anytime.
Okay, what am I starting with?
How was the announcements?
The announcements were great.
What did you like?
So we're looking at all of the things with animations, making animations so easy, and also the tooling that is really going to help it. It's going to help people be able to write UIs a lot easier. One of the big concerns is with things like the tool that will help you write for iOS and Adobe sketch files. Being able to take a sketch file, plug it right in, get it to output Flutter code. It's almost a concern that people will stop trying to learn Flutter code. You know, that they'll stop trying to learn to write manually, and that's a mistake. You know, you need to understand what's going on under the hood, then be lazy and use the tool. Because sometimes the tool is going to go wrong. That's just life. It's not always going to work, and you need to know what to do when it doesn't work.
Can you tell about yourself a little bit? I'll add it.
Well, I got involved in Flutter. The commit was 0014. They came out with Flutter under the name Flutter, I believe, in August of 2017. I started in September of 2017. I came from a very technical background, but not programming. So it's been a bit of an interesting road, trying to learn to write code and learn the SDK. For every developer, of course, knows the difference between the language and the SDK. Well, what I was doing was I was taking an Android developer nano degree at the same time I'm trying to learn Flutter. So I'm trying to learn Java, which is what we had to do for the nano degree. And I'm trying to learn the Android SDK, and I'm trying to learn Dart, and I'm trying to learn the Flutter SDK, all at the same time.
Yep.
And, you know, I've only got 2 working brain cells. So this is, it wasn't good. Okay, it wasn't pretty, but I got through it. And ever since then, you know, we've been working on building the community, trying to make sure that developers have resources that they can use, places they can turn to. We've got the public Slack. We've got Hump Day Q&A. Don't forget Hump Day Q&A, tinyurl.com, HUMPDAYQANDA. That's, you come in any Wednesday. If you've got questions, you can get them answered. Simon will take care of that for you. I'll let him deal with it. But yeah, and in fact, there's this guy Pawan who said he's going to run it during the time when it's the middle of the night for Europe and America.
Yeah, I
Right?
remember.
Okay, somebody who's going to run it during the Asia Pacific time.
I'm still in. I'm still in.
You're still in? Well,
Yeah.
you know what? We will get you all set up. You can come in anytime.
That's what I want.
Of course, that's what you want. See, he's very helpful this way.
Yeah.
And
That's it, I guess.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Oh, hey, you're
Yeah.
welcome. Thank you. Okay, I think I did something wrong here. Come in anytime.
That's
One
what I
is a
want.
lightweight object
Of
designed to
course,
do a
that's what you
specific
want. See,
task,
it's very helpful
like
this
keep
way.
content away from notches or animate transitions.
That's it, I guess.
That's
Thank
it.
Fit
you.
one widget
Hey,
inside
you're
another.
welcome. Thank you.
Becoming familiar with all the widgets
Okay, I
provided
think
by
I
the
did
SDK
something
is
wrong
an
here.
important step toward becoming an experienced Flutter developer. So to help, we created Widget of the Week. It's a weekly series, one short, lightweight animated video designed to do
That's
as
what you
showing
want.
important
It's very
features like
helpful this
particular
way.
content away from about 60 seconds
Or
animate
animate
transition
That's
code
it,
for
I
each
guess.
one.
Thank you.
Demo of how it
Hey,
works inside
you're
another.
welcome.
Plus,
Thank you.
becoming the best times to use that widget
Okay, I
provided
think
by
I
the
did
SDK
something
is
wrong
an
here.
important step toward becoming an experienced. It's a quick way to get to know some of the most to help Flutter widgets. We created Widget of the Week. You can find all of the weekly series, short, lightweight animated videos designed to do as a button to subscribe, and you'll be notified when content away from about 60 seconds animate transition. real
That's
code
it, I guess.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
demo of how it works inside and out.
Welcome,
Plus,
thank you.
becoming the best times to use the widget.
Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Step toward becoming an It's a quick way to get to know some of the most to help Flutter widgets. Created widgets, you can find all of the widgets here. Select Flutter animated videos. I suggest you button one, subscribe, and you'll be notified when 10 video 60 seconds animation in real
That's
code.
it, I guess. Thank you.
Demo of how it works inside and out. Plus, becoming the best times to use the widget.
Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Steps shall becoming It's a quick way to get to know some of the most to help Flutter widget. Created widgets, you can find all of the widgets here. Select Flutter animated videos. I suggest you button one, subscribe, and you'll be notified when 10 video 60 seconds animation in real code.
That's it, I guess. Thank you.
Demo of how it works inside and out. Plus, becoming the best times to use the widget.
Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Steps shall becoming It's a quick way to get to know some of the most to help Flutter widget. Created widgets, you can find all of the widgets here. Select Flutter animated videos. I suggest you button one, subscribe, and you'll be notified when 10 video 60 seconds animation in real code.
That's it, I guess. Thank you.
Demo of how it works inside and out. Plus, becoming the best times to use the widget.
Okay, I think I did something wrong here.
Steps shall becoming It's a quick way to get to know some of the most to help Flutter widget. Created widgets, you can find all of the widgets here. Select Flutter animated videos. I suggest you button one, subscribe, and you'll be notified when 10 video
And sometimes it grabs harder.
That's what I'm assuming.
It does.
Perfect grab. And
Because we did the exact same 4 times. 3 times we didn't get it. The 4th time was like, there we go.
like right now.
You got it. So I can, you got one. I give you one. We can. It's perfect.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes it grabs harder.
That's what I'm assuming.
It does.
Perfect grab. And
Because we did the exact same 4 times. 3 times we didn't get it. The 4th time was like, there we go.
like right now.
You got it. So I can, you got one. I give you one. We can give you that one for the community. I need to get Diego, so you can give it to the community.
Who do you want to give?
To Diego, but to give to the community. Not for the community, not for him.
That's what I am doing, man.
Yes.
Oh. Still a perfect grab.
That's one more.
It's perfect.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes it grabs harder.
That's what I'm assuming.
It
It's like
does.
a perfect grab, and it's
Because we did the exact same 4 times, 3 times we didn't get it. The 4th time was like, there we go.
like right now.
You got it. So I can, you got one, and if you want, we can give you that one for the community. I need to get Diego, so you can give it to the community.
Who you want to give?
To Diego, but
Diego,
to give to the
already has
community.
one.
Not for the community, not for him.
That's what I am doing, man.
Yeah.
Only community. Oh. That was a perfect grab. That's one more fire. Firearm, I don't think. Let's do that. See, we have one more.
It's perfect.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes it grabs harder.
That's what I'm assuming.
It
It's like
does.
a perfect grab, and it's
Because we did the exact same 4 times, 3 times we didn't get it. The 4th time was like, there we go.
like right now.
You got it. So I can, you got one, and if you want, we can give you that one for the community. I need to get Diego, so you can give it to the community.
Who you want to give?
To Diego, but
Diego
to give to the
already has
community.
one.
Not for the community, not for him.
That's what I am doing, man.
Yeah.
Only community.
Just wait for a few minutes, okay? 2 to 3 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah. Let me change it again on my microphone because it just went to the roof.
Yeah, we are good.
There you go.
Okay, guys, so welcome back. And we are starting with our first session. And he's none other than Mariano. You people might have seen him already doing so many stuff with the code pen and with the clones which he make with the super fast speed like a flash. So welcome, Mariano, and thanks for joining us, especially at this time, like 1:30 a.m. at the place where he's staying. And yeah, thank you so much, so much.
Thank you so much, Pawan, for having me here. Yes, it's been a long day with the Flutter Day. I did already 2 events. I finished the other one an hour and a half ago. So this is the last one. It's almost 1:40 a.m. here. And I was like, yeah, I need to do the last one. I really need to finish the day. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be the last one. So it's going to be more relaxed, more fun.
Okay, tell us how you are like that super fastest guy to make those clones. We don't know the trick. Tell us the trick.
Got it. Sure. Let me share a little bit of my screen so people can see a little bit of that. So entire screen. Sure, why not? Got it. All right. So how I started, it was actually really interesting because I didn't know that CodePen was going to be released. And it was actually released with my code examples. I was contacted by Google that is like, hey, can you put some different documentations on your and some different libraries and stuff on your example so we can use it in licenses? And I was like, sure, why not? And like 2 weeks later, CodePen was announced, and all of a sudden I was like, my face was over there. So the first example that I did, I think was this one, the IDBM MobX clones, which was, I reuse a lot of the stuff that I use it for my credit card 3D effect and stuff. So you select one of the items and you got like this cool 3D effect. And I was like, oh, this is really fun. And it's like, didn't take me too many lines of code. It's like 500 lines of code. So this is a work that I did in like, I think in 2 hours or so. This was really fast. This is like, no many things. It's just a great view. You have a cool UI, and I copy part of my portion. The thing that I think that clicks me a lot with CodePen that I started making the clones was One of the part of the community, if you don't know, is called Nash. He does a lot of the stuff in the Flutter Studio group and also in the Medium. And he was the first one and copied the code pens on Medium and show that you can share that on Medium. And I was like, I got an idea. If I start doing things on Medium and I share my examples, people will use it a lot. People will see my Medium post a lot. So I start with the simple stuff. I think the first big clone that I did was a Twitter clone, because all the examples that I was doing, it was like small images, small stuff. And I was like, I needed to do real deal applications. And I was like, let's just start with Twitter. Let's not put it too complex. I use inherited widget to do in this one, and the case for changing the themes. And you can just like, hey, hello, or whatever. You can tweet about it, and then you can like and all this stuff. And I remember this one took me, I think, around like 10 hours or so. It's not many lines of code, to be honest. This one is only 1,400 lines of code. So it's not really too much. I think the thing that took me more was the fake data that I have, which is all the tweets, all the images, all the users, and all the stuff, and the inherited widget in order to achieve the all the themes. So if you remove all that code, it was like 800 lines of code. And it's amazing because I put a lot of stuff. It's like you can go to a specific profile. Even the one that I graded right now, it's like hello, is already in this one, which is awesome. And then I was like, wait, if I can do this with Twitter, what if I can do it with like bigger stuff, like not just like Twitter and stuff? And so I know that different chats and apps are super popular in different countries. So WhatsApp, for example, in my country is huge. I don't know in India, but at least in Argentina, it's the biggest used app in everywhere, the WhatsApp. So that's the one that we use a lot. So the thing about WhatsApp is that if you use it on the web, it has like a kind of web view thing that you need to sync your device in order to use it. So I have like 3 different views. I got the desktop view, which is this one. You can see your profile, you can see more contacts, that you can drop a message and stuff. But if you go a little bit like this, you got a more like a tablet UI. And if you go full like small, there you go. You got the mobile UI. And then you can just start chatting with someone. It's like, hello, what's up? And you can drop a message and you can see, and the UI changes completely. I think this one was the most elaborated, the first ones that I did, as having the whole thing. Like, okay, I'm going to have a desktop, I'm going to have a mobile UI. And this one was closer to 20 hours of work. Like, I would say almost, of course, like not nonstop, because it's a full day that I would not be doing other than this. But this one is also not that huge, to be honest. This is less, it's like 700 lines of code. And again, all the fake data, like all the chats and all the stuff, that takes like almost 500 lines of code alone, like only the chats.
Correct.
So if you remove all that information, it's actually way less code, actually logic, if you want to call it, for it. So it shows that Flutter with what, 1,000 lines of code, you can copy literally a massive app like this one, which is awesome. That I didn't thought it was like possible that way. And the thing about CodePen, you can only have one file. So you only have one file. That's all you have to do. So going through 1,000 lines of code is not a simple task. You get confused a lot. Trust me, I need to put a lot of to-dos. Yes. So I have to jump through all the to-dos. So it's like, okay, here. So Netflix was one of the ones that took me 20 hours. This one is like more than 2,000 lines of code. This one was a little bit aggressive in the things that it has. Like, for example, the Netflix logo is an SVG element that I'm using from the web. And this one, for example, is running a video, which I put a stack, an image, and a video on the background. And I put it on a fitted box. So in order that if I scale something, it doesn't affect the video. You see, the video is still there and it's still running and it's still scale. And even if it has an image on the back. And the same with this one, it has an animated GIF here that keeps running. And this one also has a video. So I have to use a lot of kind of JavaScript logic, because for those who don't know, elements is one Dart object that uses a lot of the JavaScript logic. So if you want to use an audio element, that means that you can reproduce MP3 players on Flutter Web. If you use a video player, you can reproduce videos, but you can also get the camera from the user, getting the stream out of the video element. And
the people, I guess, who are starting with the web, this can be pretty good example for them, like, especially for these kind of use cases.
If people don't know Flutter, or they wanted to start Flutter and they don't want to download the SDK, download Android Studio, set up the whole thing, just open my Copens, check the code. Even you can copy this one. And the good thing is, for those who don't know, there's one thing called the ARPA. Okay, the ARPA, what it has is a few advantage on top of Copen that it doesn't have, is that you do have autocomplete. And you do have a lot of the things that you don't have in Copen yet. So they want to get all those stuff. So in this case, the only thing it does is hello world. But for example, if I want to grab this one, the same way as they do in my computer, I hit in a Mac, it says option return. I can create a row. So if I want to duplicate this one, I can put it like, let me just see. There you go. I can copy this one. I can hit enter, and I can put like, let's just put it in Spanish because I'm from Argentina. It's like hola mundo. There you go. Hola mundo. Nice. But we have one issue that you will see. There you go. We have one issue. It's like everything went to the left. Why? Because I put inside a row. So we can do this like same thing as you do and everything. You put width. There you go. 20. And now at least this will split a little bit from one another. You see, it only takes a few seconds. Copen the same. It takes between 4 or 5 seconds to build. For those who don't know, both Dartpad and Copen use something called Dart services. What it does, everything you write on the left on the editor, all that code is sent it through a server. It's analyzed. It makes sure that it doesn't have any error. If it does, it's going to send you and show you the errors, and it's going to compile the code for you. But the code is on debug. It's not fully compiled release. So it's not going to run as fast as you run it as a website. So the only other thing is that you don't have third-party libraries. So you cannot, if you try to you try to import third-party libraries, it's going to say error this Copen or Dartpad doesn't allow this library, so it's not going to run. But like I say, in this case, I can use the autocomplete in the main alignment, and I can put the main alignment, I can put center because it's going to look like way better. So there you go, center, and I run it again, and there you go. And for those who don't know, if you're using a scaffold, that means that I can use an outbar. So in the same as everything, I can use outbar. There you go. So we have a title, and the title is going to be text, and we're going to put Pawan. There you go. So we're going, oh, I forgot the comma, of course. Thank God that it tells me the errors. That's awesome. And let's wait for it. There you go, Pawan. And we got a toolbar and app bar so quickly. I think it's awesome, the fact that we don't need an IDE to start doing Flutter, which is awesome. And people think it's like, yeah, like in this example, it's a hello world. What can I do with a hello world? Well, take my clones. These are fully fleshed apps. This is not a small. This one took me those full amount of hours of knowledge, of 2 years of knowledge of doing a lot of Flutter stuff and a lot of the difficult UIs, if you want to call it. For example, in this one that I created another chat, which is Slack, for those who are not familiar, or yes, if you work for a company, I'm pretty sure they use a Slack for work. I use a reorderable list, for example, and I can change the stuff. But if you have the new UI, there's something really specific that people maybe don't know, that this way that this UI is created. For those who don't know what I'm doing, I'm actually doing, let me just change the, there you go, the team so I have more content. There you go. I'm using a stack. So these three views are using a stack. So what I do is I offset the ones on the left and the one on the right. And what I'm doing is when I'm moving the one on the left, I'm also moving at the same time the one in the middle. And what I do with the right, what I'm doing is a small parallel effect that I'm creating, and I'm doing the exact same look and feel as Slack is doing.
Man.
So that's awesome. And people also like, how do you do that with a stack?
That's pretty interesting, because like it's like you can do multiple things with the different widgets. Like it's the same thing you can achieve with multiple kind of ways, but still people don't know like exactly what should I use. So that's pretty good.
It's like people, it's like, should I
example.
use, like, if you see this one for the first time, it's like, yeah, I need to use a page view. It's like that's maybe the first thing you come to your mind. It's like, if I have 3 things, and if I shift, like, I should start with a page view in the index 1, so I have the 0 on the left and the other one on the right. But how I'm going to achieve this animation? You cannot do that, or it will be really difficult. But the stack allows you to do that. But again, if you check my code, you will see all the logic that it was implied to actually do this logic, and using the dragging to get to the position, and that I'm moving horizontally and all the stuff. But then I was like, how can I do crazy stuff with Copen, like specifically with Copen? So I start using what is called the drag zone, which is really specific as a div element. And I could drag my Copens to this place, and I can see real time the Copens. And not only that, they're like fully functional. So if I tap here, it's like everything works like completely. If I resize all those stuff, and I create like a drag and drop, if you want to call it, like a drag again. I can drag this one, and I got WhatsApp again, and this one. And it's so crazy that you can do all those kind of stuff on with Copen and the web. People's like, okay, I'm limited. Not really. You're not really limited. You can do a lot of stuff. Like in this one, I think was one of the craziest one that I did. The code didn't take me too much because there's not a lot of code. It's like it's like 600 lines of code. What it took me a lot of hours, to be honest, because I can change the cases. You can have like a transparent cases and stuff. It's this one. I managed to create a Game Boy ROM running on this Copen inside a Game Boy emulator.
Yeah. Inside design is pretty good, man. Like it nobody can say that it's made in Flutter. I mean, the way it looks.
Yeah, it's like, and it's so simple because I'm actually using shapes and stuff and small images. This is like the small images and stuff. The rest I'm using like shapes and stuff and other details. And like this is a page view, for example, the different colors this is a page view. Yeah. And people would not think that they would use a page view for that one because I'm using a vertical page view, which is weird. But it shows like the potential of each different widget that, yes, maybe you will use it as a carousel, but what do you use it for this one? For like changing colors and stuff. And I got many other weird examples. Well, the Netflix one is super weird. The good thing about the latest version, and thank God Copen put an update. For those who don't know, now Flutter Web detects if you're using it on a Mac, which is close to iOS, and if you're using Windows, it's more likely to be an Android. What a specific thing the iOS has is this. You can dismiss like this. And I'm using it on the web. So I didn't add any single line of code. This like back gesture is giving me because I'm using Mac. And that's awesome. Okay. It gives more like a native feeling kind of thing that is like you didn't expect it, or maybe you thought you need to do a lot of like coding and stuff, like changing, like bouncing, like the bounce in this. It's just because it's iOS and all the stuff. I didn't have to say the list needed to have a bounce in physics. It get it. It's because I use a Mac. That's the whole thing I did. And I can even reproduce this. That end is not done on a video. That's done on a custom painter, for those who don't know. So you will see my code. You will see like, wow. And in this one, you can have custom controllers for your, in this case, is a video element as a JavaScript. But if you go like, this is a video from JavaScript, so I can show the controls literally. And now I have controls, and now I have full screen and like control audio and stuff. And I didn't have to do anything. I just have to say video element, and that's it. That's one of the amazing things that Flutter gives you just because, because it's so optimized. And you also have like the mobile UI as well, of course. And you can have these things like changing. Just I did this and scale perfectly, and look at like the images, the ties, like the text, the buttons, everything is scale until you reach the mobile UI, and then you get the mobile UI. And I don't see slowdowns and stuff, and I'm using on a not the best scenario, because again, this one will run super fast if you compile the code, if you go to the release mode. If you do it on CodePen, it's going to be a little bit slower, but bear in mind, this is debug, and this is running on the web, and it's running a lot of JavaScript logic behind it, and it's still fast.
Yeah. But that's pretty good. I mean, you can just use Flutter and CodePen, and you can like do things for all kind of screens, right? I mean, the way if you want to test few things at particular device, then maybe you don't need a device, and you can just go ahead with CodePen, .fed, or whatever.
That's what I do a lot, because maybe I don't have a tablet, maybe I don't have like, or my phone and just right away connected. It's like, okay, but I have a browser, so the browser can scale into different stuff. So now I have a mobile UI, and it was so quick, and I didn't have to connect anything. I just have to resize, and that's it. And I can try it. So the mobile UI is going to be completely different from the desktop UI, which is this one. And I can have all that different experience, and I didn't have to put any effort because I'm running right here. It didn't even have to open a browser. You can do it if you have VS Code and Android Studio. You run it on a Chrome, and that's it. But if not, you can copy the code, put it on CodePen, and there you go. And one thing that I really like in this one is when you like playing the music or whatever, I can control the music, the volume, but I also can do this. I can go full screen. And this is more like a TV UI.
Yeah.
And I can detect when is full screen on the browser, and I can change all my UI. Just one single if enter like full screen, then do this. If outside full screen, then do this. And that's wow, that's awesome. And if I'm doing mobile, I can change the backgrounds instead of having the covers. Oops, there we go. I can have like a small video, which is an animated GIF. But if I have, like in this case, I can have the banner. But if not, I can have a small video, like in this case. And funny thing, if you try this CodePen on your phone, it affects the media notification. So if you pull down the media notification, you can control the CodePen from there, which is
that's pretty interesting, because it's like I know like a lot of people are gonna try it, because it seems impossible from outside, right? When you start with CodePen and all these things.
And this one also took me like 20 hours to do it. This one was the most ambitious one that I did, and because it has so many things. So it's like I was so focused on finishing this thing. And to be honest, I spend more hours. I won't say more hours, but a lot of hours getting all the fake data. It's like I get in all the covers, all the titles, all the authors, all the MP3 players. For those who don't know, CodePen gives you the ability to have an asset manager. So you can drop all the music. For example, I drop all the music right here. And this, I can get a URL. I can copy the URL. I can go back to my CodePen. I can paste the URL, and I can have the audio. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do so quick. And you don't have to like put it on a server. You don't have to put it on Firebase. You can stick on CodePen. You can have the full stack. You can have images, you can have audios, you can have videos, and then you can consume like image memory or image network or video element, and you just consume the source, and that's it, and it's running for you. And you don't have to spend one single penny, which is the best thing you can do. You can share this with friends and family, and you can share. Well, the good thing about this, you can share on Medium, you can share on WordPress. You can. Let's just do one crazy thing that I like to do with this one. So if you put the debug view, it removes anything related to CodePen. So technically, it looks like a full website, like you can see right now. It feels like a full website. So if you go to one of those HTML online viewer kind of thing, so you can see real-time stuff. So let me just do some crazy stuff like iframe source Let's put a source, and I need a width, of course, which is going to be 100%, and I need a height, of course, and it's going to be 100% as well. 100%. Oh my God, there you go. And let me close this. And this should run in a few seconds. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be, there you go, nice. Okay, it works.
Awesome.
And I have an iPrint. I didn't have to do anything weird. I just share the code in Copen. I didn't have to pay for a domain. I didn't have to pay for any hosting. I didn't have to do anything. And I'm sharing this one. And of course, like I say, if you scale this, it goes to a mobile UI. So I get all the benefits, I would say, from, again, if I have to do this on Firebase and stuff, and it's getting really popular, Firebase Store is gonna start charging you because a lot of people are consuming your assets, or if the website goes really well. And if you only want an example, I don't think it's a good thing because if you're gonna spend a lot of money just to show examples that you don't get any money back, you're gonna feel it. Like in a couple of months, you're like, oh, maybe I cannot pay this, and the community gets hurt because you cannot share more examples. But with Darpad and Copen, I do have that opportunity. And for those who don't know, it's like, let me search my GIS. For those who don't know, Darpad doesn't have that feature of saving your stuff. But what you can do is, if you create a GIS, which is super simple, you just copy the code, you paste the code, you just copy the ID of your GIS, and you just do this. It's gonna fetch all your information, and I'm running right on the side. It takes only a few seconds, and you see it right here, and it's running. And I didn't have to do anything.
Pretty awesome.
I didn't do anything. That's really, 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 really cool. But that's a lot of things that you can do with a Copen. You can do it with Darpad. Again, I didn't have to use an IDE. I didn't have to use Android Studio. I didn't have to use VS Code. So for those who say it's like, no, it's so difficult, I don't understand, I don't know how to download. No, not anymore. Now you can just open a browser. You can even open, which is funny, you can open on your phone and you can test it on. So
that's true.
You don't even need a computer. You just have your phone, you're checking the code, you modify the code, and you see it's like, I'm building an app from my phone.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I have got like few questions. So few people are confused between Dartpad and CodePen, and when to use which one. So what do you think about that?
Dartpad right now is like way more advanced in terms of features. So all like the ones that I showed, that I can grab the widgets and I have autocomplete right now. It feels like I'm using a VS Code or Android Studio, a little bit slower, of course, but it feels like I'm using an IDE, but I cannot save any data. So everything that I do, I need to copy, post it on a GIS, and then I will have my save Dartpad, which is not a really good benefit. The Copen has all the benefits of, if I need online assets, like I need images, I need audios, I need videos and stuff, and I also wanted to share it through the community so they can use it anywhere, then Copen is a way better option because it gives you all those benefits and you don't have to do anything. So I guess it depends on what you want right now. It's like, for example, Copen is really good if, for example, there's a lot of websites who have a landing page and a phone with a video of the app. Why don't you use Copen to create like a real app embedded in that phone? And people not only can watch your landing page, they can actually try your app, which is
mind-blowing.
Yes. So I actually depends on what you want to do. If you want to try a few stuff and you don't have much idea about Flutter, use Dartpad. Dartpad gives you a lot of benefits of autocomplete and all the stuff. If you are really more like familiar with Flutter already and you want to share with the community, use Copen because they can forward your examples, they can pin your examples, they can comment on it, and you can drop messages on it. And if I do on Dartpad, no one can comment, so no one can know what I did. So
that's right. And what is the one feature which you think is missing, and it could change the way of development, like from CodePen and Dartpad, both of them. Something which you think it should have there.
The one that I wanted that they added quickly was the autocomplete, which they added complete was awesome, because the fact that even if you do it 20 times a day, you sometimes forget. It's like it was close main, and the autocomplete normally helps you a lot. But I would say now the third-party libraries. So if they allow having just like a small section that you can drop the pop dev install library, wait a few seconds and install, and you can use it, even if it's like for specific accounts or so many stuff. But if they give you that, technically you can do full apps on Dartpad and CodePen without downloading anything. You can go out with your iPad and you can code with an iPad. Literally.
I remember we had this discussion as well with the Flutter team, so that this should definitely be something which everyone would want, for especially in Dartpad, because it will open so many doors, and it's something which can it will become like, right now mobile app development is not an easy thing, especially for people who are either students or who are from a very financially weak background, because what happens, they cannot afford good computers. And what Flutter has done is it has made development so easier, as well as so you can use any kind of machine, and which should be good enough to run it. And once this will be done, everything will be on web. Maybe people are doing few things on iPad, people are doing few things on different tablets.
Not even iPad, because I was thinking is, for example, I live in Argentina, which is also a third world country, which a lot of people cannot afford to have an iPad. They cannot afford to have a Mac. They can only buy it like a small netbook or laptop, which are super cheap, and they don't have maybe they have 2 gigs of RAM, and they cannot run Android Studio, but they can run the web. So imagine how the students and how the college can actually build apps without having VS Code or Android Studio or emulators. Because a lot of people, it's like, yeah, but I don't have a smartphone, and I cannot run the code and stuff. It's like, go to Dartpad and build your apps, and then you can send it through even a CI or something and compile the code for you. And without technically a computer, powerful computer, you build an app. And with all these examples, you can actually modify it, compile it, and show your friends. I build Netflix, I build Spotify, and
it's something awesome. People will be just amazed to see why, how, and what is this guy's doing. You must have seen those kind of responses, right, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, everywhere. What this guy is eating and how he's making things. And that's pretty good. And another thing, I think multiple file support, right? I mean, that's something everyone would have.
If they have a small browser that you can have multiple things, I understand the whole idea of having everything in one, because they need to make sure that they can parse all the information, send it through the server. I think that's part of the limitations of Dart services. If they were able to read multiple files, it would be okay. Right now, it just reads one, compiles, and delivers the result for you. So it's baby steps. This is only a few months ago, and it's already going so fast. So imagine in, I don't know, half a year, maybe in a year, we will see students actually using Podila apps. So I think that's the most exciting stuff. I wish I had that in school, because if I had that in school, school will be 10 times fun.
And we are now getting a $1 billion question, which is, can we integrate Flutter ads, like Google ads, on Flutter web? What do you think?
Oh, well, yes, but you have to do JavaScript logic.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Right. So as of now.
Right now. As of now. So the thing is, even if JavaScript methods are not being done by the kind of bridge that converts Dart into JavaScript, you can use one what is called GS utils, which allows you to go out and call methods specifically on JavaScript. So if you know the JavaScript method and the parameters that it has, you can write that on Dart. So you can send all that information, and not only that, you can get information from JavaScript and convert that information to Dart. So if you do that, yes, you can have AdSense, you can have whatever you want, placements and iframes, whatever you want. But you have to do more JavaScript logic on Dart to achieve that goal. But yeah, you can do it.
Okay. And you know what? Like, many people are amazed by your performance in the Flutter field. And this is the question which I cannot skip. And what they want is like, they want to know, how did you learn Flutter in this way? Like, you can do wonderful things. Can you just give us an idea in 2 minutes about like a brief of how did you learn Flutter and how the journey started?
Yes. Well, I didn't have any background or anything. I was working on a call center, so I was checking like one of those mobile companies getting calls, and I was
call
like,
center people has a hope. So
yeah. You start as a call center now, but that didn't bring me happiness. So I started seeing 10 years ago there's mobile development and stuff, and I wasn't good at that one. But Photoshop really got my eyes. So when I started adding an Android, I started as an UI UX developer because I didn't know how to code. And then I started to know how to code. And as soon as I started to know how to code, because I knew how to design, I knew how to do like beautiful things, even if my code was horrible. So when I discovered Flutter, many years ago, but I didn't use it at first because I think it was poorly marketing. It feels like I think like sorry Martin and stuff.
It's gonna
like
be dead, right?
Yeah, 3 years ago or so, it felt like Wix.com or Squarespace.com that you can just like. It felt like that was like you can build apps without doing much, and it was like, this is weird. I don't like that. And then 2 years ago, all the study jams started to happen, and because I'm part of the GDG communities in my country, it's like, hey, we need to do this Flutter event, and you are the only one who barely knows what Flutter is. And I was like, okay, I will do it. And I did the most horrible Android equivalent app in Flutter. I literally, no kidding, I send the state to a class, and I did the set state in a different class. It was... Oh my
you made
God.
it static probably, and you were playing with global variables here and there, and
but it's the logic that you would, everything, which amazing, everything was working. Even if I did the most horrible work, Flutter was working for me. I did the same approach for those who know Android. If you send an interface through a different class, you can get the information back. So I did the same logic. If I send the state to a different class, that means that I can execute that set state and modify the UI. Of course, it was the worst thing that I could ever do. But that was my knowledge. Which was amazing is that in 1 week, without knowing Flutter, I was able to build one app in 1 week. And I was mind-blowing about that one. Because on Android, it took me, even if you tell me now that I have to build an app like a complex with curves and gradients and shadows and stuff and all the stuff, it takes hours in Android. Because if you need if you need an image, you need Picasso or Glide to get like network images. If you really need something that it has elevations and stuff, you need Reactive, which is in a library. So you spend 30 to 40 minutes set up all your libraries in Android. Then you go through the UI, which the layout editor is kind of wonky. Yeah. Now with the constraint layout, it's a little bit better. But in the past, it's like, do I use a relative layout? Do I use a linear layout? And then you have to call all those IDs from your code and then run the code. And because it takes 3 to 4 minutes to build, then you see if that button's changed the color. Imagine spending 2 minutes to see if a button changed the color. But because Flutter goes so... But because Flutter goes so fast, as my ideas go, I can type that and I can see in real time. So I don't lose time. It's like I don't lose my energy because I have it all the time because I see real time. And that gives me, it's like I can do it in such a short amount of hours that if I do the same on Android, I'm pretty sure it will take me like a week or so. I'm pretty sure, like easily. Just because of
Now
the
it's
loading
changing,
times.
but it's changing with the Jetpack Compose, Swift UI. Both platforms are becoming better. But yeah, that's a good thing. Like, we should have those kind of competitions so that everyone can improve from like around all the technology, because it's not like you have to use Flutter or you have to use whatever you want to use, right? It's all your choice, and at the end everyone wants to save their time and be more productive, right?
And even I say it's like, if all your team is already web developers, go to React Native, because all your developers are JavaScript. Don't force them to learn something new, because if you need to make a quick change, go to React Native. But if your developers are Android on Kotlin and Swift, then Flutter makes more sense, because Dart really feels like Kotlin and Swift, because it has a lot of the same stuff. And if you come from Java, you will find like, oh, this is so similar to Java. So it's more easy to move someone who is a Java developer to a JavaScript than to Java to Dart. And even the way that Flutter function as an app, it feels more common to an Android developer or an iOS developer. Mostly, I would say more to an Android developer, because the way that they like everything interacts. Like my start activity is the same as my navigator push, kind of pretty much the same. And as for Swift, it's a little bit different, because you have your view controllers, and maybe you have like view controllers inside view controllers, and your needs and your storyboard. It's a little bit different. But at least on Android, that's what I see so many people on Android and moving to Flutter. And one thing that is shocking for me is a lot of back-end developers who never dare to touch a mobile app are doing for Flutter, because they always feel like Android was hard, iOS was hard, but Flutter, it wasn't hard at all.
I have seen many backend developers trying these days, these new technologies, maybe Flutter, React Native, and even like people are trying to just like making calculator, let's say. They just want to see how it's working, or if they can learn or not. That's a good thing. Any resources you want to recommend people, like where they should learn Flutter, something like that?
There's so many places. It's like a lot of people's like, oh, where do I start Flutter? Start. That's the first thing. Don't stuck on where do I start, because start. It doesn't matter if it's a broken hello world. Then you will say, what if I change the color of the hello world? What if now it's a button? What if now the button opens a different screen? And then we'll say, like, well, I always wanted to write an app to show, I don't know, all my Pokemons, right? And you say, it's like, how do I get my Pokemons? And then you find out that you need an API call. All right, how is an API call? And Flutter and the website tells you how to consume an API call from a JSON and how to convert the JSON into Dart to get the objects and the model. So I would say it's like start to the very beginning, just open the hello world, like the clicking counter, modify a color. Just start with a simple, just modify a color, modify a button. Then when you feel like encourage it, then try different stuff, and then try what you feel that is going to excite you. Don't do stuff because you need to learn how to code, because you're not going to like it. You're not going to enjoy it, because trust me, coding is frustrating. It's really frustrating. Yeah. But if instead of being but if instead of being frustrated, you take it as but I still want to do that Pokemon app, you will spend your hours until you do it. And when you do it, you will feel like the most happiest human being in the world. Like, Mom, I did this Flutter Pokemon game, and you share it between your friends. It's like, I did this, and you will feel like amazing that you did it. And you realize that it wasn't that much. Maybe you spend like 2-3 weeks out of knowing how to code to actually do it. Because to be honest, and if you start maybe like 10 years ago, you really needed a lot of knowledge in math and memory management and all this stuff. Now, like, phones have 8 cores, 12 gigs of RAM. Even if you have like not the best, most efficient code, it's going to run amazing. And then you're going to learn how to do it better.
So what's next coming from Mariano? what people can expect?
Oh, many clones. I got one surprise, which is maybe it's gonna be soon. Depending, it's gonna be part of the Twitter Flutter official account. So it's a copen related to that. So surprise, surprise. I've been working on that one for the past week and a half. That one was a little bit more complex because it has like back and forward. Google give me yes and no, and then it's like, okay, we got it.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
so
really interesting.
Follow Mariano on Twitter so that you
Yes.
don't miss it. And thanks, Mariano, for joining us. It's been a pleasure hosting you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always nice to see you.
Yeah, see you next time very, very soon. And I hope like everyone, like I can see the comments, everyone enjoyed your session so well. And keep them coming, the clones.
Yes,
and
I will keep doing clones. Don't worry. I got a few more good ones. So
okay, buddy. See you soon. Bye bye. Take
all right.
care.
Thank you so much.
everyone. So thank you so much for joining, and now we are moving ahead for our next session, which will be taken by Paul Ruiz, who is a developer program engineer in Google, and he will talk about Flutter as well as Firebase, and he will tell you how you can rapidly build
According to
applications
Android
using
developers,
Flutter and
Firebase is a mobile platform
And
that helps
see,
you quickly develop
the Google is talking in behind me. So yeah, he's gonna talk about Flutter and Firebase and how you can rapidly build application using Flutter and Firebase. So welcome Paul, and we will be starting very soon in next few minutes. So keep watching, and I'll just catch you in a moment.
Hey everyone, my name is Paul Ruiz, and I'm a developer programs engineer on Firebase at Google. Today we're going to talk about two tools, Flutter and Firebase, and how they can be used for rapid prototyping. So the way this talk is going to be set up is that I have my slides, but I'm also going to do some live demos and show you the code for both some basic Flutter widgets as well as Firebase being used with the Flutter Fire plugin. So let's go ahead and get started. So whether it's at a hackathon with only one weekend to build something presentable, or you have an idea for an app that you want to test out before really investing in it, a lot of us have been in a situation where we want to quickly build something that gets the job done. During the normal prototyping development process, developers plan out what the app should do and how it should function, research the feasibility of the idea, map out their architecture, pick their tools, and then build a clean and organized prototype, right? Yeah, I don't know anyone that does that either, honestly, for prototypes. So when building out a quick prototype, most of us just want to open up an IDE and start coding. Then we'll figure out the rest as we go along. Given this, I'm going to talk about the two tools I mentioned earlier, Flutter and Firebase. Both of these are easy to use and address different development problems. Flutter is for client-side development, and Firebase Hey everyone, my name is Paul Ruiz, and I'm a developer programs engineer on Firebase at Google. Today we're going to talk about two tools, Flutter and Firebase, and how they can be used for rapid prototyping. So the way this talk is going to be set up is that I have my slides, but I'm also going to do some live demos and show you the code for both some basic Flutter widgets as well as Firebase being used with the Flutter Fire plugin. So let's go ahead and get started. So whether it's at a hackathon with only one weekend to build something presentable, or you have an idea for an app that you want to test out before really investing in it, a lot of us have been in a situation where we want to quickly build something that gets the job done. During the normal prototyping development process, developers plan out what the app should do and how it should function, research the feasibility of the idea, map out their architecture, pick their tools, and then build a clean and organized prototype, right? Yeah, I don't know anyone that does that either, honestly, for prototypes. So when building out a quick prototype, most of us just want to open up an IDE and start coding. Then we'll figure out the rest as we go along. Given this, I'm going to talk about the two tools I mentioned earlier, Flutter and Firebase. Both of these are easy to use and address different development problems. Flutter is for client-side development, and Firebase is for the backend. While I'm not going to do a deep dive into either of these, what I hope to do is at least help you leave with the vocabulary to look into both of these tools further when you're ready to use them. First, let's talk about Flutter. It's a UI toolkit that uses the Dart programming language for building native apps for multiple platforms on top of C++ using a 2D engine called Skia, which happens to be the same graphical engine used by Chrome, Android, and a few other platforms, all from a single SDK. Since everything is built from a single codebase, you can create your prototypes for multiple systems, such as Android or iOS, without requiring specific developer knowledge about each platform. Flutter is also completely open source. Not only is Google working on it, but so are many members of the developer community. So rather than being walled off from the internal workings of the tool, you can dig into the code to see exactly how Flutter is doing what it's doing, as well as send your own pull request if you want to improve it. So aside from Flutter being cross-platform, you're probably wondering why you should use it for rapid prototyping, especially since other tools exist that do similar things. Like most development decisions, the answer is basically, it depends. While Flutter isn't the only tool that can work cross-platform, it is designed from the ground up specifically for creating apps quickly. It's able to easily tie into device hardware using plugins and packages that can be imported into your project and uses widgets, which we'll dig into a bit more soon, to create UI components programmatically rather than requiring something like a layout file or storyboard. One other feature of Flutter that I think is super valuable is hot reloading, so you don't need to restart your entire app to test small UI changes. Instead, UI changes will automatically be applied in your running app as soon as you change various values. Following up on the it depends answer, there's also going to be times when Flutter isn't the right solution for you, and it's better to figure this out early in the development process. While games are a lot of fun to develop, Flutter just isn't really at a point where you can make a good game quick enough to call it a rapid prototype. You'll need to write a lot of the components from scratch that other platforms currently give you out of the box. Additionally, calling native APIs directly just isn't really a thing. Normally, you'd write native Swift or Kotlin code and use platform channels to communicate back and forth to the native level through a bridging process. While this isn't necessarily a deal breaker, it is more work than just throwing some UI together and calling it good. The next thing to consider is audio support, or rather the lack thereof. While audio isn't supported by native widgets, there are third-party plugins out there that can provide this functionality. Which brings me to my next point. While there's a ton of plugins for Flutter, some third-party libraries that developers have grown to love just aren't supported right now. You'll have to weigh the necessity of things like that versus working with what Flutter has before deciding to use the tool. Finally, Flutter doesn't have support for additional form factors, like watches, televisions, and cars. Right now, Flutter has very limited support for Wear OS, but no support for platforms like tvOS. Like we've talked about already, one of the big draws to Flutter for rapid prototyping is that it's an easy-to-use tool for creating custom UIs. Over the next few slides, I want to give a brief overview of how Flutter can be used to build UIs, then go into where you can learn more about Flutter and what it has available. The first thing I want to touch on is how Flutter can be used on multiple platforms. We've all seen apps made with multi-platform tools where they just don't look quite right compared to the system standard UI, like apps on Android that look like they're designed for iOS. What makes Flutter handy here is that it is able to tell what platform it's on so you can apply the proper UI elements for your app based on the OS. We can see in this example here that we're using the same app, which we'll look at in more depth soon, on both iOS and Android devices, but they each look native to their respective platforms. Which brings me to our next concept. When you're working with Flutter, everything is a widget, and all UI is described by widgets in a tree structure. You could think of them like Lego bricks, where you just connect them together to build whatever you want. So while there are hundreds of widgets, I want to go over just a few at a high level to give you an idea of this fundamental part of Flutter. As a lot of you know, you can't really start with anything in software without Hello World, right? All Flutter apps use the main function as their entry point, and in there you can initialize various components and start your application. You can also see a center widget in this example, which will center your content in the middle of the device screen, and a text widget that, as you can probably guess, will show some text. The next component that I want to talk about is the list, since honestly most apps are essentially just list and detail screens. As you can see here in this demo image, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with a list, such as swiping to show an available action, but to keep everything simple for this example, we'll just look at the code for a basic list of items. The first widget here is the scroll bar. While it's not necessary, it does provide, as you can probably guess, a scroll bar on the side of a list so users know how far along in the data they are. After that is the actual list view widget, followed by a loop that creates individual list tile widgets that will be added to the list and displayed. At this point, you're probably thinking that I'm lying to you about how simple this is, especially if you're coming from the Android world of recycler views. So I have my emulator and IDE ready to go to show you all of these widgets in action in just a minute. And since they're more often than not the widgets that will actually be used in your list views, the last of the standard components that I want to go over are cards. This is the code used for that demo image on the last slide, and you can see it's also pretty lean. The size box means each card will have a predefined height, and that size box will wrap a child card widget which sets some general properties for the card, like the shape and basic behaviors. Next up is the child of that child, which in this case is an inkwell. The inkwell is a kind of interesting widget, as it's what the card uses to figure out interactive tap areas. Finally, that inkwell has its own child, which is the actual content of the card that the user sees. At this point, you should be seeing a pattern of widgets forming a hierarchical tree in Flutter, which is pretty important for understanding how the platform works. So like I mentioned a moment ago, I have my IDE and emulator ready to go so that I can show you these widgets working in real time. So let's go ahead and switch over to that now. So this is the Flutter Gallery app, which has a whole bunch of examples of different widgets that you can use in your own apps. And since this is completely open source and up on GitHub, you can view the code and take the widgets that you want to use out of this and put them into your own rapid prototypes. So let's go ahead and start by going into the material category, and we'll scroll down to look at the actual list widget. So here you can see that we actually have a very simple list that is displayed for the user. It has a circle avatar with a number in it, as well as a set of items, each of which are numbered for the row that they're in. This app also has the ability to show you the code for this app inside of the status bar, and it is also able to take you to the documentation for whichever widget you're looking at by clicking this icon in the top right corner. Let's go back to our app though and see how this is actually working. So if we pull up the IDE, where I have the code here completely from GitHub, we can see our list view, as well as the children, which are going to be generated through a for loop, which each of those is going to create a list tile, which has our circle avatar, as well as the text that'll be displayed in that list. So as you can see, it's actually really simple to put together a list view. Let's go back to the app now. We'll come back, and let's take a look at the card item. So you can see it's relatively straightforward. We've got a couple different options for our cards, some of them that you can long press on to actually select them, some that just have the ripple motion, and this one actually has some buttons with it. So I already have the code open for this as well, so let's go to that. It's this cards_demo.dart class. And let's just go ahead and scroll down. Should be able to find where the cards actually come in. So yeah, it looks like it's this part here. And here's where we actually have our flat buttons as well. So that would be this top card. And earlier I actually had mentioned that you can do hot reloading to check different UI changes and colors and whatnot. So these are actually this amber 500 shade item that's here. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. Let's change this to green. So as you can see, it just changed there. Let's go ahead and change it back as well. So amber dot shade 500, save, and we'll see it'll go back to what the original shade was. So in addition to this, the Gallery app also has these case studies, so you can see how you would actually implement some of these widgets in a pretty standard application. So if you wanted just a standard starting app, this one has most of the features that you would already see, like the side drawer, as well as a floating action button, some different text, share buttons, what have you. We can also see some really cool animations by going into this Rally app, which kind of just looks like a bank account, but if we click on some of these, we have a selection of different charts that you can work with. Let's see, I think there's one in here that has a really cool little graphic. There we go. So you can see how that actually flushed out and spun and whatnot, and you have the different color codes for this circle. In addition to the material design though, you also have all the same standard widgets that you have for Android in iOS, but with the actual iOS styling. So we can see that we have like the progress loader or some of the other things that are pretty standard for them, like pull to refresh on their list. And that's completely out of the box. So let's go ahead and go back to our presentation and we'll see what else is available. Another thing worth mentioning is the Flutter Cookbook, which contains various code samples or recipes for common tasks that you might do in Flutter. So you can find this at flutter.dev docs cookbook, and this will have just a lot of code snippets that you can use within your app. So let's say we want to do something with networking. We can actually go down to that section and see how we would delete data from something that we have online, parse JSON, or even use WebSockets. There's also stuff for playing and pausing video, taking pictures using the camera, and so if we just go into that, we can see that they have all the code available and ready to go, so you can just put that into your applications when you need it. So they actually go over what the dependencies are going to be, making sure you actually have the cameras available, using the camera controller, the preview, and a few other things that are just really simple to use. While I mentioned earlier that all of the regular libraries that developers are used to using aren't always going to be available when using Flutter, there's still a ton out there to help you quickly build apps with complex features. So I actually really love maps in general, so I figured I'd mention Google Maps here, as it's a great little plugin that you can easily put into your apps when you want to show location information for your users. So here you can see that I have the Maps app running, as well as the code. So let's just go ahead and take a look at what this has available. So here's the build method, which is going to be where you end up starting. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a Google Map object, which has this onMap create a listener. If we go into that listener, we can see what the actual code is for controlling our map. So we have a markers map as well as a circles map. And when this map is created, it's going to clear those out so they're completely clean slates. We're then going to loop over a list of these location objects for the Google offices. So if I just look at that here, I have this JSON file that has all the Google Office locations already set up. And for each of those, we're going to create a marker, set the location for it, give it a title and address, and then we're going to show a little red toast message whenever one of those markers are clicked on that'll show what the region is for that office. For each marker, we're also going to go ahead and draw a circle around it that'll have this kind of greenish light transparent color here for the actual part of the circle, and then a blue line around it. Once we have all that, we can go ahead and see where we have initialized our camera. So it's just going to go to 0, 0 to keep things simple, and then we set our markers and circles. So let's go ahead and look at our app from this. So I'm going to come over here, and we can actually see all of the offices that we have. So I'll just go ahead and zoom in on the one that I have for work. Normally, when we're actually able to go into the office. And you can see that we have our 3 different buildings. We have that light green circle as well as the blue circle around it. And if I click on it, it'll actually say the location is in Boulder, it has the actual address, and it'll show that it's in North America. The next thing I want to talk about is Flutter. This is a third-party library that I thought was just too cool to not include in this talk. So using their website, you can stage out animations that'll then get converted into a vector animation file that can be run in your app. This is great when you want to animate icons, buttons, or other items in your app to add some extra kick to your UI, which is always great when you're trying to sell an idea to someone or show it off for a hackathon judge. Overall, it took me roughly 20 minutes of a tutorial on YouTube to learn how to make this animation, and once you know how to put one together, it's really easy to actually make more of them. So this is the tool. It's at this rive.app website, and then you can just create your animations. So I actually have mine in here with various keyframes that can be used to mark off where the different changes are happening, such as changing the shape, fading in and out, and a couple other things. From there, you can actually export that animation as this FLR file, and then put that into your applications. So this is actually all of the code that I have to include that animation in my app. So it'll create this flare actor, and then it will have the test animation file that I have, which is honestly just some JSON vector file, nothing too fancy there. Does some alignment and box fittings, and it tells it what animation to run, which in my case is just called Go because that's what I named it for my file. So if we go back to our application, let's go ahead and open that. And you can see that it'll run in our Flutter application here. For the second half of this talk, I want to go over what Firebase is and how to use it with Flutter using the Flutter Fire plugin. So let's go over the official pitch for Firebase first. Firebase is an application development platform with a mission to help app developers succeed by using Firebase products. Firebase accomplishes this by taking common problems and developer tasks that occur during a product's lifecycle and making them easier to solve, be it by providing more information about your apps and their performance, or providing tools to handle complex problems like security and network connectivity when storing data. Firebase is divided into 3 main categories of tools with specific goals: helping you build better apps by making complex coding processes easier, improving app quality by helping you catch issues early and fixing them quickly, and helping you grow your app by understanding how other people are using it and engaging with them in a meaningful way. As you can see here, there's almost 20 different products within Firebase. While this may not seem like a lot, today we're only going to look at a subset of all of the Firebase features that are most relevant to rapid prototyping. Again, the goal here isn't to overwhelm you, but rather let you know what's available when you need it. The first feature I want to go over is authentication. While it's not the most flashy feature, there's always that one hackathon judge that asks about security, so you might as well toss it in since it's easy enough to use. This will allow your users to log into your app using a username and a password, a phone number, or a third-party identity provider like Google or Facebook. Next, I want to talk about the 2 database options available in Firebase. The first one, Cloud Firestore, is a database tool that allows you to group data using a document collection structure for straightforward access. This data is stored and synced between users and devices, plus it supports basic queries in addition to direct data access. The goal of Cloud Firestore is to provide a backend data storage solution without having to go through the tedious process of setting up your own database server, authentication schema, REST endpoints, and everything else that goes along with building typical database infrastructures. The second option, Real-Time Database, uses a simple JSON tree structure to store and access data. While more lightweight than Cloud Firestore, it still offers many of the advantages, such as real-time syncing, offline support, and scalability. Additionally, Firebase Real-Time Database supports the ability to know when users are connected to the database and can be used in conjunction with Cloud Firestore, as each can serve its own unique purpose within your apps. Sometimes you need to store and serve user-generated content, such as images or audio files, directly in your mobile app. You can do this using cloud storage. Uploads and downloads handled by the Cloud Storage SDK are resumable, making them more resilient to changes in network connectivity. When a user's connection is disrupted during an upload, the SDK will automatically handle retrying and resuming, which can be critical when dealing with the kind of network conditions often encountered on mobile devices. Downloading content uses a similarly robust system, allowing users to receive their data once a connection is successfully reestablished. Once the user's content is uploaded, it can be shared with other users for your app using the same SDK, and since you will likely run into situations where only certain users should be able to see or upload specific content, you can use Firebase's security rule system along with Firebase authentication to restrict content according to your app's requirements. Cloud functions for Firebase are single-purpose functions that are executed in a secure, managed environment for your Firebase project. They are powerful tools that let you handle complex logical operations from within Firebase, such as performing operations on your Firebase database or interacting with various other Google or external services. These are great for handling backend logic in your app without setting up a complicated backend. The final thing I want to talk about is Firebase ML, which allows mobile developers to enhance their users' app experience by applying machine learning. Firebase ML provides a variety of models that can run quickly from the cloud with a high level of accuracy and detail. The out-of-box models allow developers to recognize text, label objects, and identify landmarks. Developers can also take their custom TensorFlow models and run them through Firebase's easy-to-use APIs. So what I want to do now is go back to our emulator and look at some of the Firebase features that are available using Flutter. So this app is just a collection of the samples that are available for Flutterfire. So what I'm going to do is go into authentication, and we can actually see this page on the sign up page. So if I'm going to go into test registration, and let me actually go ahead and bring up our console. We can go to authentication, and you'll see that there's currently nobody registered for it. So we're going to go back to our emulator. I'm going to go ahead and register ptrees.demo@gmail.com using the world's most secure password. We're going to submit that. So it says that we've successfully registered. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh, and we should see the user registered here. So that's the email that I just entered in. So I'm going to come back, go to the test sign-in page, and then I just signed out because it automatically signed me in when I did register. It's just the way this app is set up. But I'm going to go ahead and re-sign in. And it says again that we were able to successfully sign in. Another option that we have here is signing in using our email. So what this will do is it will email out a link to me using dynamic links. So if I send this, it'll actually send me an email with a link so I can just log in that way. So I'm going to send this. I'm going to go back. I'm going to pull up my email. And so there's this sign into project with a whole bunch of different numbers. I haven't customized the template yet. That's okay. So let's go ahead and sign in. And this will open up our application and say that we've successfully signed in. It'll also show me the UID for it, which, let me see here. That should be the same one, this MOZXD. Yep, and that looks good. So let's go ahead and sign out. And the last one I wanted to go over was how to sign in with Google. So what this is going to do is it'll give me this fancy UI that's actually built into the system, where I can select the email that I'm already signed in with, and that will sign in. So if we refresh again on the authentication page, I should see that the Google provider is now available. So let's go ahead and look at the code for this. So here on the sign-in page, we can look for the Google sign-in option. So we have that. Here is this. And let's see. Sign in with Google. There we go. So what this is going to do is it's just going to use a Google sign-in account. It's going to go ahead and call that. It's all a part of an additional library that you can add in with Flutterfire. We'll call this Google sign-in authentication object. We'll get the credentials, and then we're going to convert that over to a Firebase user, and then we'll sign in using that. For the email link, we can find that real quick. So what will happen with that is it'll end up sending off the email link. And then when the app is open, we have this did change app lifecycle state method, which will be called when the app is reopened. It'll check to see if there's a dynamic link already set up. We'll take the initial link from that, and then we'll go ahead and handle it by calling this other method that I've just created to see if it actually has this user associated with it. Next, let's go ahead and check out the real-time database. So I'm going to go ahead and go back. We have the real-time database. And you can see that there's already items here. So if we go to our console, we'll go to database, real-time database, and you can see these items here. So actually, if we start modifying these from the app, you'll see that they change automatically, completely live. We also have this counter that's set to 44, and then it's displayed in our app. So if I keep hitting that, it'll create new items as well as modify that counter. And we can also change this by removing any of these items from any other app, and it should update in real time. So we can look at the code for this as well. So let me just pull up the real-time database code. So here's our counter ref, and so everything is going to actually use database references to set up listeners and actually understand when things are changing. And from there, we have a Firebase list in here. So there's our list tile for it. Here we go, the Firebase animated list. So this is actually what gives us the nice little graphic for things disappearing and then coming back. So they just flush in and just look really good as they're added in here. And what this is going to do is just going to listen to the messages ref, and every time this changes, it's going to make sure that the list is just representing exactly what was showing up in our data. So the last thing I want to look at is MLKit. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up the code for that. And we have these scanner utils. This is where we're actually going to be able to detect what's going on with the images. So we have this detect method, detect an image, and this will just go ahead and start doing all the processing depending on which algorithm we want to use. There's actually a lot of stuff that goes into this. There's multiple classes and whatnot as well. Again, it's machine learning, so it's not going to be the world's easiest thing, but it's a lot easier than other options that are out there that I've used. So just to show you this working in person, let's go ahead and bring up our app again. I'm going to come down to MLKit's picture scanner. I'm going to go ahead and open up a picture that I have saved on the device. So here's one with some of my pet chickens, so I'm going to select those. And what it'll do is it's going to do the cloud label detection, and it can see that it's looking at a chicken, bird, fowl, some other things with 99, 97, 96% confidence. So it's actually really accurate, which is pretty great, and then it was actually super fast as well. So let's go ahead and go back to our slides. And here I have a whole bunch of resources that are available if you want to learn more about Flutter or Firebase. So flutter.dev and firebase.com are going to be our main websites, and that's going to be where you find most of your documentation or any other kind of news that's coming out. We also have YouTube channels for both of these, Twitter feeds for both, and then just general code labs, the cookbook, and then the sample apps that we've gone over today, such as the Flutterfire one on GitHub, as well as the Flutter Gallery. So again, my name is Paul Ruiz. Here's my email if anyone would like to reach out to me, but thank you for watching this presentation, and I hope you have a great day.
Let's talk about immutability in Dart. Sounds boring? Well, don't leave right now. Boring code is easy to understand and easy to fix. With immutable data structures, your code becomes easy and predictable. And if you care about reducing bugs in your apps, boring code is exactly what you should be aiming for. After a quick introduction into immutability, I'll show you a bug from a real-world application. This bug costed at least 3 days of a sprint, and it could have been prevented in the first place by using immutable data structures. After this talk, let's talk about immutability in Dart. Sounds boring? Well, don't leave right now. Boring code is easy to understand and easy to fix. With immutable data structures, your code becomes easy and predictable. And if you care about reducing bugs in your apps, boring code is exactly what you should be aiming for. After a quick introduction into immutability, I'll show you a bug from a real-world application. This bug costed at least 3 days of a sprint, and it could have been prevented in the first place by using immutable data structures. After this talk, you'll understand that immutability should be the default, like in many other languages, and how to achieve this in Dart. All of you have already used immutable objects. Primitives like integers, boolean, and strings are immutable. A 7 is always a 7, you cannot mutate it. Additions don't mutate the terms, they create a result and a new immutable object. There are not only primitives, you can also create custom immutable classes. Flutter widgets, for example, stateless and stateful are both immutable. A widget is an immutable blueprint to construct and update an element in the element tree. Widget properties are final and can change once the object is created. We can compare widgets from the previous and the current frame in the didUpdateWidget method of our state. When we detect changes, we can trigger animation controllers to gradually interpolate between the old and the new value over the next few frames. Widgets with mutable properties wouldn't work. The old and the new could be the same instance, and then we couldn't detect what has changed. Let's jump right into code and create our first immutable class.
My name is Pascal Welsch and I'm a Google developer expert from Germany. You can find me on social media with the handle @Passi with triple S. I want to show you how to create an immutable object in Dart in code. We want to build this application today where we can see pictures of Dash available for purchase. Some of them are featured, some aren't. So first of all, let's create an immutable object which holds the values for a single item. I call this my product and it has a name, a price, an URL and a featured flag if it's featured or not. What's missing here is the constructor. So I use IntelliJ to generate it. The same works for VS Code. This class has only final fields and a single constructor. Nobody is able to change the properties after it was instantiated. So this is a truly immutable class in Dart. We can use it like this. So here I create two different products. One is named Gopher, the other is named Dash. And now I create a list of products. With that list of products, I want to show you how you can change properties by creating copies of the immutable object. So as a fun little task, I thought that we want to feature birds. So whenever there is a product which contains the name Dash, it will be featured. So let's call that function. It's called feature birds and I pass in my products list. So it will now iterate over all the products and when it contains Dash, it will create a copy. It calls a new constructor, it creates a new immutable object. It receives all the properties the object has and sets the feature flag to true. If Dash is not part of the name, it returns the object as it is. So if I print the output here, or better, I set a breakpoint and I run that code. So now you can see the beauty of immutable objects. We can now check what was the input. Oh, both are false. And what's the output? Dash is true. Let's hope the other one is false. Yes, it is. So the beauty of immutable objects is that they are not mutable. They do not change while a function is executed. And you can very easily compare what goes in and what goes out. So you know what an immutable object is, and debugging is rather easy. But there's one thing we can improve. In our debugger, if we only look at the list, we only see my product. So definitely the toString method is missing. We can generate it as well with IntelliJ and pick all the properties we want to show in the toString method. Run it again. And now it's even easier to compare what changed. We can go a step further. There's a plugin called Dart Data Class, and it allows us to generate all of that stuff for us. So I will generate this here, and it generates a lot of code. At the top, a constructor, we had that as already. A cool copy with method, we will use that in a second. The toString method, and correct equals and hashcode implementation. Also, it generates a toMap and a fromMap constructor. We can use that to serialize the object. I rarely use that, but yeah, it's there. So let's use the copy with method, because in our feature birds method, we were manually creating a new instance. The problem is here, if a new property gets added, we probably forget adding it here as well. Instead of those lines, I will return product.copywith and only change the featured flag to true. That's way easier and future-proof. It's also way easier to read. This plugin is available for VS Code and IntelliJ from different authors, but they do essentially the same thing. Right now we have immutable items here, or immutable objects, but the list in Dart is always mutable. And I show you a diagram for this. So in Dart we have list, set and map. All of those base collections are mutable. You cannot create a list or an immutable list by default. You always create a mutable one. If you use the default constructor to create a list in Kotlin, you create an immutable list. The same for set and map. You have to explicitly say this has to be mutable, and you then get a mutable list. So there's a bit of difference, but all the modern languages kind of go with that pattern, that by default everything is immutable. Dart is a bit older, doesn't have that feature. But I personally ported the collection library from Kotlin over to Dart so that we can use immutable collections as well. And I will show you why and how. Previously, I showed you that debugging is now easier and it's easier to understand what happened. But look at this. I can now call products.remove dash. And if I print the products and add a breakpoint here, it's rather confusing because initially I had one product and then I called feature birds and now I have two products. What's going on here? This shouldn't happen. The problem is that we can actually remove an item from that list. So it would be better to have an immutable version here. I already imported the kt.dart library. It's a port of the Kotlin standard library and contains the collections, the immutable collections and mutable collections. So let's replace our list with a kt list. We only have to call the kt list constructor of, and now we have an immutable list. I have to change the implementation of the feature birds method because now it accepts the immutable version. There's a slightly difference, so map actually returns a list and not an iterable. And there is no remove method. It's not because it's called differently. No, kt list is an immutable list. It doesn't offer any mutable functions. The only way you can mutate it is by calling toMutableList and then remove. But toMutableList will return a new list. So you have to keep track of that. And if I debug it now, everything should be fine. Yes, we start with 2 products and we end up with 2 products. One of them is featured, the other isn't. And our mutable list has only 1 item and we can use it for whatever we want. So this is how how you should handle immutable lists by using a library. There are other libraries as well, like build collection from Google. It's rather old, but it works. And it works like this. So you can create a collection and from there you have an immutable list. It works also together with build value, which is a generator to generate immutable data classes, similar to data classes in Kotlin. Besides build value, there's another cool library called Freezed. Freezed is by Remy, who also created Provider, and I use it since day one. And I will show you what it does. So currently we have been using the my product, but I already created a product with the same properties, but with Freezed. Let's look at the implementation. This is how a Freezed data class looks like. You define a const factory constructor, define all the properties, and then you define a name for that class. You can come up with everything because this is then auto-generated by the code generator. So if you define it like this, the code generator runs and generates all that stuff. It also creates a copy with method, and this is special, and this is one of the features why I immediately switched over to Freezed. The problem with the copy with method we previously generated is that the implementation looked at the value of null. If the value is null, which is the default value, it was using the default value of that property. So let's see the difference. This is the Freezed implementation, and I print B here. And what we will see is that, let's run it. Featured is true, image URL is null. If we run the same code for my product, I have to change it to my product. The code is the same, but we have a different implementation of the copy with method. If I run that one, let's run it like this. So now this is the product, and although we changed image URL to null, it's still to do. And that's because of the implementation. It checks if a property is null. If it's null, it uses the existing property. The implementation of Freezed is a bit different, and it allows us to set properties back to null. Whenever you talk to different systems, This could be a server, this could be a platform channel. If you pass over a message when creating a Flutter plugin, you should always use immutable objects, because the objects you receive as well as the objects you send are basically immutable. If you change a property there, it will not change that property in another system. So most of the time you really should use immutable objects for communication with other systems over the network, or inter-process communication. If you start an isolate and send or pass an object over, it should be immutable. Let's talk about the problem we encountered in a real-world application, and we solved it by going to immutable objects. Let's see our application. So we have a list of products, and you can already see 6 products. We have 2 screens. We have one screen to view all products, and this was in the app for a long time. The new screen, the best sellers, we're only showing the featured products. That's why we have this featured flag. So in this screen we see this is featured as well as that one, but those 3 aren't featured. So when we created that screen and featured products are red here, we only see those 3 products. The problem is now that if I go back to the all products screen, I also see only the featured products, and that's a big problem. And we did not understand how this is possible. Actually, it really depends on how the user navigates through the app. Sometimes they see all the items and sometimes only the featured items. So let's look at the code and figure out what's wrong here. So first let's look at the all products page. In our app, we have a so-called shop model. It's a model which sits on top of the application, and it loads data from an API. When the model is created at the beginning of the app start, it calls the API, gets all the products, and notifies all the listeners. It's a change notifier, and I integrated it with provider. In our real world application, we actually use block, but the concepts are more or less the same. So whenever I use watch here to watch the change notifier, whenever notify listeners is called, this whole widget will be rebuilt. So I always receive the updated model here. I get the products, and I use the product grid, which is a widget showing a grid of products. So not much logic here, which could go wrong. Let's look at the screen for the best sellers. It's called a featured products page, and it looks like this. So we also get the model. We get the updated model every time. We get the products. We remove the items which are not featured, and then show the products. So in this screen we only see products which are featured. Pretty straightforward. So where's the problem? The problem is that if a user visits this screen, remove where is called, and it removes items from the list. The list is actually shared between both screens. And if we remove items here, they are also removed in the other screen. And this was pretty bad because we had not touched this screen. We only worked on the other screen, and somehow it caused an error in a different part of the application. Pretty bad. We did not catch it. We released a faulty version to the end users, and nobody was happy. So how can we solve that problem? Before we can solve the problem, we have to find it. So where can we start? Looking at the load product function gives us not much information. It loads the products and prints 6 all the time in the log. We check that it's always 6, nothing changes. It's not a problem from the API, it's our problem. What's interesting here is that this model exposes the list we got from the server. It exposes the mutable version of it. So everyone with access to products is able to add and remove items from that list. We haven't designed it like that. It was by accident. We only want others to read the products variable, but they can do whatever they want because the list is mutable. To change that without additional libraries, we could call the toList function with growable false. This is the equivalent to list.unmodifiable. Like this. So now we create a copy of that list. Whoever receives that list can mutate it and the others will not get the updates as well. In the default version, we return an unmodifiable list. This also means that whenever someone tries to mutate it, for example, call delete or add on it, it throws an exception. Let's try that out, and I'm pretty sure we will see a red screen somewhere. So let's start the application again, and first go to this screen. All looks fine. Go to the bestseller screen. Yes! There we have our crash. Cannot remove from a fixed length list. This is the fixed length list. It's not growable. We cannot add an item. So we now pinpoint down where the problem is. It's caused by products.removewhere. Removewhere does not only change the products in this variable, it also changes it in model.products because it's the same instance, the same reference. To change that, we have to create a copy in here. We create a toList. This is now by default a mutable version. And if we run it again, we see, oh yes, we only have 3 products here and other products here. Calling toList here is unexpected. We do not exactly know if this list returned here is modifiable or not. Because in Dart we do not have the distinction between a mutable and an immutable list, unlike in Kotlin. So how can we improve this? Because I'm still able to call remove on the original list, which is immutable, and this results in a runtime exception. And that's not a good way to design APIs, because people expect methods to work if they are part of the public API. So how do we solve this? Instead of using the standard list of Dart, we can use the KT Dart list. It's rather easy to change this. So here, let's change it all together. So remove this here and return the KT list dot empty. In the default case, oh, we have to change this one here as well. Let's change everything to KT list. This looks fine. So now from our API we get a normal Dart list. So we have to convert it to an immutable KT Dart list. There's an extension function for that. It's called toImmutableList. So whenever I receive a list from somewhere and I want to have it immutable, I call this extension functions toImmutableList and it will convert the list to a KT list. The API of a KT list is slightly different, so we have to adjust it at some points. For example, here we have to show the size. And this is an example where in our business logic, we definitely want to work with immutable data types. But in Flutter, it is very common to use just lists because these are part of the Dart SDK and you do not have to have an external library. So on a view layer, on a widget layer, working with lists is okay. It's rather easy, and especially in the declarative way we write our build methods, it's easier to read if we write a list like this compared to KT list.empty. So we want to continue using pure Dart lists in our widgets. To do that, we can convert the list back to a pure Dart list. And can it be null? Yes, it can be null as list. Actually, it cannot be null, no. Yeah, we call the function as list, and this converts the KT list back to a normal list. I think we have to do the same now for the bestseller page. And here we have to do a bit more work. So we get the products here, but we really want to remove the not featured products. So I filter the list with the same code I wrote earlier. And I think that's it. Converting this one as well as list. Yeah, that was correct. That's it. Let's run our app again and see if everything is working. Restart the application. We load 6 products here and we load 3 products here. So far everything is fine. Now if we go back, we should see all 6 products here again. Yes, yes. And the best thing about using immutable lists or a real immutable list interface is that nobody can screw it up. So I cannot remove something, I cannot add something to this immutable type. It's really safe. I showed you how to break an app by sharing mutable properties within the app and mutating it without telling someone. I showed you how to prevent it by using immutable data types, an immutable list, so nobody can mutate it unless you really want someone to mutate it. Let's talk again about our freeze class, because the freeze library has so many more features you may want to use. This is the freeze package, and I want to show you 2 cool features which I haven't used right now. So right now we only used creating data classes using freeze, immutable data classes. And another cool thing is that freeze only supports immutable classes. If you're coming from Kotlin, Kotlin offers data classes with mutable properties. Freeze doesn't. Everything is immutable here. If you create a freeze class in your project, you are sure that no one of your colleagues will add mutable properties there. So it's very safe. A big problem of immutable data types is that if you want to change a single value deep in a tree of an immutable data structure, you have to copy a lot of things. In this example, we have a company, and the company has a director, and the director has an assistant. And if we want to change the name of the assistant, we have to write a lot of boilerplate code to copy that one property. Freeze solved that with code generation, and it generates us a cool new API, which I haven't seen in other languages. So we can call company copy with, and instead of executing the copy with function, we can continue calling director.assistant and then change the property of that assistant. The assistant method here will return a new instance of that whole tree, of that whole object tree, and we have a new company, a new immutable object where only one property very deep down is changed. Another great feature which exists in Kotlin is sealed classes. Basically enums with properties, and every enum value can have different properties. It works like this. You create a union, for example, for a state where you want to show this is the value, this is when the state is loading, this is when it has an arrow. This is pretty common in most apps. We can create a freeze class with 3 constructors, and under the hood it creates 3 different types. All of those implement the union interface. This is a great way to model your app logic or your domain logic if you're thinking about domain-driven design. So all those states have to be handled. Whenever you receive a union object, you have to handle all those 3 states or more if you add more constructors. One way to do this is with the when function. You call when, and then you have to define some kind of logic how to handle it for each of those cases. And it's guaranteed that you handle all those cases because the when function is auto-generated. If you add a new constructor, it will also add a new property to the, or a new argument to the when function. If you care about immutable objects in your project, you definitely should add Freezed. There are some other libraries, but Freezed is by far the most elegant one.
Check him. He's gone. Goodbye, Mr. Anderson.
Now get up.
He is the one.
Live streaming is on.
Hi everyone. So those were two great sessions given by, one was by Paul, who talked about rapid prototyping using Flutter and Firebase. And I think, Firebase can be a really good tool when you want to play with, when you are an individual developer, especially, and you want to play with Firebase as a backend technology, and you want to do few stuff here and there, and you can just start for free, and that's the beauty of it. And the second one was about immutability, which is kind of something which I think everyone should know when you are developing apps for Flutter. And now we will move to another session, and before that I would like to thanks Paul and Pascal for these lovely sessions, and thanks to all of you for being here. And it's a long day, and these are kind of the sessions which I wanted to provide to all of you guys, so that you can, anyone, it doesn't matter if you are a pro developer or you are a normal developer, it should be for everyone who can enjoy this entire day, who can learn something out of it. Before we proceed to next session, there is a quiz which I'm gonna just share the link for that. Just give me a moment. And what that quiz is about is, as you can see, this is the quiz for all the beginners. And what you have to do is just go to this particular link, and you have 10 minutes. And once you pass this 10 minutes, I'll stop responses, and let's see who wins the quiz. So that's the idea. I hope you got the idea. The quiz link is available in the live chat right now, so you can check it out. And let me know in the live chat right now if you can check them, if the link is working, if everything is working, so that we don't waste much time. You have just 10 minutes to fill it all. And then what we will do, we will move to the next session, which is internals of animation. And trust me, this guy has done a lot of things on animation. His name is Deven Joshi, and he is brilliant mind. And you definitely should watch this session on internals of animations, because if you are someone who enjoys animation, who wants to achieve animations, then trust me, this is a session which you are looking for. Okay, now let me see if the quiz is available or not. Let me know, guys, if it is working for you or not. The link which I just shared on the live chat, please let me know in the comments. And now, so it's working. So this is the first message I received at 12:15. This is the time of the session already, but we are postponing the session by 5 to 10 minutes so that we can have something like this quiz coming up. So I'm gonna just wait for 12:25, and we will start the next session, and then we will have a lunch break for 1 hour. And by that time, you will enjoy a few of the videos which are coming from nowhere. I mean, some videos are from past events, some videos are from somewhere else. And I am assuming that you are already started filling that form, and let's see who wins this particular quiz. And I'll show you the responses as well just after a few minutes. But just go ahead and fill the responses as soon as possible before we end this quiz. And there will be 2 more quiz. Next quiz will be a little bit more advanced than this, and the last one will be advanced than both of them. So 3 quizzes are there, and the person who is gonna win this, maybe you will have some surprise. I don't know, it's totally a secret as of now, but let's see how it goes. And this is for fun. It's not like if you answer wrong question, if you give wrong answers, then it's not going to affect anyone. Don't worry, and nobody is going to judge you. And I hope you are all enjoying so far all the content, and this is what I wanted to do, and so far it's going good. I'm really happy that I am getting really good feedbacks in terms of your messages, in terms of live chat, in terms of Twitter messages. So thank you so much. We have received 7 responses, we have like 9 more minutes, 8 responses we have. And now I'm gonna share my screen so that okay, no, I'll not share the screen as of now. We will wait for a little bit, so let the response keep coming. And in the meantime, if you have any questions so far, then you can ask me. And if you have any suggestions, please write to me on my email ID, which is mtechviral@gmail.com, about this Flutter Stream Day. And I'll be really thankful to you if you can tweet about Flutter Stream Day by using hashtag FSD or hashtag AskFSD if you want to ask something. And go ahead on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, whichever place you want, just tweet about it. And we have got 16 responses so far. I'm waiting for more, and let's see who wins it. I know there will be one guy who will win it, because he knows, like, but we'll see who wins. And it's actually really cool that people are doing this. 19 responses so far, so 19 people have filled it. I can see like almost 100 plus viewers are watching it, so I'm expecting in next 7 minutes there will be at least 70 more responses. So 70 more responses is what I'm waiting for. Keep going, and let's see what happens. And please don't forget to tweet about it. It's a totally online event. It's happening for the first time, like, kind of a gaming environment where I am doing this tech stuff. And I have never done it myself as well. It's a kind of an experiment which we are doing. And if it works, great. Then if you will give full support, then we will do more such events. And not just for Flutter, but for other technologies as well, for Android, for web. And trust me, it will be planned well. This time it was very quick, so we could not plan it in the best way possible. But yes, next time there will be more people, and there will be more such. Maybe we can do it like for 2 days or 3 days, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. So how many minutes? 6 minutes to go. 6 more minutes, and let's see how many responses I got. Just 25 responses. Please hurry up and make it at least 50 plus. I mean, 100 people. What you are worried about? Like, I don't know. I just have to fill the form. Even if it is wrong, like even if you don't know, then also it's fine. It's just for fun. Nobody's gonna judge you on the basis of your answers. But yeah, I mean, this is a time where you should definitely, like, we are all in a COVID-19 situation. Everyone is kind of depressed in one or other way. And these are the things we are doing so that people can learn as well as, and they can divert their mind from the things which are happening all around us. So yeah, let's do some fun stuff as well. Let's try to come forward and join all these things, quizzes. And we have like 5 more minutes to go, and now we have got 2 more responses only. Like, it's just 27. I'm still waiting for more. And as soon as this 5 minutes will end, I'll close the responses, and I'll show you who won, and like who all participated as well. So I'm still waiting, and then we have Deven session waiting as well. So we have to go for that as soon as possible, as soon as we are done with this, so that, yeah, I'm very hungry, so we have to finish that, and then I'll go for lunch. And right now we just got 28 responses. I don't know why people are not filling the form, or you missed the form. Let me just paste it again so that you don't miss it. Okay, some of the people might be searching for the answer on the net. That's fine. I mean, yeah, so Pascal is there, like, talking to you guys in the live chat. So please be a good boy and answer his questions. So he's asking, like, how many questions could you answer confidently? Please tell us, because this is not like nobody is judging you on the basis of the right or wrong answers. It's just for your all kind of, so that you can learn. so that we can also see how much confident you are and what are the areas where we need to publish more content. So that's what I want, that's what Pascal want, and all the speakers in this session want. And we are not earning from it anything. If you'll see, we are not being sponsored by anyone. We are doing it all alone, like all the speakers and me. We are collaborating to provide the best learning experience in the best way possible, because I personally don't believe in the education stuff which is happening these days. So it's kind of very annoying as well, and very pathetic. So we want to give something back, and we are doing this. So okay, how much time is left? Just 3 minutes, 3 more minutes, and we are gonna finish this, and I'm gonna show you the answers. 120 people have joined, and only how many? Only 35 responses. At least cross 50, man. Like, I'll paste the link again once more so that you don't miss it. Okay, so people have started responding. How many of them have confidently answered how many questions? So Abhishek says 4 questions he has answered, which is not a bad number. I hope that he's just starting and he will enjoy the journey of being a Flutter developer. Sudhanshu saying most of them he could answer, and Sayan Mondal saying 80%. So yeah, I'm also announcing your names. So Ashish is also saying like he's answered 8 or 9 questions confidently. Yash, thank you so much. And Ayush has donated 40 rupees for the live stream. That is so kind of you. And all this donation thing which you do is like goes for the development of this channel. This is not something which I keep with me. And also there is you can go to patreon.com/mtechviral and you can donate there as well. So all the options are there, and let me know if you want to help anyhow. And also your feedbacks are welcome. And we have just 1 more minute, and just 46 responses. Just cross 4 more and we will close this. I'm waiting for 4 more responses quickly. And we have how many people are there? I mean, it's 125. Please, like, just 4 more. 46 is like it's stuck on 46. Go ahead and fill the form in just next 40 seconds. 40 seconds is all you have. Okay, like, what's happening? Like, developers are very like, there are YouTubers who are getting millions of views and they are doing some nonsense YouTube versus TikTok, but we are someone who are trying to do something good, and we really want you to participate. So please do that. I did not know that container has a margin. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, there are many things which we also don't know. There are some things which we miss. Okay, so now I am ending it. It's 12:25, and let's see how many responses we got. We got 47 responses, and now we are not accepting any responses. There will be next quiz after 2 sessions, like after Deven's one and then the second one after the lunch. And now I'm gonna share my screen and let's see who won. So Chrome tab quiz share. Okay, I hope you can see it now. Can you see it? So we got 47 responses, and let's see what happens. Who won this? Are you ready? Okay, I'm still waiting to see like if my screen is visible. Yes. So now here I'm gonna zoom a little bit, and okay, so the first question, correct response is 11 out of 47. That is fine. And missed questions, these are missed questions. This is not a keyword in the Dart language, which is also missed. Only 22 correct responses. Obviously, the person who has won it is Pascal. He had scored 10 by 10. That is fine. That is really fine. Release score. So I'm releasing it. So all the people who have submitted it will get this email. And yes, so 10 by 10 by Pascal. Hasnain has done Good job. He has also scored 8. Ayush 7. Okay, Nash 9. Nash is also there. There are many people here. Yash 9, 7. Kiran Reddy 8 by Ganesh Jaswal. There are 2 more quizzes coming, so don't feel bad. There are still chances that you will win something. And this list will be with me, so don't worry. I'll try to do everything what I can do for you guys. In Flutter, everything is a widget, which is the correct answer. Which widget can handle app bar, drawer, bottom navigation bar, etc. with ease? Answer is scaffold. And widget A has a flex of 2, widget B has a flex of 1, and widget C has not been explicitly given a flex. And whatever it is, which widget is the largest? So answer is widget A. Theme data dot primary swatch is of type material color. That is the answer. We can use box decoration without using a container, and the answer is true. Yes. This class is used to specify the amount of padding, and that is edge insets, which you can use. If you're using Velocity X, you don't have to use it. That's kind of promotion I just wanted to do. Okay, because I don't have any session today, unfortunately. But yeah, that's fine. This class is used to specify the amount of margin in a container. That is again edge insets. Hero class uses the property to identify same object on 2 pages. The answer is tag. How it does is like you have same tag in 2 different screens. This is not a keyword in the dot programming language. Which one? Future is not a keyword. It's like small future is not a keyword, right? Like small f. Okay, if we have to scroll a column without changing it to a list, we use this widget, and that is called single child scroll view. That was a very easy kind of quiz, which you all did fabulously well. And now we will move to our next session, and let me just start with the next one. Just give me a second, and I think we should be ready. So welcome, first of all, Deven. Deven is someone who has done a lot of things in animations department, and he published a lot of things on Twitter. So you can follow him on Twitter, and you will find so many things about him. So now I'm ending this, and I'll see you very soon again.
So welcome to the internal working of Flutter animations. Today we want to peer underneath the Flutter animation framework and actually look at how the components that make up this framework interact to give you the output you need when creating a Flutter animation. Now, it would be helpful if you've created a few animations, explicit animations in Flutter, because it would give you, that means you would have a good understanding of what these things are, and maybe even the problems that you faced because you couldn't understand what some things do. But even if you have not done anything in animations yet, it is still not a bad idea to listen to these kinds of things, because once you have a basic idea of how these things work underneath, it genuinely gives you a solid grasp of how they work on the top. So so we're gonna start from the basics and work our way towards the actual internals. But just before that, I just a bit about myself. So I work in a company called Baitfinder, and we're based in Austin, Texas. So we have a lot of Flutter-based products for for now mainly the fishery industry in the U.S. And we have a lot of projects upcoming as well. And most of our stack is Flutter, apart from web at this moment. But we're looking to transition more things to Flutter and try to unify our code base as a whole. I am a technical writer for Flutter since Flutter was an alpha, just around the time it came to beta. And I write on Medium, and I've been writing on Medium for a long time now. And I started out with these deep dive kind of articles, and they pretty much got a bit of traction, and it just seeing the response of the community just made me want to write more and more. So mostly I write on Medium and some other blogs like Code Magic, and there's a lot of blogs that I've written mainly Flutter content for. I also since Hack 20 is probably tomorrow now. I also won the first Hack 19 that was last year internationally, and overall that was also a great experience. Mostly my experiments are on Twitter, and we'll get to that at the end because we don't really want to we want to get to the content as fast as possible. Okay, so first of all, what is an animation? So an animation is really defined in terms of state change, if you can say that. What I mean is, an animation is really trying to, if you think about it, there's no direct purpose for an animation. An animation is made for humans. There's no objective purpose to animations. So for example, if you have a box that changes from 10 to 100, that box, an animation would change that box gradually from 10 to 100. So it would not go from 10 to 100 instantly. It would rather be a gradual change in state of the box size or the box length or whatever, that would go from 10 to 100 over time rather than just going instantly. So that is the basic concept of an animation, a gradual change over a long time, relatively long time. So then there's like many kinds of animations, which are like, it can be a change like in visibility, it can be like a fade in, fade out, it can be a size change, it can be a color change. It can even be a combination of many types of animations. And there's Flutter offers like easy way to do lots of this. But underneath it, we just want to understand how does Flutter actually empower us to create all of these. So that's what an animation is. Now, like we said, an animation really, when we say an animation, we want to think about how the values change. So, and more how the values change over time. So we want to interpolate at this instant in time, what will the value of this animation be? So for example, if you start out with 10 and you want to end up at 100, then at half the time, what is the size? At 1/4 of the time, what is the size? So this change, when you can get this change, it will allow you to get what is the animation value right now, and that will make your user feel, okay, this is a gradual change from A to B. So in order to do this, we need to interpolate values between start and end, or begin and end points. So this is easy enough for color. So this is easy enough for sizes, which will just go from 0 to 100. If there's 100 seconds and I want to do it, if I want to change from 0 to 100, if there's 100 seconds, I can just do like, for the first second it'll be 1, second it'll be 2. So it's very easy to see how doubles or like normal values can be interpolated, but things like color become more complex, because because going from blue to red, it's not a very easy thing that your mind just imagines. Whereas going from 0 to 100, you objectively just know what is the next value. So the main trick to animation is interpolating values. Okay, so an essential concept in Flutter animations is a tween. So tweens stand for in-betweening. So tweens help you find this value. So any value between your begin and end. So if you're going from 0 to 1, they help you find, if your duration is 1 second and 0.5 seconds, what is the current value. So tweens help you find, let's just say, the values in between to the begin and end. And so tweens can evaluate values at certain points, and tweens can return animations. So for now, we've talked about two Flutter objects, and if you've done Flutter animations, you'll be pretty familiar with these two, which are tweens and animations. Now, as a beginner, it can get very there's not an easy way to understand what each one is doing, and that's what this talk is kind of trying to explain. So essentially, we want to have a gradual change in a value to display on the screen. So we have, for now, we have two concepts. We have a tween and we have an animation. So let's try creating a very basic animation, like a very basic animation to change the size of a square, for example. Now, when we go, so this is a basic, pretty basic Flutter app, and let's observe what are the singular things that we need to change when we're doing when we're creating an animation. So the first thing which you'll probably notice is that we need to add this. So a single ticker provider state mixin. It's a bit of a mouthful, but so this is very essential. We'll go into why later. The next thing you need is an animation controller. So we've said, so an animation controller, for now, let's just say it controls the animation. So it starts and stops or whatever. Let's just say for now that an animation controller controls an animation. The second thing, what we talked about were tweens. You don't need to define one, but for now, we'll just define it for clarity. So we'll make a double tween. So we want a value to go from, so this basic app just creates a square of 10 by 10. We want this to go from 10 to 100. So let me just refresh, sorry. Yeah, so now you have a very small square of size 10. Now we want this to go from 10 to 100. So first we'll define a tween. Like we discussed, a tween gives you values between a begin and an end at a certain instant in time. Now, so we want it, let's just call it tween, and we begin at 10 and we end at 100 because that's our begin and end for the animation. And the last part is the animation. For now, let's just name it animation. Now, we've not defined the animation controller, so let's do that. We need to give it a duration. Let's just have 1 second, and we need to give it vsync. Okay, so so till now, what are the main concepts we've dealt with? One is the single ticker provider state mixin. The second is an animation controller. The third is the tween. The fourth is an animation. And then there's this vsync thing. But okay. So the tween is already defined. And you get an animation from tween.animate. And you pass in the parent, which will be your animation controller. So the reason I'm not explaining this much is, like, for now, I want everyone to have a simplistic view of it, and then we can go in depth. So the simplistic view here would be, there's an animation controller which controls the animation. There's an animation which we want to run, and that animation runs on the tweens values, which begin at 10 and end at 100. So one of the last things we need to do is we need to use the width and height. So we need to use the animations values for the width and height of the container instead of that. And it won't, and right now if you run it, it will not run because we are not actually doing anything. We're not actually refreshing or rebuilding the UI when an animation value changes. So just bear in mind, this is a bad practice to just complete. So don't use add listener and just set state because it refreshes the whole UI. But right now, right now it just helps explain the point. So for now, it's okay. So we're using this to just refresh the screen when the animation value changes. An animation controller is responsible for starting the animation. So the animation controller, we need to actually, so forward actually starts the animation. Add listener refreshes it. This creates the animation. This creates the animation controller. So good enough for now. If we run it, so we get a square that expands from 10 to 100, right? Now, let's just isolate these things. So now we actually want to look into what we've actually done. the animation controller good enough, but what is VSync? Why do we need an animation controller at all? Why can't we just have like animation.start? What is this tween doing? And in the end, what is this thing? And you can also use ticket provider state mix and a single ticket provider state mix, and either way, that's a mouthful. So we want to actually find out the differences in the purposes of all of these. So we just did this. We just did a basic animation so that everyone gets to the same level in terms of how a basic animation in Flutter works. So we've done this. Now let's just go back. So we've looked at a very basic animation example, which involved tweens, animation controllers, and animations. So to recap, animation controllers control the value, tweens set the begin and the end, and give you the values in between, and animations give you the value to use inside the container or the rebuild, the UI itself. Okay. So the question is, if tweens have a begin and an end, and they can tell us what the value is at a certain point, are tweens animations? So the question is more this. The tween here gives us a begin and an end. And since I wrote that tweens also give us a value in between, can the tween work in place of the animation itself? So let's try it. Let's just remove this animation as a whole. Now, let's see if tweens have anything. So tweens have the transform method. So transform is a method that gives that takes a time t, tween.transform and time t. So this time is when at what instant we want the value. So we have a tween with begin and end. What that transform method is asking is at what instant do you want the value of tween? So at 0 it would be 10, and at 1 it would be 100. So to understand this, but let's just go back a bit and let's look at animation controllers first. So again, what really are animation controllers? I mean, why do we need them? Why isn't there just a start method for animation? So this is the simplistic view of it. A controller controls an animation controls a widget. So when the animation changes, the widget changes, the controller starts as animation, blah, blah, blah. So what we can say is the animation controller controls or drives the animations. But again, what does that really mean? I mean, there's no real definition to it. So when we create an animation from a tween, we pass a parent. So here, when we pass in, for now, we'll just go back a bit. Okay. So when we were creating this animation, we pass a parent. Now, what is this parent? I mean, is it, are there some kind of callbacks defined that start the animation? Are there, so what does driving it mean? So here's the crux of the entire situation. An animation controller is an animation, which is weird. An animation controller is actually an animation from 0 to 1. And that's really weird to hear. Because imagine if a Google Map controller was actually Google Map. And that's, I know that's ridiculous, and that's kind of the point. So if an animation controller is an animation, what is exactly happening? So let's go back, and now we have a whole other way to look at it, and I agree it might be even more confusing than what is earlier, and that is a phase to understanding this fully. So what we're saying now is that we have some kind of animation that does 10 to 100. That's good. But now what we're saying is this is also an animation. And if that's an animation, then what's driving that animation? So this is an animation that is driven by the animation controller. But what we're saying now is an animation controller is actually an animation. So the question is, what is driving the animation controller? So a tween is an object that you can tell the intermediate value between a beginning and an end. Meaning you had a beginning 0 or the end 100, and at any instant in time, it can tell you what is the value. An animation takes a parent animation double. So this animation, when in the this tween in the animate method actually wants another animation. And to understand this better, let's just remove the animation code for now. So earlier we were listening to animation and we were adding a listener to the animation, but now we're saying that the animation controller is itself an animation. So why can't we listen to animation controller? And we can. So what we're saying is the animation controller is an animation that runs from 0 to 1. So this makes, so now let's just remove the animation altogether then. Now we have a time. So let's do tween.transform like we did earlier. And now let's try using the animation controller's value. Now let's run this, and it works exactly the same. So what's happening here? So the tween.transform method is a method that takes a value from 0 to 1. 1 meaning completed, 0 meaning like the beginning. So what we're saying is, what is the tween's value when the animation controller is at this value, whatever the value might be. So it might be 0, it might progress up to 1. So we're running this animation controller. The animation controller, when we set it forwards in motion, the animation controller goes ahead. So it goes from 0 to 1. And we listen to changes in the animation state. And then for everything, we wrap it. And for every animation value, we get the tween's equivalent value. And this gives us a big hint into what an animation actually is. So an animation is basically a tween. It is not much more. An animation is basically a tween, but with some added features. So what are the added features? If you noticed, when we defined an animation, when we actually defined the animation and we had something like, let's say animation.value, and the same over here, we did not have to pass an instant in time. So like we do over here, we did not have to pass a value from 0 to 1, but the reason for that is that it is taking it. We are already providing the animation controller to the tween or to this animation to get it to get the value out of implicitly. So in summary, an animation controller, an animation is a tween with it's a wrapper around a tween in some sense. So it wraps a tween, and what it does is it gets the animation controller's value, and it doesn't make you actually calculate the values on your own. So calculate the tween's equivalent values on your own. But then what does it make you do? So the added feature of it is that an animation helps you listen to it. So when you look into when you look into the internals of an animation itself, what you will spot is it extends listenable. So the main purpose of an animation is one, to give you the values without you having to calculate them from a tween. And the second is to notify you when that animation value changes. So in summary, the animation value, the animation itself, an animation is a wraparound tween. A tween carries some values and gives you intermediate values, and an animation gives you a way to listen to changes. So when I said adding a listener here is bad, that's because a better method is, if this container changes, we can basically wrap it with animated builder, and then we can listen to an animation, which here would be animation, and then we can just get snapshot.value, for example. Oh, sorry. Then we can just get an animation.value. And now, without even listening to it, we can just observe this animation. This is not possible with a tween because a tween does not allow us to listen to it. The only way to do it would be to return an animation. And since we said an animation controller is also an animation, you can do it just fine. So you can also listen to an animation controller or an animation. The advantage of this being there is that you can now build certain elements like this container, and only this portion of it will build. Everything else will not rebuild because and that saves you, that just makes for a more efficient app since your entire UI is not being rebuilt. Okay, so back to the main question. If the animation controller is an animation, then what drives that animation? So for now, we've established how everything works after an animation controller says go ahead. But when it says go ahead, what is driving that forward, right? So tickers. So now we go into the part that we discussed that we saw over here. What is the single ticker provider state mixin and why is it so long? So to drive the animation controller from, like, let's say 0 to 1, we use tickers. So like the name, tickers provide ticks. And on every tick, the animation controllers get the time from the start, meaning they get elapsed time. They don't just, for example, if your device, let's just say in an ideal case, your tickers would run, let's say, once per second. But for some reason, if your animation is too heavy or I don't know, something goes wrong, your phone is slow, something happens, and your second tick happens not at 2 seconds, but at 2.5 seconds. At that instant in time, your animation controller will actually get that 2.5 and it will calculate that I need to be at 2.5. I cannot be at 2. So even if the animation runs slowly, if the frames render slowly, the animation does not go slower. So the main thing is the animation runs on time, and even if the frames drop, the animation, so a 1 second duration animation does not turn into a 2 second or 3 second duration animation. So in the worst case, if something goes wrong, then it would just become more, it would just the frames would drop, but the duration would not change. And that is essential to a lot of different cases because since in a Flutter app, if you have some UI elements that are which have some interaction between them, then it becomes really hard when the duration of the animation is extended. So yeah, so we calculate values in elapsed time, and slower frames will make the animation lag behind. So let's look at that let's look into the actual source code of it. So what it does is the forward. Everything else here is asserts, and the main thing is the animate to internal method. And this is a nice way, if suppose you've disabled animations, they just limit the animations to a very, very small period. So it just happens to be instant, but it's actually not instant. So even if you want to go through a code, it's actually pretty good to just read. And since everyone's locked down, you like everyone has extra time, we can just try something new out. So the main thing here is this method. So if you see start simulation, sorry, the method to note here. So start simulation. So first of all, what is a simulation? So a simulation is it's a predictor of what a value would be at a certain point, but not exactly like tweens. So for example, if you imagine, so here our simulation is going to be really simple. It's just going to be so for 0.5, which is going to be 0.5 because so for example, if you have a 1 second duration animation at 0.5 seconds, it would the value at y, or like the value, sorry, the value at so the return value would just be 0.5. If you have a 2 second one, then it would be 0.25. So it just simulates what a value would be over some duration. Now let me give you an example if that's not clear. So you also have spring simulations. So spring simulations, you can actually get the dx, or where the spring will be at a certain point. So it will give you, so if you visualize a spring doesn't just go one way. It will go forward, come back, and stuff like that. So here this is an example of a simulation. So a spring simulation, like the one we use over here, it will go ahead, come back, go ahead, come back, go ahead, come back, and that is how simulations work. They give you the corresponding values at instance in time. So so we have the simulation, and the main thing here is the ticker.start. So what is a ticker and where does it come from? So what is a ticker we've discussed. A ticker just ticks and gives you and updates the animation. So where does a ticker come from? It comes from this thing. So what is the vsync? What is this parameter? Now, if you've played if you play like high FPS games, like I don't know, CS:GO or stuff like that, what vsync is a way to match the frames of the game with the refresh frames of the monitor itself, so you don't accidentally miss frames out. So here it's not precisely that concept, but it's close. So vsync allows the animation to reload once an internal frame inside the Flutter engine is scheduled. So a ticker is provided a callback. So when this animation controller, it uses one ticker. So a single ticker has just one ticker for efficiency purposes. A normal ticker provider state mixer will have a set of tickers, not just it will have a set of tickers instead of a single ticker, and then it will just create them as required. So when you pass the vsync parameter to the animation controller, that vsync is used to create to create an equivalent ticker for this animation. And this tick is the most important thing. This variable tick is actually a callback of what should happen when a tick happens. So like when a ticker says, okay, you can go ahead and run something because that's the new tick. This is the main thing. So when a tick occurs, you notify your listeners And now your listeners are the animations. So for example, the animated builder that we use, the animation that we use over there, that animation listens to this thing. So notify listeners notifies that thing. And then you have some other checks that if the simulation is done. So for example, if the upper bound is reached, then just complete it or dismiss it or stuff like that. So that is what it takes. So this tick is a callback and that you have to pass when creating this ticker. So in summary, a ticker is it's like a persistent it's like a ticking clock. So it takes a certain amount of times, and that tick gives a callback to this to the ticker, and when an animation controller creates this ticker, it provides this callback. So when the ticker ticks, the animation controller can finally run this code, which updates your UI. This code. So now you have this create ticker method, and you have a tick. In the ticker itself, there's not a lot of stuff, but the main thing is the ticker.start. This is the main thing. So you schedule a tick. So this is the base of everything, which is the scheduler binding. Below this, you go into, I think below this you go into like a lot of native code directly. But scheduler binding is the instance that you use to create the most you use to actually schedule the ticks that come along, which come back to the ticker. So essentially, this is how the story goes. So you create an animation controller, you call forward. That forward when you call sorry, let's start again. When you create an animation controller, it defines a ticker. That ticker is used in the forward function to actually start the simulation, or essentially just create or just start the ticks that are used over here. Those ticks schedule things schedule the actual frame callbacks required for Flutter to actually render the frames again. So this ticker, when it starts, when it ticks, then the callback is called that we use to create in the ticker. So on tick is called, which is then it goes back. So the on tick is called, and in the on tick of the animation controller, we over here so in the tick of the animation controller, we update the final UI that becomes the animation that we see. So as a total summary, so animation controllers, they create or use a ticker values provided by ticker. So they use a ticker provided. They're not created tickers. Rather, the animation controller creates a ticker and places it inside the ticker provider, so that with its own defined callback. So the forward function of the controller starts the ticker, and which internally schedules a tick using an instance of scheduler binding. And the last part is single ticker provider state mixin maintains just one ticker, while ticker provider state mixin keeps a set of tickers for animations to access. This is because using a single ticker, you will still have you'll have better efficiency. But note that even if you have multiple tickers, they will, to my knowledge, tick at the same time. They will not tick in series or stuff like that. They will tick at the same time. So as a total summary of what was just said, animation controllers aren't really necessary, but they start the actual process, and they schedule the ticker. So they become necessary because of the ticker part, not because they control the animation itself. If you wanted to, you could create an animation yourself from 0 to 1 that you provide to your normal animation. Yeah, so in this parent, you can just yeah, in the animate method, which expects an animation double, you can just provide a normal animation and be done with it. But then you would have to figure out yourself a way to update these animations, so a way to drive these animations. So an animation controller's main job is the ticker part. It is the 0 to 1 part, even though it is an animation, is just more of a side thing. A tween is the main thing responsible for giving you the values in between beginning and ending. An animation is not. An animation is something of a wrapper around a tween, which actually gives you a way to listen to the tween and update on these animation changes. So since the animation controller changes the animation, an animation can change the animated builder. The animation, one more optimization which the animation also gives is that the animation does not make you actually calculate from the tween and the time of what the value of the animation should be at that point. So animation adds an animation adds convenience. An animation controller provides the drive or actually schedules the UI to actually schedule the ticks that change the animation state. The tween just define the beginning and the end of the animation, and the animation itself is not. It's just a wrapper, or it's just a convenience over a tween for you to use in your UI, because using a tween directly would be slightly, it would just be awkward, because then you would have to deal with two objects instead of just one. The animation controller takes vsync, and vsync is just a handle to create these tickers, ticker or tickers, depending upon how many of them you need. And the tween.animate method is just a way to provide your parent animation so that you can easily calculate the animation's values. The animation controller forward is just a way to start the ticks of the animation controller, so that everything linked to this start animation controller can then move ahead and just update accordingly to this one animation controller. And then the animated builder just accepts any animation that. So the only reason this works is because the animation object has allows us to listen to it. So in essence, that's how these components actually work internally. And maybe it's confusing, maybe it's not, maybe it could even use some more depth, but knowing this much really gives you a sense into why these are. And as when I was starting out with these kinds of things, it really it really made me wonder about why are there three things? Why can't there just be one thing? Why can't a bit do a lot of these things in unison? So when you understand these, it just becomes much nicer. It just becomes much cleaner for you to understand what is going on behind them. And overall, I just think it helps us understand animations as a whole concept a bit better. So that ends my talk for Flutter Day, and I hope you got something out of it. And maybe if you could understand animations a bit in a deeper sense, I'm glad. So if you want to check out my other work, it would be on Medium, on Twitter, or on GitHub. Twitter, I'm mostly active. GitHub, I have a lot of projects that I do. I'm active for a lot of. I'm active a lot for some time, then I'm just silent sometime next, and this cycle just keeps repeating. Medium, I'm mostly consistent, but some things are slightly slow because of a new project that I have still yet to announce. And my Twitter, just you can definitely hit me up if you have any questions or stuff like that. So thank you, and hopefully hopefully you'll have a better day, a much very good day with the rest of Flutter Day 2020. Thanks.
गाइस अब मैं तुमको दिखाऊंगा महंगे वाले किले, ठीक है। तो व्हेन यू आर इन यूएस, जब भी आप यूएस जैसी जगह पे आते हो तो आप देखते हो इस तरीके के केले, ये इतने महंगे हैं कि इतने में ये 2 केले आते हैं, उतने में हमारे इंडिया में 1 दर्जन केले आ जाते हैं। तो ये डिफरेंस है। और ऑरेंजेस देख सकते हो, और प्राइस भी दिखाता हूँ मैं आपको उनका। तो 69 सेंट्स ईच। तो इसका मतलब क्या होता है पता है? इसका मतलब ये होता है कि कुछ नहीं तो होंगे 50 रुपये का एक। और केले भी ऑलमोस्ट सेम प्राइस पे मिलते हैं यहाँ पे। तो 50 रुपये का एक केला होगा। अगर एयरपोर्ट पे हो तो मैंने 150 रुपये का एक केला भी खरीदा है, यानी 150 रुपये का। सो या दैट्स द ब्यूटी। दिस प्लेस is cheaper than the airport obviously. So 90 cents per each, which is somewhere around, अगर हम इसको देखें तो होगा कुछ 18-19 रुपये का एक केला, which is still good. Okay. गाइस अब मैं तुमको दिखाऊंगा महंगे वाले किले, ठीक है। मैंने पहली बार अपनी लाइफ में देखा है इस तरीके से। तो यस, बहुत सही लग रहा है, मज़ा भी आ रहा है। और आप देख सकते हो कि फुली पैक्ड हूँ मैं ऑलरेडी, और आपको होना पड़ेगा बिकॉज़ आप ऐसे वेदर को कभी चैलेंज कर नहीं सकते हो। और मज़ा भी इसी में। अभी तो बहुत एक्साइटमेंट भी है फ्लटर इंटरेक्ट को लेके, और वीडियोस बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, बट यू नो वेदर इज़ नॉट फेवरिंग मी। तो वेदर मेरे फेवर में सच है नहीं, बट यस लेट्स सी कितना बना पाते हैं, और अभी अपडेट करूँगा आप लोगों को। सो गाइज, अपन पहुँचने वाले हैं फ्लटर इंटरेक्ट का वेन्यू है जो ब्रुकलिन स्टूडियोज़, एंड आप देख सकते हो कितना बकचोद मौसम है। बट हाँ, स्नोफॉल मैंने पहली बार अपनी लाइफ में देखा है इस तरीके से। तो यस, बहुत सही लग रहा है, मज़ा भी आ रहा है। और आप देख सकते हो कि फुली पैक्ड हूँ मैं ऑलरेडी, और आपको होना पड़ेगा बिकॉज़ आप ऐसे वेदर को कभी चैलेंज कर नहीं सकते हो। और मज़ा भी इसी में। अभी तो बहुत एक्साइटमेंट भी है फ्लटर इंटरेक्ट को लेके। So this is the Intel I/O party is going on here, and we can see that a lot of people are enjoying a lot of stuff. There are a lot of experiments. Start हो गया अपना क्या? आपकी फ़ोटो ले ली मैंने,
शुक्रिया।
फ़ोटो लेके काम चला लेता हूँ, एडिट कर लेता हूँ। तो
गिलास मत दिखाना उसमें,
ठीक है, दिखा दे, हाथ में मत दिखाना। बस हाथ दिखाया, अब आपका है कि किसका है थोड़ी ना पता चल रहा है। ये क्लिप काफी काम आने वाली है। एक्सप्रेशन देखे भाई के।
Let's go and sit outside. अच्छा माहौल है बहुत। भाई
इसमें
आईफोन ले लिया,
उसको शूट कर रहा हूँ।
औकात बना ली अपनी। एंड्रॉइड वाले पोको फोन की तारीफ करने वाले।
चाहता है
पता नहीं, चेक नहीं क्या करता।
हेलो,
गाली बक रहा था, बात गाली बक।
हाँ भाई,
गाली बक रहा था।
गाली को मतलब हद है यार। मतलब बोलो भाई, मतलब औकात पोको, भाई पोको फोन की तारीफ करता है बंदा फेसबुक पे, बोलता है पोको फोन इज द बेस्ट फोन, और आईफोन लेके घूम रहा है।
मैं करता फोको फोन की।
शिल्पा जा रही है, मैं जा रहा हूँ, भाई का प्लान है।
चलो
सुबह सुबह निकल लेते हैं अपन, और क्या?
हाँ, सुबह
निकल लेंगे। कैल ट्रेन से चलने का प्लान कर रहा हूँ।
चलो, एक्सपीरियंस हो जाएगा वो भी एक।
हाँ वो सही है
यार मेरे पास लेकिन बैग है यार, दो बड़े बड़े।
बैग लेके जाना है क्या सिर्फ?
हैं?
बैग लेके थोड़ी जाना है सिर्फ।
मतलब बैग है मेरे पास, ये बोल रहा हूँ।
Live streaming is on.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and I hope you had a lunch. And I know it's a very long day, but trust me, it's worth it. So thanks for giving your time, precious time, I would say. So I'm gonna just bring the next session to you. And I know like many of you are so much confused about state management, although I would suggest to don't get confused. There are many options, and whatever works for you, just try it out. Otherwise, if you are just working on a very small application, it doesn't even matter. You can just use maybe normally what we have like provider. You can just use set state first of all. Then you can use a value listenable builder, and you can use provider, whatever works for you. If you are someone who has done little bit work on stream controllers and all, then you can try out block or redux. And there are a couple of libraries which are pretty cool and which are being used by so many people. One is Flutter block, and second is MobX. So MobX is something which people have given so much positive feedback about, and that's why I thought about to ask the person who has done a great contribution for that library, Pawan Podila, and he is with us today. And he's gonna talk about MobX and how to manage state using MobX in Flutter. So that's what we will see. And I think by the end of the video, you will get pretty much the idea, what is exactly state management and how you can start with MobX. To be honest, like I have thought about making a full kind of video on MobX, but I didn't get that much time. And maybe after this talk, I'll also learn few things about MobX, and I'll also come up with another video with MobX. So I think all of you are here. I can see many people still joining. So we'll start in next few minutes. So thanks for being here, and over to you, Pawan. Please start with MobX and share your wisdom about everything which you have done with MobX. So all the best, and thanks everyone for this is Friday, and the response which you have shown is pretty amazing. So thanks for everything, and now I am going for a while. I'll be back with the next speaker after this, which is very interesting session, and Norbert will be joining us for that. That will be about canvas in Flutter. That's also very interesting. So join for MobX, and then I'll come back with for like next 2 or 3 hours probably. So keep watching, and I'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Pavan Podila, and in this session I'm going to talk to you about state management in Dart and Flutter apps using the MobX framework. Now, state management is actually a pretty hard problem, and we can see that as your application grows in size, the amount of data that you're going to manage and the amount of interactions and the interdependence. Hello everyone, my name is Pavan Podila, and in this session I'm going to talk to you about state management in Dart and Flutter apps using the MobX framework. Now, state management is actually a pretty hard problem, and we can see that as your application grows in size, the amount of data that you're going to manage and the amount of interactions and the interdependencies that you have between various features can become a little tricky to deal with. So what I want to focus on in this session is to show you that in a MobX can help you simplify that kind of state management and look at its abstractions and also some examples in code, so that you can see for yourself how it takes away the pain of managing state and lets you focus more on your own application and business logic. So let's get started with state management in MobX. Now, as I stated earlier, state management is actually a hard problem. Now, when you have a very simple application, which has just one feature, maybe it might be easy to manage the state that you have in your application. And by state, I mean any data that is used across the application to render the different parts of your UI. right? So initially the state looks very simple and it's easy to manage, and you can probably get by simply using the set state inside Flutter. And as it gets more and more complex, you can probably start adding more management features like providers and a specific framework like MobX to manage the state. But initially, of course, everything looks simple and it's clear. But as your scale of your application increases, this can be a tough problem to deal with. Now, one thing to remember is that the relationship between data and UI is actually critical in this application. And although the designers in our application team could be creating something really fancy and make it seem like the UI is the most important aspect, what really is important to understand over here is that data is the heart of your application, and it is the data that drives the UI. Ultimately, if you think of it, it is the pixels on your screen are ultimately painted versions of your data, right? It's the visual counterparts of what you have in your data and object models. So it's the data that is very important, and it's you should be spending more time making sure the object modeling and the way the relationships between various entities inside our application are structured and modeled, and give careful thought to that before you jump on to making it look beautiful on the screen. And of course, Flutter can help us in making things look beautiful, but before we get there, you should always take a step back and realize that data is the most important aspect and the critical aspect of building applications. Now, we are talking about state management, right? So let's start with something very simple and the basic. Now, state is something that is read synchronously by the UI. And I'm actually highlighting the parts which are very important in this particular statement. So state is something that is read synchronously by the UI, but when it is rendered, it is notified to the UI for scheduling an update, right? So as soon as the state is read inside a build function of your widget or in some other parts of your UI, the data may be read synchronously, but the painting of the data on the screen happens asynchronously. Right? It doesn't happen immediately as soon as the data is read. It in fact happens by a scheduled update, which is pushed onto some kind of a queue, which eventually gets flushed out to the screen. Right? So it's very important to understand this duality over here. The state is, although read synchronously, is pushed out to the screen asynchronously. Now inside your application, the one which is the state are the screens which are visible to you carry very little state. And that state is only a small part or a subset of something much larger called the application state. And this application state resembles the submerged part of an iceberg. Right? What you see on the screen is after all a very small part of the application state. And as you move between different screens, you'll probably be seeing different parts of the application state. But the thing to remember here is that every screen full of data that you're showing on the screen is only a small part of something much bigger. Now, before we go on to understand how MobX tackles state management, let's build some mental model around how state in general changes over time. Now, and this is called as the side effect model. Now, the state sits at the center of everything. And in order to mutate or change the state, you need to apply some actions. Now, you could actually change the state directly, but that is not a recommended approach. What you want to do is do it through a specific abstraction called an action. And we need this abstraction called the action because it gives a semantic meaning to the specific mutation that you're applying to the state, right? So by applying these actions, you can mutate the state. Now, just by mutating the state is not going to make things interesting. What you need ultimately are also to visualize these changes on the screen. And that's where you need the observers. So that's the step 2 of your entire side effect model. The step 2 is where you need to apply some observers, which are going to listen to these changes in the state and then do side effects or mutations, or not side effects, but sorry, not mutations, but updates to the screen, which are shown in the form of UI changes, or it could be some animations, or it could be some network operations, and so on. So at the center of it, you have the state, actions mutate the state, and then you have observers, which will look at these changes and then do some side effects over here. Now, one thing to note here is that the side effects are separate from the actual mutation, right? The observer is the one which instigates or rather invokes the side effects, and this is happening after an action is applied. Now, these side effects can also obviously fire more actions, and that completes the loop which you see over here. So that is how a state inside an application constantly keeps on changing. Now, these changes could be happening through specific actions fired by the system, fired by the user, or also some automatic actions happening in the background. And that completes the loop of your side effect model. So at the heart of it, you have the state. And specifically to manage the state as it grows complex over time, we have frameworks like MobX. Now there are other frameworks as well inside Flutter to manage the state, but here we're going to talk specifically about MobX and how it manages state inside your application. Now MobX consists of three important abstractions. You have the observables, which carry the reactive state of your application. And by reactive, I mean anytime you make modifications to the state, it fires a notification. And this notification goes out to all the reactions which are listening to the changes in the state. So that's the second abstraction we have in MobX, which is reactions. So observables fire notifications when changed, which are notified to the reactions. Now these reactions can obviously also fire more actions, which are semantic operations applied to mutate the observables inside our application. Actions have semantic meaning, so instead of simply saying value plus plus, you have a semantically named operation like increment count, right? Which of course sounds more meaningful than simply saying value plus plus. Now, these are the actions which will mutate the observables or the reactive state of your application. And these three pillars are the triad of abstractions inside MobX, happen in a unidirectional format. The flow of information over here is always unidirectional. So the reactions fire actions, actions will mutate observables, observables notify the reactions, and that's how the loop or the circle of life happens inside MobX. Now let's look at specifically the kinds of observables that MobX provides. Now what an observable does, and one of the core behaviors of an observable, is to notify its own changes, right? So here we have a change being applied to an observable, and when that change gets applied, all the notifications are fired out to anyone who's listening to that particular observable. These observables obviously come in various shapes and sizes. You can have a single unit observable, which is simply like a number or a string or a date or something singular. You can also have a list of items that gets monitored over time, and you can add and remove items and see the visualization on the screen. You can also have a dictionary or a map, a set of items, future, and stream. And as you can tell from the names given to these different kinds of observables, they cover pretty much every single data structure that Dart provides to you as a developer, right? So you can start with the plain primitive values, you can have lists, maps, sets, future, and stream. And all of these have a prefix to them in MobX, which is an observable, right? So you have an observable list, observable map, set, future, and stream, and so on. And the only additional behavior that these observable counterparts add to these data structures is that whenever a change happens, they notify it to the outside world. Now, an additional observable that you find inside MobX is called as computed. And computed, although is underrated, is probably the most important way in which you can manage more complex state inside your application. Now, what computed observables really do is that they don't really carry any inherent value of their own. They instead depend on other observables to derive their value, and that's why it's called computed or derived. So it's actually quite important to think of your state in the form of computed observables wherever possible. And that's what you'll see in this next slide over here, which is the entire state of your application, the reactive state of your application, can be broken down into the core state and the derived state. Now, the core state is something which is inherent to your application. Now, these are properties which are actually part of your domain. So as an example, if you have a contact book application, let's say, the contact is something which is inherent to your domain itself, right? The first name and the last name are state values which are inherent to the domain. Whereas a full name is not something inherent to the domain. It can be derived from the combination of first name and last name. You can do different juxtapositions of these two values, right? You can either have first name before, followed by last name, or last name first with a comma and then a first name. All that is derived information from the core information, which is first name and last name. So that's all about the core state and derived state. If you think of your application in these two formats, you will see that a lot of the complexity inside your application can be pretty easily managed by breaking it down into the core and the derived. Now, the next thing to do and worry about after you have defined and modeled your reactive state is to think of the actions or the operations that will be performed on your domain to make these mutations on the observable state, right? And these operations could be given specific names like update the contact, change value, increment value, add value, and so on and so forth, right? These are specific names given to the actions inside your application so that you know what changes you're making to the observable state. Now, of course, as I said before, actions on their own are kind of meaningless. And even though you're making mutations to the observable state, unless someone is actually observing things, the system itself is kind of meaningless and boring. So there are also observers which are going to listen to these notifications. They're going to come out of the actions. Now, the actions can actually be nested to create more complex actions. And the thing to note over here is that although you can have several actions being nested inside, the notifications will only go out when the topmost action completes. This actually is a performance benefit that you get out of MobX, so that there is no noisy changes and noisy notifications being sent out prematurely, right? Otherwise, you would be looking at things even before the whole thing has completed. So actions ensure that they are part of a transaction boundary, and they only fire the notifications as soon as the topmost action completes and not before. And finally, the third pillar of the MobX triad is your reactions, which also come in various forms. And reactions are the one which are going to be the observers of your system. So you have observables that are mutating and firing notifications whenever they change. Actions are the semantically named operations that make those mutations. And then on the last third side, you have the reactions, which are going to observe these changes and perform various kinds of side effects. So you have various kinds of reactions, which is autorun, when, async when, reaction, and of course the observer. Now, as you build your Flutter widgets, the observer widget is something you'll be using very frequently inside your application. And we'll get to that once we look at the code. So just to summarize, what we get in MobX is a triad of abstractions, the observables, actions, and reactions, which all flow the information in a unidirectional form. And that is how the reactive system inside MobX works. So now that we understand how the basic system of MobX works, let's take a step back and just look at the project itself, right? Now, MobX itself is an inspiration from the MobX framework from JavaScript. And I was a contributor to there before coming to Flutter. And I saw that in Flutter, having MobX as a framework would be definitely beneficial. So I started working on that in somewhere around December 2018. And I launched it publicly in Jan of 2019. And since then, it has gained enough amount of traction, and a lot of people were using it now. And we have crossed even 1,000 stars in the beginning of the year. So we have close to 40 contributors. And MobX itself is actually broken down into 3 sub-projects, which is MobX the core. You have a code gen, which makes it easier to kind of handle all the boilerplate so that your code as a developer doesn't get cluttered with all kinds of MobX related things. So we have a code gen, which kind of puts things in the background, and you only include a part file inside your main Dart code, and just the whole state of your application looks much more clean. And then you have the Flutter bindings, which comes in the form of the Flutter MobX project. So that's MobX in a nutshell. And now I think with that kind of a background, let's take a look at the code which drives MobX, and you can see for yourself how MobX as a framework can simplify the various scenarios that you handle inside your application. All right, before we jump into the code for the examples, let's take a look at the examples itself. Now we're going to look at first the simplest one, which is the counter example. And this is a classic one which you will learn when you're learning Flutter for the first time. So you press a button and the count keeps on incrementing. All right, so this is a very simple one. Now let's take a look at the code for this. So if you go into the MobX project and git clone that, you'll get all of these projects in one monorepo. And if you go to the MobX examples code folder, you will see under lib counter the specific file for this particular example. Now what I've done, in addition to writing the store class, which is the main central class for MobX, there's also a store counter.g.dart. And this is a file that gets generated when you run a command in the background. So there is a build run a command that you run. And you can learn all about this when you go to the MobX website, and I'll show that to you a little later. There's a getting started guide, which will give you all the information about how to get started with MobX and all the commands you need to run generate the boilerplate files and all that. So for here, let's just focus on the counter example. And here you can see that the example by itself is pretty straightforward. You have a single reactive value, which is the value itself, which is marked as an observable. And you have an action that increments it. Now note that we could have done value plus plus straight away, But instead of doing that, we have kind of wrapped it inside an action, naming it as increment. And this makes it easier for us to know that what kind of operation we're performing on the reactive value. So that's all about the store itself. And don't worry too much about the little boilerplate you're seeing over here, which is the part statement and then the class counter and the abstract class. This is the same boilerplate you'll be applying to pretty much every single MobX class that you'll be creating. All right, so what we've done over here is created a store and added a reactive value and a reactive and an action that mutates the reactive value. Now, in terms of the visualizing the update itself, you'll see that the counter widgets contains the observer, which is observing the counter value, right? And the fact that the counter value is being observed over here is a hint for MobX to know that whenever this particular value changes, this particular widget needs to re-render itself. And that's exactly what happens over here, right? When you press the button, and you'll see over here that pressing the button happens in the floating action button, where on pressed is actually calling the action increment. So when that happens, the value changes, and since the observer is tracking the changes to this value, it re-renders itself and shows the new value. So that's how the MobX flow works, right? So you have an observer, observable, an action, and a reaction, which is the observer itself. The triad is kind of working together over here. All right, so that's how the basic counter example works. Now, in addition to being a simple example, you can also notice a few things which are consistent across MobX code bases, irrespective whether it's small or big. Now, nowhere have you seen any subscription or any kind of notification handling or attachment of extra event handlers and so on and so forth over here, right? The things were pretty automatic. All you did was to express your intent in terms of creating an observer and observing a specific value. And that's good enough for MobX to start tracking this particular value and making sure that the observer re-renders anytime the particular value changes. All right, for the next example, let's look at the to-dos. Now, to-dos is like your classic holy grail of state management frameworks. Almost every framework out there, at least in the JavaScript world, has an example in to-do, and to-do MVC rather. Now, this is just a way of passing and showing that another framework actually works and is able to handle a complex scenario or set of scenarios that are present in the to-dos. So let's see this example in action first. All right, so the first thing is that I can obviously add a new to-do. So let's say record or give a talk. Okay, and then I'll say gather feedback, and what else can we do? Maybe, complete the dishes, right? Obviously, we are all in the COVID time, so that's one of the activities we all have at the end of the day or beginning of the day. So let's just take care of that too. All right, so I have these 3 tasks now, and I can obviously switch between all tasks, the pending tasks and the completed. So let's just mark a few of them as completed. And I'm going to just take the liberty and say that I am done with dishes for today. So if I go into completed, you will see that particular task showing up over here. And you still have 2 more pending tasks. Also, the description for the 2 tasks have changed, right? You have 2 pending to-dos and 1 completed. And if you go to all, you'll see this. Now, if I mark 1 more as completed, notice the description has changed. And also, when you switch between different filters, you will see those talks showing up over there. Now, one thing interesting over here is that notice the enabled and disabled state of these buttons, right? When you go to completed, now obviously since all of them are already completed, you can't mark them as completed anymore. And the same goes when you go to all and you check all of them, right? You can't see that, you can't do the mark all completed anymore because you already have all of them as completed, right? Now also in pending, you will see that since none of them have been completed, this remove completed button has also been disabled. And that's happening because when you go to pending, the list that you see over here does not contain any completed tasks. right? So there is a change in the status of these buttons, the enable disable state of the buttons. The description is changing, and also, of course, when you click on and check and uncheck the tasks, things are changing. And you can also, of course, delete some tasks like this, in which case the count update, the description updates, and so on and so forth. So just in a very simple example like to-dos, you will see that a lot of interactions are present, and different aspects of the UI needs to be updated based on a consistent data model. Now, this might look a little complex when you just look at it as an example, but let's start seeing it in code and see if there is enough complexity in the code as well. And I'm kind of giving away the fact over here that the complexity is kind of more manageable when you go to code. So let's just quickly see it over here. So in to-dos, let's start with the data model. In fact, in the presentation, we have seen that the data drives the UI, right? So it's all about data modeling first, which then results in creating a UI which kind of naturally maps to the various elements of your data structures. So let's just go and see the to-do.dart. Now this is just a simple class that that contains, it's a store, it's a MobX store, and that contains a single observable value, it's rather a observable value which is description. That's the title that you see over here in the simulator, and also the done flag marking whether the task is completed or not. Right, that's just a single to-do that you're dealing with. And then you have the to-do list, which contains the list of all the to-dos that you see here. Now the to-do list itself contains pretty much the only observable value that you see over here are the to-dos and the filters that you're changing and the description that you're tracking from the user, right? So these are all the observable values that keep changing. And the way to think about the observable values in general of any data model is that these are the values which are constantly changing. They could be changed either by the user, or it could be a system managed change, or it could be any observable value that has some equivalent on the UI, either directly or indirectly. Okay, so that's the status, that's the reason why we have these observable values. So filter, the to-dos, and the description. Now that's pretty much the core state of your application, right? Or rather the example. Now if you go back to the slides, you'll remember that we had this description of the state of the application divided into either the core state or the derived state or the computed state, right? And in MobX, you track this using the observables, which is the core state of your application, and the computed, which is the derived state of your application. And most of the time, the derived state is something that you don't persist, but can be automatically derived or computed based on the core state. So in this to-dos example, outside of the to-dos, everything else is now computed. So let's see how that happens. A pending to-dos is a list which is basically a filter on the to-dos where the done flag is false, right? And the same goes for completed, where the done flag is set to true. And then we also have these has completed to-dos and has pending to-dos, which are computed properties, which depend on other computed properties, like has completed to-dos, which is over here, depends on completed to-dos, which is also a computed property. So in general, when you create a large application in MobX, you can have this nested computed values, which could depend on other computed values. In general, creating a hierarchy of values, which could be computed from one another, right? So this too is computed. The items description, of course, is also computed because, given the to-dos, we can tell based on the pending versus completed how many are done and how many are still pending, and then generate a string out of it, right? And notice that all of the logic for computing the values is stored in one place. It's not like you're spreading it about in 10 different places, right? You don't have a separate file to manage just the computed properties or the descriptions and so on and so forth. So they're all staying in one place. So the store as a unit is easier to understand and follow. And if someone joins your team or if it's new to the code base, they should be able to simply go through the data model or just the store class and get a sense of what the application is doing and how the code is managed and maintained, right? So then we have the visible to-dos. This is the list that you're seeing over here, and the visible to-dos actually depends on what filter you have selected, right? So this too happens to be a computed value. The visible to-dos can be computed from the fact that you are looking at a specific filter, and so the to-dos have to be filtered based on that. And that's exactly what we're doing over here. And finally, we have this can remove all completed and can mark all completed. These are two flags which we are kind of computing right inside the store instead of doing it in the widget. Now, the places where these two values are actually used is in these two buttons, the enable, disable state of the buttons. And we'll get to that in just a second where we see the widget code. But instead of putting that code inside the widget, which is also a natural place where you can put it, right? After all, it's just a simple check, a conditional check, right? Which you can put over there. But the reason why I want to enforce, or rather recommend, people to put these kind of conditional checks inside your store is because that way all the business logic is centralized and kept in one place, and the widget code is simply a reader of these values rather than in being intelligent enough to compute them on its own, right? And also, not to forget, testing becomes easier because now you can specifically test for these values. All right, so in addition to that, all the computed state and the observable state, you also have your actions, and actions are things like adding a to-do, removing a to-do, and removing all the completed and marking all as completed, which is fairly self-descriptive over here, right? So you can see that the to-dos class is fairly well maintained and managed, and although it looks very complex on the screen in terms of the interactions, the data model is kind of consistently doing things and not making it too hard for you in terms of managing it. So that's about the store. Now let's see the widgets itself. Now, the way normally you would structure a large UI is to kind of break it down into smaller pieces and then kind of assemble it together. And that's exactly what we've done over here too. We have the app bar, and then we have all the children, which is starting it as a column. You have the adding of to-dos, the filters, and of course the list of values, the description and the list of values. Now, notice that we don't have one big observer around the entire thing. And that is not really a good way of doing things because, first of all, it becomes too big to manage everything in one place. And we all know in computer science that divide and conquer is the way to go, when you have a large problem to deal with, right? So here we're kind of breaking it down or dividing it into smaller widgets and then assigning observers specifically to the parts which need to be monitored and re-rendered whenever they change, right? So if you look at the description widget, it has its own little observer that is only looking at the item description. It's a computed property which is also observable and changes over time, right? So just by adding an observer around it, it'll automatically re-render whenever this particular value changes. And the value changes whenever you switch between the pending and completed filters, when add and remove to-dos, and so on and so forth, right? So the observer automatically tracks all of those things and is able to show it whenever this particular value changes. Now notice that, again, as we saw it in the counter example, there is no subscription, there is no notification, you're not adding any event handler, there is no attaching and detaching of things. It's all happening automatically in the background, just purely by expressing the intent of what you want to be re-rendered, right? And based on what, right? You have an observer, which means it's an indication to MobX that this is a widget that contains a builder function and that may have an observable that it will be using to render itself. And when any of those observables change, please re-render the builder, right? So it runs the builder function again and re-renders that particular widget. And this in itself is so simple and powerful that you can actually build applications, anywhere from like a counter all the way to a trading desktop, let's say. So that's about the description widget. The to-do list also does something very similar. It has an observer around the list and then monitors the length of the visible to-dos, right? And then it also has an observer at the item level because item itself could be changing, right? Based on whether you check or uncheck the done flag or you press the remove button and so on. So by adding an observer at this level, you're also ensuring that only when this particular item changes, then only that item should be re-rendering, right? You should not be re-rendering the entire list. There's no need to do that because that's, first of all, a performance cost you have to give. And moreover, it's not really efficient to render the entire thing when only a small part of it has changed, right? So it's actually recommended to sprinkle observers all over the place and specifically around the items, around the observables that are actually changing. So rather than creating one observer that does, looks at everything around the world, you can create specific observers and assign them only to the parts that are changing. Now the action bar is also, again, very similar. It has an observer around the filter itself, and based on the selection of the filter, it highlights that particular filter on the segmented control. And then you have the add to do, which is just a text field, and it fires off an action anytime you hit enter or when the value changes, and that adds a to do to the list. Right. So in terms of simplicity, you do see that things are easy to follow. I mean, although there is enough of nesting of widgets, but that's purely for styling purposes. But the amount of data that you're reading and where it's being re-rendered is kind of obvious to you. In fact, in a MobX code base, you can always look at the observers and see the parts of the data that are actually being used to render the UI. And that kind of makes it easy to get a sense of how the UI is actually reading the various data parts from the model. I think with these two examples, you get a sense of what you can achieve with MobX, from the simplest counter to something more complex like to-dos, and also tackling other kinds of examples that you will see in the MobX examples project. Now, rather than jumping into more examples, I want to take a step back and kind of give you a sense of how to get started with MobX, and show you the website and the getting started guide, which will help you on the journey to get started with MobX itself. So let's jump into the website. So if you go to mobx.netlify.app, you will see the website that contains all the documentation and a set of guides and testimonials from people about how MobX can be used to use in your own Flutter apps. Now, specifically, if you're the first-time user of MobX, I would suggest getting into the Getting Started section. And this is a section that will give you a step-by-step guide around setting up a Flutter project, and then applying MobX to it for managing your state. In fact, it also is a example that gives you a more detailed walkthrough for the counter example. And at the end of it, when you go through this whole getting started guide, you should have a counter example working with MobX. And a lot of these guides that you see over here also talk a little more about the way things work in MobX and the way you should be thinking about MobX in general, and the kind of complexities you can deal with, and how you should break down your stores and things like that. So there's a lot of enough information over here, and some of these articles have been written by the community, so it's not like I'm the one writing all of this. Some of these are actually hard-earned knowledge that people have contributed back to the website. And you can see it inside the core concepts, which talks about some of the abstractions that we mentioned in the presentation, but going into a lot more detail about why and the how of things. And there's also some community section which will which showcases some of the blog posts, videos, and podcasts, and other kinds of stuff that people have built using MobX. Although this is not an exhaustive list, it kind of gives you a sense of what has been done already in the community. And there's a lot more happening, and I'm open to PRs for people to send me, which will keep adding to this list of things. All right, so that's all about the website. Let's get back to the presentation now and wrap things up a little bit. So in this session, we saw some of the fundamentals of MobX, the different abstractions that it has, the few examples that kind of showcases how MobX can be used to create your simple counter example followed by the to-dos, and a lot more examples in the MobX examples project. And many of these actually have been written as example guides on the website, which you can read for yourself and also get a more detailed walkthrough of all the examples that you have over there. So I would definitely encourage you to try out MobX. I think it's a fun framework and kind of gets out of the way as quickly as possible, and allowing you to focus more on your business logic and the application logic rather than wiring data and UI and always being in this mode of connecting things together. I think the automatic way of discovering the intent of using an observer with an observable just makes MobX so easy to use, and takes away all the pain of managing state in general. Well, having one less problem to solve inside your application is always a good thing, right? So MobX takes care of that for you and lets you focus and gives you time to focus on things which actually matter to you. So hopefully this was a useful session, and please feel free to ping me on a chat or elsewhere and to answer any more questions. And definitely go to the website mobx.netlify.
Hi everyone. So I think and I hope you all are enjoying all the sessions, and I also think you all are ready for the quiz, as I can see a lot of yes. And I'm still waiting for a few more people to join because I don't want anyone to miss. This is going to be little tougher than the last one where it was so basic. And also at the same time, I would like to tell you that the next session is on Canvas. Okay, so that's a pretty interesting. So don't leave just after the quiz. And if you want to support this stream, then you can donate via super chat. That is the first option. Second option is you can go to patreon.com/mtechviral and you can donate from that. The third option is that you can become a member of this channel and you can support. So these are all the options. The links can be found in the description, so you can check it out. Also, it's so lovely to like you see you guys, like there are some people who are continuously watching from the morning, and I hope like I could deliver you the best which is possible for your time. Also, it's like I always wanted to become a host of the show, which I could never become. So that's why I created my own show, and now I'm the host. So let me know. I'll share one of the feedback links with you guys very soon, where there will be, a kind of options where you can select how was the talk, how was like all the talks, and if you have any feedback or suggestions, you can maybe give there. I'll not share that right now, but I'll share it just after maybe 2 or 3 more sessions. or maybe before the maths session, which is the last session of the day. And now coming to the quiz, obviously I know all of you are waiting for it, so let me just share with you guys. So again, this quiz will be active only for 10 minutes, okay? And I want all of you to participate, whether you feel like you are a beginner or intermediate or whatever. There's no harm in answering wrong. So now there is a link in the live chat which you can click, and where you can answer. You have 10 minutes. Right now the time is 2:48, and we will end it around 3. So 3 is the last I think 3 p.m. is the last deadline for this particular quiz to over. And then Norbert will be joining us from somewhere in the Europe. And yeah, I mean, thanks to all the speakers, like, there are different time zones that they are like coming from all over the world. So, and Pascal is here, so you can shoot him questions if you want. He is always there in the live chat, and he is like so much into this quiz thing that he is gonna win all the quizzes. So I challenge you to win over Pascal. And Pascal, please, yeah, don't do this. You are gonna win all of them, I know. But yes, still we will not count Pascal for the winner. Okay, just kidding. So there is the link there. I see how many people have joined. Wait, what? None of you have joined so far. Why this cola very deep? Okay, so I'm still waiting for you people to join and submit it. Okay, it will take some time, I know. That's why I haven't received any responses from any of you. And thanks, audio is in sync again. I don't know what was the reason why it went out of sync, but don't worry, we will upload that particular session. I don't know how many sessions I'm gonna upload after this, but yes, I'll try to upload as many as I can, and which will be possible to be uploaded. So yeah, that's about it. And I hope you are already enjoying. I can see like there are 90 plus people, and let's see how many people are gonna join the quiz. Can you write yes if you are still here for the quiz? And again, okay, someone is saying completed. So 3 people have already completed the quiz. One is Norbert, second is Raveesh, and what the fuck? Some people, I told few people to not do it, man. That's not fair. Okay, so okay, so there's a wrong question, I think. Okay, now it's time to give the credit to the person who has. So there is a guy called Raveesh whose session is after Norbert. He is responsible for all the quiz things, so you can blame him anytime. And he will be joining us soon after Norbert's session. So thanks to Raveesh, first of all, for preparing the quiz for this particular event. And yeah, I'm not the one who prepared it. It's Raveesh. He has done it. And once he will come to the show, I'll ask him if there was a wrong question. Okay. So Flutter 1.0 answers are all wrong. It's, yeah, I think so. It's Pascal is right if saying okay, then no problem. Let's see how it goes. So right now I have received around 10 responses. I'm still waiting for more. We have still 8 minutes to go, and then we will continue with Norbert. And again, if you want to support the stream, you can donate it via super chat. You can do super chat, and we will take your comments as well. And second thing which you can do, you can become a member of this channel. Third thing which you can do, you can go to patreon.com/mtechviral. The link is in the description, so you can check it out. And apart from that, what else you can do? Apart from that, you don't have to do anything. Just subscribe, share with your friends, and like this video. I mean, there are almost more than 1,000 people who have watched this live stream, right? And the only likes I can see is around 265. So why you are like trying to save your likes? Just do it. And yes, okay, So yeah, we will take the least wrong. That's what one of the comments by Carlo. So that is fine. Okay. Okay, there can be few wrong questions. Don't blame me again. I'm saying blame the person who I'm gonna invite. And maybe yeah, he missed it, something like that. I mean, it's just ignore that. We'll ignore that question. We'll cut that question out, and then we will try to compare who actually gave the wrong answer for other questions. That's gonna be interesting. How many responses I received? 15 responses so far. We still have 7 minutes, 7 more minutes, and I'm still waiting for so many people to join. There are around 101 people. Okay, the link is gone. Link is gone, so I'm gonna paste it again. So this is the link. Join right now. Raveesh is here in the comments. You can blame him. You can say a few things to him. Don't abuse him, but yeah, otherwise you can just tell him that please improve the quiz. For the last quiz is also there, which is pretty much advanced. So Raveesh, are you listening to me? Please fix everything before the last quiz. Okay, so quiz done. Good. I'm pasting the link again because a lot of people are just question, should we use Firebase in Flutter? You can use. We'll take questions later, man. Like, this is only the quiz time. We will focus on quiz. Okay, we have just got 18 responses so far, and you just have 6 more minutes. Can you please do it fast? Please do it. Okay, now it's getting interesting. Okay, I think there are pictures of people, right? I haven't seen the question myself yet. I should have seen it. 106 people are watching right now, and many of you haven't even subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel. Please like the video, and please participate in the quiz at least. I mean, this is not like anyone is not gonna judge you on the basis of quiz, so don't worry. I see a lot of us are getting a lot of us are giving wrong answers. Even I have given wrong answers to many quizzes. That's fine. It happens. Okay, so I'm still waiting. 5 more minutes to go, and Norbert is waiting. Like, he's on the door almost, and he's saying that okay, please complete it fast. So please participate. And Norbert is sick, man. Like, he is right now not in a very well situation, but still he is coming for us. So that's a good thing. So just complete it fast, and then we will see the results. Like, you have just 4 more minutes, and participate right now. I'm gonna paste the link again once more. Okay, so how many people have done the quiz? 25 only. Like, this is even worse than the last time. Okay, now 30. Good. So still, like, it should be 50. Last time it was 47 responses we got last time, and we have just 4 more minutes. So I'm expecting 20 more people to complete it. Done with quiz. Ashish has done the quiz. Dharre is asking something about Flutter. There is everything about Flutter, so you don't have to ask something. Just take everything from this entire full day stream. Now what's happening? How many people? 257. 3 minutes to go. 32 responses. Still waiting for 18 more responses in next 3 minutes. Will it happen or not? That's the question of the hour, and nation wants to know. Okay, now don't copy and paste the same thing, man. Like, I have to. Okay, let me just give back the same form link. Dharre, please don't spam, otherwise I have to remove you, buddy. Okay, so I'll hide Dharre for some time. I'll ask him to come back. Quiz completed by Kshitiz. Just 2 more minutes to go, and we are still on just 35 responses. Please make it at least 45. And where is Pascal? Pascal has done the quiz already, so he's now waiting for the results now, I guess. Where do I get all the videos of today's live stream? We'll try to upload as many videos as possible for this live stream, but I'll not give you guarantee that every video will be available. But let's see how many we can deliver. Okay, Norbert is joining, and 2 more minutes. We are still just 35 responses. Please complete it if you are doing it right now. And then I'm gonna release the score. 36. Yes, people are doing it. Is there any Telegram channel of yours? There is a Telegram channel for Let's Flutter with Dart. You can find the link not in the description, but yes, if you'll go to Facebook group, there you'll find the link, or I'll give you link some other time. What is today? Anything about Flutter? It is Flutter Stream Day, man. There is a quiz which is ongoing. Just participate right now. In 1 minute you have to submit it, because in next 1 minute I'm gonna end this quiz. A lot of people have joined, 123 people. You cannot now participate in the quiz. Probably you cannot get done with it in 1 minute, but what you can do is you can like the video, you can subscribe to the channel, you can share it with your friends, and you can ask me for some other event similar to this. I'll do that for you. And oh man, and Norbert is knocking at the door, so I'm just gonna go back to Norbert and ask him to come and join. And by the time now we are like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it. So now I'm gonna end this responses thing. 46 response we got, and now okay, we have, I guess, Norbert as well joined. And now I'm gonna share my screen and let's see who won, right? So I'll release the scores first, and let me just tell you who won. Okay, so this is my screen. Chrome tab, share. So as you can see, these are the result. Average 4.37 insights. These are the insights. Many questions were missed because I will see the questions. Okay, Norbert scored 7 out of 10. Raveesh AA is eliminated. Why he actually shared his like he made the quiz and now he is answering. Really? I mean, Raveesh, I'll talk to you in your live session. Sanjeev has done 2 out of 10. That's pretty good. Not bad. I mean, he at least he got 2 corrected. There are many people who didn't even attempt. Pascal 9, Carlos 9. I think they are winning clearly because 1 question is wrong as per Pascal. And I think also, yeah, Flutter Live happened in 2018, December 2018, because I was there. I remember. Heman, Singha, Abhishek Katyal, everyone has done fabulous job. Like 8 is by Madhav. Madhav has given 8 right answers. Ash has given 9. So pretty good. Let's see what were the question. What is the name of the bird? So first bird which was shown to you was dash, and it was the question which Nilay also asked. So that should be correct. Who is this? Okay, there was someone that was Nilay. So that was the correct answer. The second one was Brian Egan. Another one was Remy, who is the author of Provider. Brian Egan is the author of Redux. You must have used them. Then the next one, the Flutter web project initial name was Hummingbird. Yes. Initial name of the Flutter project Sky. Okay, Jan Hickson, maybe, I think, what was the question? I don't remember. Maybe he shown the image. Yeah. What is the Flutter version of DAB called? Flutter F. Correct. 1.0 launch. All the wrong answers. Okay, whoever answered 4 December 2019, they are correct. Like the answer is not correct, but they got the point. Okay, January 2019. When have you been using Flutter? Since when you have been using Flutter? Okay, so a lot of people answered so many things. So December 1984 is also one of the answers. That's pretty good. Okay, so yeah, we are done with the quiz now. Over to Norbert. Let's see if he has joined. And let me stop the stream. Yes.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So here we have Norbert with us. And Norbert is going to talk about Canvas in Flutter. First of all, thank you so much, Norbert, for being here on the Flutter Stream Day. We are so lucky to have you. And I know many people don't know that Norbert is sick for some time now. And I really wish that you get better very soon. And still you are joining us from somewhere in the Europe with a very weird time zone. So shout out to Norbert. Please shout out friends from the comments. And Norbert, over to you.
Thank you. So let me share my screen. So can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, cool. So my name is Norbert. I'm from Germany, which doesn't have a weird time zone. It's actually a very good time zone. And I'm gonna talk about the canvas today. So before we start to actually code something, let's quickly talk about what the canvas actually is. So the canvas, I don't know how many people know, but is like the core thing Flutter is based around. Every widget, everything that happens in Flutter eventually goes down to the canvas to draw itself on the screen. You don't usually have to use the canvas or see the canvas, but it's being used and it is everywhere. I have the live stream open on my other computer, but can you see IntelliJ, or do I have the wrong window open?
No, not yet. We cannot see IntelliJ yet.
Oh, wait, let me restart this then.
Sure. No problem.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So there's multiple ways to access the canvas, and the user.
Can you just increase the font size a little bit? And
yes, of course.
Yeah.
Let's do 22. Oh, it didn't work.
Yeah, maybe you have to just override that font size.
Yeah, it's here. Okay, what happened? This is weird.
You have to go to editor. Just go to editor and go back to font. And now here you have to maybe just the top one. Yeah, that one you have to fix, I guess. Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Maybe it should work. Yeah.
Okay, so there's multiple ways to access the canvas. One usual way a lot of widgets do is through a render object. A lot of widgets are just composition of other widgets, like the container itself is just a composition of a lot of different widgets. But there are some widgets, for example, the list tile, which is actually a render object. Okay, so the internal list tile. Let me see. Yes, this one is actually a render object, and those have a an access to canvas. If we go down here, somewhere around there. So they have access to a painting context, which contains the canvas. One convenient way to access the canvas yourself is through a custom painter. And that's exactly what we're gonna use today. So I thought, what better way to showcase canvas than to build a small and fun online whiteboard. So to build a custom painter, all we have to do is make a new widget and make a custom paint. And in the foreground painter, we have to create a new class called myPainter. So using this custom painter, we now have the ability to draw directly to the screen, meaning we don't have to use other widgets, for example, a container or size box, a column to draw something, but we can draw directly onto the actual screen. How does this look like? Let me show you. We can compile this. By the way, I'm using Flutter for Windows, just as it's more performant and it's nicer to work with. But once this is built, you will see we have a white screen, which is expected. And if you look here, we have a custom painter. Let's make it as big as the screen. And in here, let's paint something on the screen. So if we look at the canvas object, we have a bunch of different methods to work with. One of those methods being draw rectangle. Draw rectangle is pretty simple. We supply a rectangle and we supply a paint object. Using these two, it draws rectangle on the screen. So in this case, we want to draw a rectangle from left, top, width, and height. Left and top being 0 and 0. And let's make the width as wide as we have space, like the size which we are given. Now we have to supply a paint object. For this, create a new paint object, and we set the color to, let's say, orange. We now hot reload this. We have successfully painted onto the canvas. And you can see without using any other widget, we've painted something on the screen. So what do we want to build? We want to build a whiteboard, a digital whiteboard. For this, we want to have support for drawing. Maybe if we have time, we can also implement placing objects or something like this. And this all heavily using the canvas. Because if you imagine placing widgets and moving widgets and updating them would be pretty tedious and pretty hard. So having this direct access to the canvas is very useful. So what do we do next? First off, we somehow want to detect taps and drags. So when a user draws something, we want to detect that. One way, or the only way I know to do this, is to use a gesture detector. For this, let's wrap our whole thing in a gesture detector. Make the hit test behavior opaque. I won't go into detail why we have to do this, but we have to do this. And in here we have a lot of callbacks, which we get when the user interacts with that portion of the screen. So one thing that is interesting to us is the on-pan start, the on-pan update, details, and the on-pan cancel. So this doesn't provide any details. These detail objects contain more detail about the actual thing that happened. In our case, the pan. The pan is basically dragging in both directions instead of just vertically dragging or horizontally dragging. The pan allows to drag in both directions at the same time. So how do we want to let the user draw something? For this, we have to think about what a line actually is. A line, in this case, is usually a list of points which are sampled through the drawing and then connected with straight lines. That's a pretty simple approach for this, and it also works pretty well. So let's just draw some lines without using the actual drawing, just to showcase how this is going to look at the end. This, let's create a list of offset, call this points. We can fill in some offsets just so we can see something. Let's do 10, 10, 30, 40, 50. Oh. Let's do this, spread out. So now we want to draw those points. So for the painter to be able to have the information for this, we have to pass it the constructor. So what we do is we have a final list of offset points. It's at the top. And now we just pass the points to our painter. So should repaint, let's just leave it true. Usually we compare the old points with the new points. I just don't want to write the boilerplate code right now. And what we can now do is connect all those points. So for this, what we can do is write a for loop for offset in points. Point in points. We want to connect the point before with the point afterwards. Just noticed using this kind of for loop isn't that great because we do not have access to the element before or the element after. So let's make a standard for loop instead, like this one. I equals 0, I is less than points dot length minus 1, I plus plus. What did I do? Oh yeah. So this is because we want to connect all the points to the next point, but the last point doesn't have a next point. So what we can now do is we can do canvas draw line, and canvas draw line conveniently and takes 2 points and a paint object. So let's just do points I and points I plus 1 to take the current point and the next point to connect those two. And let's just connect it with a black color. So if we hot reload now, you can see we have a, well, maybe not so beautiful line, which is drawn at the very top. So let's try to fill this list of points dynamically instead of specifying it ourselves, because who would want a drawing application where you have to specify these things yourself? So for this, we have the on-pan update callback. Let's take a look at what the details contain in here. So one interesting thing is the position. Both the local and global position. In our case, I'm pretty sure we need the local position. And all we do is we put that point into our points. So we can delete these points. And when we put the point in, we want to call set state. Because when we call set state, the points already have been included. The MyPainter rebuilds with the new points and redraws. So if we reload, not hot reload, let's do a full reload, we should be able to draw something. Beautiful. So we have one problem now, is that I just let go. But if I start drawing again, it connects. Why is that? Because we just add another point and it connects those 2 points. And yeah, we are unable to draw different lines. It's all one long line, which isn't that great. So let's fix that. To do this, we have to utilize the onPen start. In the onPen start, we want to specify that it's not just another point in the list, but it's actually a new line. For this, we have to change the data structure just a bit. Instead of using a list of offsets, let's use a list of offset. Is that? Imagine list of offset being a line and list of lines being many lines. So what we do is onPen start, we just add a new list, meaning we create a new empty line. And here, when we update, we do not add it in the list of lines, we add it in the newest line. So we do last. So last but not least, we have to change this to take a list of lines, meaning a list of offsets. So all we have to change now is for line in points. And now let's change this points to this line, this line, this line, and that's it. We now reload and we draw something and we let go. It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Okay, what's the problem? That's a good question. What is the problem? So let's just break this up a little bit, not have a list of offset because it is quite hard to understand, but let's make an object and call this line, for example. And the line contains a list of points. This is easier to understand. So, and instead of having a list of offset, let's just have a list of line. Let's do, we want to create a new line like this. And then, let's also rename this to lines. And let's insert it into the last line like this. Okay. Let's effect this. Also this. Okay. So we have lines, just changing the names around. Let's do for line in lines. I equals 0, line dot length, line dot points dot length -1. And let's do this. Okay, but I think the problem still is there. And this is because when we start a new pan, do we have to call set state here? Let's try. Let's just to be sure rebuild the application. But yeah, so basically the idea is that instead of just having one big line, we want to split it up into multiple lines. So we have one line, and if we start, yes, it's fixed. No idea what happened, but probably just because lists inside lists is actually pretty hard to understand. Some kind of bug got into there. But yeah, what we have right now is a list of lines. Each line is being drawn as using the canvas to draw a line between two different points. And with this little code, we have a working online draw board, or not online, a digital draw board. You could make this online and send this stuff over a network and have different people draw something. But yeah, so one thing we have to watch out at one point is how many sampling points we have. If there's too many, it may become laggy at some point because there's hundreds or thousands of points. But I think in this case isn't a problem. But here we see some jitter. It's not as smooth. That's probably because it's not that many points. We could solve this by not drawing a line between them, but a curve instead. But that would be too much for now. So the next thing we can do is we can take a look at different other things the canvas provides. One thing we can implement is placing different objects, like we could place a rectangle, a circle, or something. Or we could, this is also what I thought about, change the color. Remember how we had the paint object? In the paint object, we have quite a few options to customize it. One interesting way would be we could, for example, change the, I think it was a stroke cap. No, it was, we do style. What is style doing? Painting style. Oh, what happens if we do painting style of fill? I think nothing should happen. No, nothing. But what I want to try is to make it dashed, which should be possible. Let's try color, stroke width, blend mode, color filter, filter quality, image filter, invert color, shader. Okay, I cannot seem to find it. If I remember correctly, it was always super hidden, so don't mind me. But yeah, what we can do is actually make the user be able to change the color. For this, all we have to do is basically change this color. Let's do this white, and text is all white. But it would be way cooler if the user could do it himself. So let's just add an app bar. Beautiful app bar. And in the app bar, in the title, we can put a row. And in the row, we can put a few containers. In the container, we want to have the color to select. For this, we can just do color. Color is black, should be one color you can select. This should be 56 by 56. How does this look like? It's too big. Before, yeah, that works. Let's make this circle. Box decoration. Let's do. I'm always confused by the box decoration or doing the shape decoration. Shape, we can specify a shape. Box shape dot circle. Want to make it circle? We have to put the color in here. Yes, now we have a black dot. Let's put it in a gesture detector and specify the on tap. And now we have to save which paint we're currently using. Let's just do paint, current paint. Let's start with a paint which has the color black. So when we tap this, we want to set the paint to a paint which is the color black. Now we can duplicate all of this and do one which is white. So now we have to somehow save the paint, so our canvas can actually access the paint. And therefore we can just save it in the line. Each line has a different color. One line can only be one color. That sounds pretty good. Save a paint here. Paint. Forget this. And when we create the paint, we have to specify the color. For this, we do current paint. We hot reload this. We draw, and if we tap this, nothing happens, of course, because we saved the paint inside the line, but we haven't used it yet. So let's use it. We have access to the line, to the paint. And what happened? Of course, yeah, we cannot put it in here. Pool. Something went wrong. Let's just restart. Black. Tap here. Still black. Okay, what is happening? Is it because, let's try debugging. I think it is because untap isn't being called.
I think you haven't used the current paint yet, right?
Sorry?
Haven't used the current paint?
Current paint. Yeah, I'm using it here.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe restart is the best way to fix.
Yeah, but I have no. It's being called definitely. Oh, of course. Okay, you see, I create a new paint object, which is nice, but I never actually set it to the current paint, which is not so nice. So obviously you have to set it current paint equals, because if not, then it won't help. Okay, let's draw something. Hello. I want to keep on drawing in white. Woohoo, works. So as you can see, we are building a fully Flutter application without using too many widgets. We have the widgets here at the top, but all of this is just using Canvas. We could also implement drawing or dragging rectangles and other cool things onto here. For this, we have a bunch of simple methods. We can draw a rectangle, which we already did with the background. We can draw images. We can draw image atlases, which are usually used in games. We can draw paths. We can draw shadows. That's the thing that is being used by the material widgets and all the things in the material library, which is casting shadows. Arcs, we can clip stuff. We can draw text. I mean, we could implement drawing some text. That would be pretty interesting, I think. I guess we could do that. Well, let's try. Okay, so what do we want to build? Once we have this done, we are finished with our little whiteboard. So I'd love to just tap somewhere and press on my keyboard and have a text appear on the screen. So what could we do for this? We could use a normal text widget, just position it somewhere and update the text widget. But maybe we want to do some more fancy stuff and just have it all in the canvas. For this, we have the ability to draw text directly on the canvas. So for this, let's make this a bit prettier. And let's create a new one. And when we tap this, we are in text mode. Let's put a text mode, something like this. Okay, this looks awful. Okay, cool. This should work, I guess. Tap this. Yes, it's called. Okay, so let's just have a variable which we call text mode. Just false at the beginning because we don't want to be in text mode at the very beginning. And when we tap the text mode, just flip it. So we say text mode is the opposite of what text mode is now. Text mode equals not text mode, which flips the variable. So next off, we want to start typing something. So in here, we can use the on tap down or tap up. And in here, we have details. And with the details, we should have the local position. Perfect. And let's just create another list of texts. This case, yeah, let's just create a list of strings. This case, this is a list of different words we're typing. Texts. So, but we also want to store where they are positioned on the screen. So let's just create a new object for it. Class painted text or something like this. Let's make a string text and a offset position. Let's initialize both of these. Nice. And in here, let's change it to painted text. So when we tap, where do we have it? There it is. And we are in text mode. Then let's create a new text. So we have texts add in the text, which is empty at the very beginning. And the position is details dot local position. So next up, we want to actually type. But before doing that, let's just draw the text so we can see something. For this, let's just start off with hello. This, we also want to pass in, instead of just a list of lines, we also want to pass in a list of painted text. Texts like this. Always forget the this. So cool. We pass in the data we need to draw. Next off, again, we have a for loop, text in texts. And to draw this, there is no way to use the canvas for this. So why is this? That's because there is a separate object for drawing text. And for this, we need to use a text painter. Text painter. And the text painter, we need to set text using a text span, text. Next off, we need to lay out so it can do all of its calculations. And at the very end, we can paint this to canvas. at a specific offset, and this offset is our position. So wish me luck. If this works, we should have a text. Okay, let's restart completely. Somewhere when we tap the text mode and tap on the canvas. So text mode, canvas, nothing's happening. Okay, yes. I always forget this. We have to set the text direction on this one. Doesn't like not having a text direction. Text direction. Let's do left to right. Okay, cool. Okay, why is this not updating? It is because we forgot to call set state. So go in text mode and tap somewhere. We have a bunch of hellos, which is beautiful. You can see if we tap, we have a hello. If we start dragging, we can also draw a line. The last thing that's missing is we want to actually type something in the text and not just have a hello there. So for this, we want to use the raw keyboard listener. How is the syntax? I always forget this. Let me think. I had this before. It was not the raw keyboard listener, but I know where to find the answer. And that is raw keyboard. There it is. So we have the raw keyboard, which we use in this example because I don't want to deal with all the focus node stuff and things. And in here we add a listener. And we want to have a listener outside here so we can also dispose it properly. Void on key, raw keyboard, key event or key event. Key. Okay. Let's do on key here. And in dispose, we do raw keyboard instance remove on key. I just read in chat, can you please also show how to save this canvas? Not totally sure what you mean. You mean to disk, and so when you restart the application, it has the same canvas, or what do you mean? Because if you want to save the canvas, the stuff that is on there, it's only the data you have to save. Actually, drawing on a canvas is happening a lot of times. Like all of this is happening all the time. What you have to save is these two lists of texts and lines, and you can serialize them, save them to a file and load them on start, and then have your canvas backup. You can even, if you want to make it networked and have other people there, just send it over the internet and you have a online whiteboard. But yeah, let's continue with the on key. We have a key press, and now we have to determine that we're actually typing a word right now. So if we're in text mode, we need another variable that we actually tapped something and we're typing something. So let's do bool typing. We are not typing at the very beginning. And here, typing equals true. So if we are typing, let's grab the latest text, the last text we have in our list, and just add the key we typed. into there. Let me see if this is possible with this raw key event, if we can get a string. I mean, I can try to string. Let's see what happens. We also have to set state. This way we won't have a way to stop typing, but that should be good enough for testing. So we go in text mode. Hello. Yes, so as you can see, instead of typing an H, we have an instance of a raw key event data Windows instance of, yeah. So we have to get to the actual data somehow. Let me think if there's a way to do this. Key label, maybe? Let's try. Let's restart. Or character. So this is probably not the best way to do it, because you have to take care of all the control characters and all the stuff. But it's a quick and easy way to show. Yes, there it goes. So now we can type. And we have a text. We can have another text. We can also draw and make another text. So for this, let's revert this and remove the hello we have at the very beginning. Restart, and we have a nearly finished application which allows us to draw cool lines in different colors, which allows us to draw text. For some reason, it always writes 2 of the characters, but that's good enough, I'd say. And we can go back to text mode, which then doesn't let us write. Yeah, we don't have a way to stop, so anything I press on the keyboard will be appended to the last one, but that's good enough. We could also implement erasing in a canvas. We can do quite a few things with the canvas. Also, one cool thing I want to show you all is we can super easily save the canvas before we do something, rotate it by, say, 1.5, and at the very end, just canvas restore. So we can even rotate all of this. This may be a bit too much. So that's something cool we can do. I'm not sure what the usefulness of this would be, but we could also just take this, then we have background. We could only rotate the texts for whatever reason. Yes. So Canvas definitely has a lot of power. You can do quite a few things with it. More often than not, you don't need it because you have widgets, but for cases like this, I wouldn't try to build this with widgets because, let's be honest, that would be way too hard. But yeah, that is it. Thank you all for listening and being there. Pavan, are you there?
Yep. So thank you so much. I think it's very useful for everyone who wants to start with Canvas. And I see a lot of people taking interest in Canvas and doing so much stuff. And we literally made an orange board, and it's so much fun, I know. And yeah, we have a very limited time, so thanks Norbert for joining us, and especially in this situation. And get well soon, and I'll see you probably in the next maybe the next season whenever we will do this Flutter Stream Day.
Nice.
So yeah, that's it, guys. That's Norbert for you. And now the next speaker is Raveesh, and the same guy who actually made that quiz where one question was wrong. So you can now ask that guy what was wrong with that. And I really like this session for Canvas. I mean, you should definitely play with it. It takes time to experiment with the Canvas. And when there was a video which I did where I wanted to draw things and I wanted to have a signature related application. So yeah, Canvas you can use to do a lot of good things, lot of wonders. So check out Norbert's profile. He has done some great work with Canvas, and he has even made a widget studio kind of thing. So go to Twitter, follow this guy, and now we'll talk about one of the important things which people miss usually, and that is testing. Testing your apps are really important, and what we want from this Flutter Stream Day is to offer you everything which is actually important in Flutter. It's not going to be just some random talks, just the beginning of things. We actually want to give you what actually people use in real world apps. So testing, but let's take a break. Before that, we will have let's say 10 to 15 minutes break before that session, so that you can take some rest. I know it's like sitting entire day is not easy, and but we are kind of used to it, and this is just for one day. So yeah, see you very soon after just a quick break, and Raveesh will be with me, and we will talk about testing. And thanks to Norbert again for doing this wonderful session on Canvas, and thanks to all of you for being here. And again, if you want to support us, like the videos, share with your friends, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to support the channel by donation, you can use super chat to donate. You can join the channel as a member, or you can go to patreon.com/mtechviral and you can do the donation. So I'll see you very quickly in a while.
The tail is a good one. Your yes should be.
So fast.
Oh! First try. Oh, almost first try. I don't know now because now it's more difficult.
Earlier, he screwed himself over.
No, you're off, but a little. Come on. But now it's more feasible. Now you can do it. Depending on where you get it.
Come on, man, you're really good at this.
Wait for it. Just wait for it until and hit it. Oh!
You can try this one.
Yeah, the nose one.
Yeah, nose one.
The one with the nose pointing out. Oh, you still want to grab that one?
No.
Well, now you flip it. It should be easier because it has the shape
Try
of it.
this nose one. I guess.
Yeah,
this
the nose.
One. I feel
but
like
the nose you got.
This can work. Still, this can work.
Well, you got the one on the right, and it's not gonna be able to grab it. If you go to that one, you have seconds, so it's gonna end. Told you. Wait. Yes.
Oh.
I told you. I'm really good at this. Shake.
What are you doing?
That's a good one. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Right now, you got that one and that option. Yes. You got the tail option or the nose. One of those two are free right now to be grabbed. The tail is a good one. Your yes should be.
So fast.
Oh! First try. Oh, almost first try. I don't know now because now it's more difficult.
Earlier, he screwed himself over.
No, you're off, but a little. Come on. But now it's more feasible. Now you can do it. Depending on where you get it.
Come on, man, you're really good at this.
Wait for it. Just wait for it until and hit it. Oh!
You can try this one.
Yeah, the nose one.
Yeah, nose one.
The one with the nose pointing out. Oh, you still want to grab that one?
No.
Well, now you flip it. It should be easier because it has the shape
Try
of it.
this nose one. I guess.
The nose? But the nose you got.
This can work. Still, this can work.
Well, you got the one on the right, and it's not gonna be able to grab it. If you go to that one, you have seconds, so it's gonna end. Told you. Wait. Yes.
Oh.
I told you. I'm really good at this. Shake.
Live streaming is on.
So I am back and with Raveesh, of course. And now we are moving a little bit forward for ending this day. Like we have now 3 sessions left. And this session is based on testing. So testing is like, I know like many of the developers don't do testing at all, including me. Like I also do so so much less testing as compared to others. But yeah, it's very useful. It can be really helpful as well for most of the things. Like if you are hitting APIs, if you have to test your widgets, if you are trying to learning that test driven development, in all those sort of things, testing can be pretty important. So now we have here Raveesh, who is also helping me with all the quiz things, and we are still like we have still one more quiz to go, and that will be done by Raveesh or maybe me. But Raveesh is the person responsible for quizzes. That's it. Like that's what I want to say. So welcome Raveesh, and welcome to Flutter Stream Day. So happy that you could be a part of it. And yeah, thanks for agreeing to me for talking on testing Flutter apps rather than giving any random titles. So yeah, over to you.
Okay. Hello, thank you, Pawan. First of all, congratulations on a day very well run. Like today is like the first time ever we have seen a gaming and programming format happening at the same time. And things have been very interesting so far. Like it has been very engaging with all the activities and everything. So without further problems, let's get started. If at any point of time my stream gets slow, you have to point this out. Please give me a phone call because
Sure. I'll ping you. Don't worry.
yeah. So I am sharing my screen and let's switch to the presentation. Testing Flutter apps. So why test? First of all, like even I was skeptical about a month ago, like why to write unit tests, especially for Flutter, because if you're writing the UI, we are checking things out on our screen, right? So we don't really need to test. Why should we write code, then write more code in the name of testing? Because if we are confident in our code, then why do we need to test? And then tests are a waste of time, right? We are writing about 3 times more code, investing about double the time. Users don't run tests, so why bother? Like writing tests is boring, hard. Tests are not for the front end, or I have never tested before. All of these things I used to think about a month ago. And like honestly, we don't really need tests, and the bracket says it all for apps that are not real. But as soon as your app is real, and my definition of a real app is that when there are real users using it, we need to test, because like the speed with which we develop is much slower than the speed with which we type. And just because we have to type 3 times more does not mean that testing reduces our speed. In fact, testing increases our speed. And this comes from an anecdote that I went through, was that there was an app where I wanted to push an update. Now, the users of that app were on 4 different versions of that app. Now, I have to push that update in a way that the app people who have the older APKs installed don't get their apps broken. And that is like when it bit me so hardly that I don't have anything to automatically ensure that if I add something new, like if I add something new, I am confident about the new thing. But what about the old things? There are like 10,000, 20,000 lines of code just sitting in both in the front end and back end, which like we have no assurity that it would work if we give that update. Users expect features that require code changes, and we have to keep changing really fast. Test is that additional layer of security that gives the developer confidence to keep changing things at a really fast pace and to know exactly when things work. Because even if I write the correct code, even if I do the right form of programming, even if the old apps are not breaking, what is there to give me confidence that it will not break? and that confidence like comes from obviously doing it either manually or by an automated test suite. And when like we're talking about testing, is it's about writing tests, and those that is exactly called test automation, because we don't need to manually test everything, because as features keep on increasing and increasing and increasing, it will be really hard to like keep track of everything else. Now, about all the fears about testing being hard and very complicated, I think Dart and Flutter test tooling is really simple and quite mature. The magic word over here is Hamcrest, and I remember this because this is not the first time that I have attempted to learn how to test in Dart. My first attempt was somewhere around February 2018, where like I was trying to learn how to test, but at that time Dart was still in alpha 5 or something. Flutter was still in alpha 5 or something, so all of there was very less documentation available, very less amounts of resources available. But there was this one sentence that got to it, that the Dart testing framework is inspired from Hamcrest, and Hamcrest is a Java library where like we do some stuff and give some actual value and give a matcher, and the test framework or the test app it just matches and shows the result in the test console. So tests are really important even for the front end, because like we'll see, and there's so much to gain. Tests are like documentation that can check completion itself. Tests ensure that different components are able to perform their tasks individually. So we can give each component a set of responsibilities. The way I like to think about my program and the architecture is, each widget that I write, each class that I write has a certain set of responsibilities. If I'm defining a stateless widget, I have that mindset that it will either take the data from a provider or get that data injected in its constructor, and with that data it will give out a render tree, and that is the only responsibility that a stateless widget should have. Similarly, for a stateful widget, like if I am thinking that okay, so this stateful widget is in charge of this specific state, and this is the decision that it needs to make according to that state. So if that state is X, a different stateless widget needs to be returned. If that state is Y, a different stateless widget needs to be returned, and those stateless widgets are again render trees in their own accord. So it allows us to think very modularly about everything, and that is what looks good to me. So when I say tests are like spec, so if I write tests and run them, this is what I'll see, that like check. Okay, so profile block can construct, it can get profile, it can change profile. So we exactly know what are the expectations from the code. So anything outside these expectations, maybe profile block will fail, and that we will say is by design. So tests are really making your code much more concrete in that sense, that like you know exactly what it does and exactly what it does not do for you. If you're not writing tests in Flutter or your apps, like anywhere you're writing code, if you are not writing tests, you have no idea what you're missing on. And trust me, when you get real users and when you have a mid-scale app and when you want to push that one feature and then you realize that I have no confidence over deploying that feature, like I have built that feature, very nice, it's working on my device, very nice, but that confidence to press the deploy button, I think like that will delay you if you don't have a test suite in place. So now we have gone from skeptical, like this is my journey. When initially I was very skeptical, right? And then when I realized all of these things that I just told you about, there's like I became really anxious that I have never written tests before. So what do I do? And in Flutter, like we get different types of testing. Like we have, like first of all, we need to let our anxieties go, because all professional developers are testing. They are contributing to the framework. I know it is a rather neglected part of the entire ecosystem, because even there are some, code lab cookbook articles that have a few changes or something. But testing is mature in Flutter. People have been doing this and making things easier for a while, and people have been investing a lot in this direction. And the kinds of testings that we have in Flutter, unit tests are something like simple Dart code. If we are testing Dart functions for their edge cases and for their responsibilities, I'll call it unit test. If Flutter gets involved, if we are testing widgets, or if we are testing tap and then see whether something happens or not, those I'll call widget tests. Then golden tests are a subcategory of, say, widget tests, where when I first heard about golden tests, it was very interesting. Golden tests are like, you have a golden file which could be a JPEG, and your widget test compares it to that, pumps the widget into its test environment and compares it with the golden file, and if those two match visually, then it's passed. The main problem with this is like not a problem actually. So it gives an impression that like, since I work in a cross disciplinary team, that I can take a design from my designer and like tell him to give me those designs for different screen sizes, and then treat that design, export that JPEG as a golden test, and then specify that test and run it. But upon further discovering what golden tests actually are, it's not that. I'll come back to it. And then there are integration tests. Integration tests is like when the tests actually run on a device and you are driving it with a separate piece of code, and then we'll see some patterns. So with these unit widget tests, and I think if we have time, we will switch to golden and integration tests, but we'll do unit and widget tests for sure right now. So for that, for the purpose of illustration, I have built a very simple counter app. I will increase the font size, don't worry about it. I've built a very simple starter app, which has like this, it's a very simple counter app. But then again, it's the most complicated counter app that I could think of. So it has this app.dart where we are having a counter block, and there's shared preferences. It handles the loading state in itself, and within its init function, it like gets the preferences, and there's a counter service to which it passes the preferences and then passes the result to the counter block, and that's how this block gets the service injected in itself. And then like for a very complex app, this is the kind of architecture that we would be looking forward to. And this counter service is actually like taking in shared preferences and syncing stuff like set count and get count from the shared preferences itself. And there is a counter block. So one of the reasons, like one of the huge hindrances that I faced when I started to learn test was I got too eager. So when you like a TDD or test driven development is like a very fancy term, and everyone aspires to be a test driven developer. You want to write test, and then you want to write code, and then you want to write test again. The problem with it is that for writing tests and believing in your test, you need confidence in the test that you have already written. And if we are doing TDD, we cannot like, if we don't know how to write tests, we cannot do test driven development. That's one of the things. So let's talk about the fluff later, and we can like start writing tests for it. So first of all, we would like to test this service, right? And we could go into test and like write a unit test for the service. I wrote it because like there's no point in having a writing competition for it. So first of all, we use the group function. So the way we write this is something like, so we'll write a group and it takes a description. So its description will be counter service, and then there'll be a body, and it's something that like takes in a bunch of like we can run a bunch of tests in here, and it will be grouped semantically. And for now, like if we just delete this, and things will be fine again. And there's this setup function. So these are called life cycle functions in terms of testing. So one unit test is this test function, which has a description, and it has a lambda of sorts, where like we run this expect function. Expect function takes one actual value and one matcher. Matcher is a set of things that helps to audit something about this actual value. So we can actually like have a counter service over here and check whether this is equal to something or not. But like if we are checking whether some class can instantiate or not, if it is not null, it can. So that is why I wrote this test. Now similarly, counter service should be able to set count. So if I just do counter service dot set count 3 and then expect counter service dot get count, and if it returns back 3, I think it is good enough. And then like counter service should also be able to get count. So suppose I have not set anything, and you will see this line. So when we are testing and when we are writing unit tests, so we have learned so far how to write a test function, and like we just give it a description and then we give it this function, and this function is actually an asynchronous, like it does not need to, this one does not need to be asynchronous. And so tests, this lambda function can be synchronous or asynchronous. The test framework can handle it. And then we do something, and where do we get this counter service from? It is scoped in the group. So this counter service is available to all the tests inside this group. And this setup function is like, if we are like, if we did not have setup function, we'd have to like copy this and paste it as the first lines of every test. So in other words, before running every test, like if it has run this test, then it will run setup function again before running the next test. Then it will run the setup function again before running the next test. More often than not, one or more tests run in parallel. So like this setup function is a function that is called once before every time a test is run. And then there are more lifecycle methods like just opposite of setup is a tear down. So after every test, this tear down function will be called. And then there are setup all and tear down all functions. Setup all function will be called only once in the group, and then it won't be called again and again before every test. And tear down all function will be called similarly once after all the tests in the group are complete. It will not run after each and every test. So that is how setup all, tear down all are. These are called testing life cycle methods, if for the lack of a better word. Now let's see this set mock initial value. So shared preferences is an external library, and like if we don't give it shared preferences right now, and like if we switch back to a normal mode and run the test, we'll see that the test will fail because we don't have any value in the shared preferences. But if you want to mock and like give it a certain okay, so if there is no mock initial values being called, the error will be much worse. So okay, so about 10, all of the other tests will almost fail because this service bindings dot default binary messenger or something. So it's trying to access a shared preferences, but within this the test environment, there is no shared preferences available. And for that to happen, shared preferences library gives us this helper function, which is a static function, which we can like set mock initial values, and we can give it a map, and it will replace the shared preferences. And within that scope, like within the scope where this shared preferences was set mock initial values was called, every time that we call shared preferences dot get instance, we get this instance instead of looking for instance in the test. So And our ID clearly tells us which tests had failed the last time. And now once we run all tests again, everything will pass and things will be fine. Okay, now this is how we write unit tests in general. So far we have learned about a single test function, a description, the lambda in which we give this expect expression, we give it an actual value, and we give it a matcher. If it's not the extends the class matcher, it is automatically wrapped by something called an equals matcher. So it will expect that this is actually equal to null. Now, after we have mocked our counter service, we will mock our counter block, right? Because like we have, I'm sorry, after we've tested our counter service, we will test our counter block, right? And here we'll see about counter block tests, and I'll switch back to presentation mode. So this side is the counter block test, and this side is the actual counter block. Now, like I said, when we test, that's how far I've got it in terms of experience, is that when I test, I tend to test all the functions and all the edge cases around those functions and whatever the responsibility they have to handle, like within the scope of the responsibility that they have to handle. For example, this counter service, for the purpose of this block, I will not use a real counter service. Instead, I will use a mock counter service. So this mock class is what we're getting from a package called Mockito. It's also an external package from the Flutter team itself. You have to include the Mockito package in pubspec.yaml. I'm not going to show you how to do that. Then again, like this Mockito is a very famous library in Android as well, and that is where the Flutter Mockito package has been inspired from, but it's not a one-to-one port of that package. It has some differences which make it better to use in Flutter. So suppose, let's forget this line for now. I started a group called counter block, and then started writing some tests in it. And first test is that it can construct. A counter block needs a counter service. Will I instantiate a new counter service for it? No, I will simply implement a mock counter service which extends mock and implements counter service. So the moment we use implements all the functions that we could have called on a counter service, we have on the mock counter service as well, and we just start writing our first test. So first test is that it can construct. So since we have been able to give it a counter service, and so counter block will not be null, and the test, as we can see, passed. Now next, initializes on construct. So as you can see, like at this moment, we are not really writing tests first and then code. What we are doing is writing code and then writing the tests to confirm that most of the things work. So if we look into the counter block constructor, it takes in a counter service and then sets its count, and if count is null, then again sets the count to 0. So initializes on construct is like, first of all, it clears the interactions on mock counter service. So there are some helper functions also that come with Mockito, for example, when, clear interactions, and verify. So just like we have expect expression for objects and to match them with matchers, we have verify expressions for functions inside the mock objects with some tests like have how many times they have been called, have they been called or not, etc, etc. So let's deconstruct this test. It will make things much clearer. So suppose I don't clear interactions for this one, and say that when, like this is the way we are like stubbing this, that when mock counter service dot get count, which means when this function is called, then instead of like any real implementation, just return 3. And there are three different kinds of like then throw, then answer, and then return. Then answer is for a future value, then return is for an immediate return, and then throw is if we want to throw an exception or error. This allows us to test different circumstances, like if our service throws something, how will the block handle it? If our service returns immediately, how will the block handle it? So that is the kind of logic behind using a mock class instead of a actual class, so that we can test for all the edge cases. We can test for all the possibilities, whether it be throwing some exception, or returning a future, or like immediately returning, suppose 0, 1, or 3 in cases where like we have edge cases at 0 or something like that. Now when this will be called, in the scope that this is declared, like after we have called this expression, in the subscope, whenever mock counter service.getCount is called, it will return 3, which means that when we are instantiating counter service, then the actual counter, like since we're initiating this from getCount, the actual counter value should be 3. Okay, so let's again switch back to running the tests, and we will see that tests will fail, because for this line number 2345 is like mock counter service.getCount is called once, because like it's when we are calling the constructor, since it's calling this constructor, and this getCount is being called only once, so that should be verified. But the problem is this mock counter service lives in the scope of the group, and before this test is called, even this test is called, and we are not clearing the interactions on this mock counter service. So this was called once, and then for the second time over here, and that is why the actual value is coming to be 2, which is why we use this clear interactions, which resets this mock, and then we can have define multiple use cases, do some action, and then verify that this is the result. Okay, same like we can verify something like this. When mock counter service.getCount then return 3, but then again like expect counter block.stream 3, 4, 5. Now this is now we are into handling streams, like how to handle streams in your unit tests. It's not that simple, but there are a couple of caveats, and all said and done, I think I would avoid testing streams in my unit tests as far as I am concerned for now, because like first of all, let's clear the interactions, and when that is done, we give 3, and then when we are setting this add 1, so this count is count plus 1, and then counter service.setCount. So whether this gets called or not, I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is whether we are, and like this is a custom setter, so it is what basically doing is it's creating a new counter block model with a block within the, like we are giving the reference to the block within the block model, and then we're just adding it to the behavior subject. That is what we're doing so far. So, and that also using this custom setter. Now, and this is a custom getter as well. It just gives you the count of the counter block model. If you it just simplifies the rest of the block for me. I just tend to define custom getters and setters on top. And yeah, so we have this add 1, so we are getting the current counter block model, and if and we are adding 1 to it and sending it back to the behavior subject. But and I don't care about whether this gets called or not, as long as the block works. So I'll listen to the stream of the block, which is actually the stream of the behavior subject, and I'll use this matcher, which is called emits in order. So emits is a class of matchers, which is like these are stream matchers. So all of these are different types of stream matchers. Like it can emit in order or emit any of, or it could, like if you want to test whether a stream emits error or not, those are the kinds of things we have here to play with. For now, like let's say that I want this to be emits in order, because I am first of all instantiating the block, which with a mock get count that should return 3. So my block should have an initial value of 3. And then if I press add 1 twice, there should be a 4 and there should be a 5 emitted from the stream. The problem is that, like, if I run these tests, it's working and it's working fine. But if I suppose do this and run, it will fail because it's not in that order. But if I do this and run it, it will not fail, because the main reason behind this is that we're looking for whether we are getting 3 and 4 or not. What happens after that is none of this matcher's concern. And these are the few reasons like why I would avoid testing streams after all. But yeah, if we have absolutely no option and have to test streams, we can use emit matchers. And I personally prefer to await for like something like this, await for stream.first and then run an expectation on the result. That makes me more comfortable. Like we're seeing the end states of the behavior subject. So this also is because I'm used to using behavior subject everywhere. We are all used to using behavior subject most of the time with our blocks. That's why that is. And this brings us to the end of unit testing. There's a lot more. I will leave us with a lot of resources in the final part of my presentation. But I guess we have a pretty good adequate knowledge of getting started. Like we can now start writing some functions. We understand the lifecycle methods, we understand grouping, and like just this, the way we are writing this is because this is how it appears in the IDE when we are running tests. So we can just see it check. Acha jo hai sab sahi hai. Like whatever it is, it's working well, and we can move on to press the deploy button if we have to. Now let's move to a widget test, and this gets a little bit interesting. So let's just close all and get the counter screen test.dart and counter screen.dart, and I'll split vertically. Now, when I am thinking about counter screen.dart, it is a stateless widget. Now, I have to think very carefully about what are the responsibilities that I want to give to this counter screen.dart. And as we can see, it has a couple of responsibilities. It listens for the counter block model on the context through a provider, and it shows a text based on that provider. If that provider is null, it returns null, it shows 0. And if we press this floating action button, which has a text of increment and an icon of icons +1, it calls counter block model dot add one. Like it references the block from the very same block model, like whoever is in charge of this block model, and then it just calls the add one function. Now, if we are on this one, come to this side, like when we're writing tests for it, I think this one is the test. Yeah. Now we're looking at the test for it. So I'll implement I'll take the mock counter block over the actual counter block. The main reason being is that I don't want to test the block, the responsibilities of the block when I am writing tests for counter stream. screen. This counter screen has a very specific set of responsibilities, and I want to test it for those responsibilities, not for the responsibility of the block, because that responsibility has been tested in the tests for my block. Now, in this group, like we write a group called counter screen, start a anonymous function. There's a function called test widgets. Now, test widgets gives you a widget tester and you can do stuff with it. So this is now not package test.dart. Now we are using things from Flutter test.dart, which also exports test.dart. So, okay, let's start. We are pumping a widget. Okay, and we would see that we are not, when we are testing counter screen, why are we calling all of this stuff? And that's a very valid question, and that is why let us delete all of this and let us now run the tests and see what happens. When we are running this test with like just the counter screen, it will catch an exception called provided not found exception, and once again and it will also catch another exception called like it will not have a lot of things, like it will not have a text directionality and stuff, and scaffold will not work and everything, which is why I created some extension functions in my helper.dart for this. These are some extension functions which like wrap with material app will just wrap that with material app, wrap with multi-provider will wrap that with a multi-provider, and that is why this after counter screen we're just pasting this, and this just makes things easier, and after that we're just copying pasting stuff. And so we have this widget tester, and then we pump widget and everything. We have provider.value. So within this multi-provider, instead of having a stream provider and testing for whether like we have block or not, we are just passing a simple counter block model. And since counter block model is in some way attached to a block, we have to give it a block even if we are not using it in this test. We're just sending a mock counter block, and then we have text. This text finder is like we're declaring a variable, and find is something that we also get from Flutter test, and we can find a widget, like we have pushed pumped counter screen to the test environment. Now in that test environment we have to look for widgets and then decide whether like do stuff on that widget and run matchers on them. So first of all we find by text, and like since we know that this is the format of the text, we can simply find for a 5 because the value is 5. So if the value is 5 and we find a widget with this text in it, which means one of the responsibilities is accomplished, like whatever the provider is above it, it takes the value from there and displays it in a text view. And that is why we'll expect a text finder, and like it'll be finds one widget. For the next test, next responsibility is that when +1 button is tapped, the widget should work. Like when the +1 button is tapped, we should be able to call the mentor block dot add one time, and that should be the responsibility of it. I should not have to test whether that count is increasing or not, because if I have tested this and if I have tested my block well, the count will automatically increase. I don't that is not something I want to test in my unit tests. What I want to test in my unit test is whether I am calling the blocks add one function or not. So that is why I have like made a new mock counter block, and then pump the widget, and in the counter block model I injected this counter block, and when I just gave an icon finder, and icon finder is like find by icon icons +1, and I'm expecting that icon exists. So if I expect that icon finder finds one widget, and there could be there are other kinds of matchers as well, like when we say finds, so there's finds nothing, finds widgets, finds one widget. So I want to find only one widget, and then I am going to use this very tester, and I am going to tap on the icon finder, and after the tap is done, I am just going to verify that mock counter block dot add one was called one time, and since this test is running, I can rest assured that everything else is in order. Now there's this test that is failing. So what I want to test is that when there is no provider above the above this widget, because I want my code to be robust still, and I want all the cases to be covered and all the edge cases to be covered. So suppose I don't have a provider above this widget. I actually want that this widget should display 0, because I have actually coded for this, and which is why I should either give it a null value or okay. So if I say, since it's null, provider cannot infer the type, so I'll give it a type, and that's when I hope this test will pass. Okay, so all tests have passed. Now what if I don't want to give it a provider altogether? What if I want to say that this whole multi-provider thing from here to here, it should just go away, and I should still be able to look at a 0 widget, and that is where I see an error coming, and that error is why Remy basically has launched his this is the main cause why Remy was frustrated, and I think, in my opinion, that is why he has launched Riverpod, because providers are not with compile time safety or something like that. Okay, so that's for the widget tests. I'll not be I have not been able to write integration tests, but there has been, I've written integration tests, and this is how integration tests work. So integration tests, they don't work in a separate environment. They work on the actual device on which the app is running, and that's where we have a test driver and we have a test, and within this test driver we just have to call this, and we have to import our actual main file as app, and then call app.main after that, and within our app test.art we have to import Flutter test and Flutter driver and group, and this is where we will forget about units, we will forget about block or service or anything. We will think about the app. So we will find something by value, and this find is different from the find that is from Flutter test.art, because it has only these many things available. So there's we have value key, test by type, and that is why you see that within our actual counter screen we have value keys put over here. So we don't have a very robust way to locate find those objects, but value keys work without any problems. And then we take driver and we do a setup all and tear down all, and then we start testing. And what this does is we just run this with a driver command, and that is how integration tests work. So now that we have some basics of unit tests, widget tests, golden tests, and integration tests, let's talk a little bit about golden tests now, since I postponed it a little while back. Golden tests are like when we manually test a piece of UI, we can do it once, but do it again and again and again after every update gets a little bit time consuming. Okay, so it's 4:54, so I should wrap up, I think. Okay, so I was with golden test. It gets a little bit time consuming, and that is why we like once manually verify the app visually that it's okay, and then we generate golden test files and we keep them as verification, and then we write test that matches that file, matches that file, matches that file. And if all of it matches, like the moment, like we reuse a lot of widgets, so if we change a widget and other golden tests fail, then we have to manually verify and check all of those again. So if those things are not failing, we don't have to go in back and manually check everything again, and that is why golden tests can save us some time. And some test patterns for the visual learner, like I demonstrated enough. I also have another app in my GitHub repo which I have like very thoroughly tested, so that's one pattern. Some tips are like design tests to not have irreversible side effects. If you're making a database call in a to your production database in a test, like don't do that. We should be able to run them as much as we want without worries. Override the equal to and hash code operators in your model classes. The matches that we did was integers and booleans in the counter app, but as the app gets more complex, the equals matcher will use the equal to. So it's better to use source.gen for something like that. Mock your services, like we used Mockito. Have run test configurations in your IDE. So for Android Studio, we can like go to edit configurations. We can start with a template and have this like Flutter test, and we set all in directory, create configuration, give it a name, and then like use this to share through VCS and upload it to our version control so that life is easy for all of our team members. Test all the edge cases, group test to make them look like spec when they run, like we have group and then test, and test only for the responsibilities of that particular scenario, like I showed you already. Static methods cannot be mocked because they do not belong to the class interface, which is why like if you're planning to mock something, we should avoid static methods. And global singletons as well. Look into mockability of your packages, select your packages. Like if you are writing a package, try to make them as mockable as possible. If you are selecting a package, see if it can be mocked or not. Grow to the point you can TDD. So test driven development is like you cannot test driven development before you can write tests with confidence, and you cannot TDD on a file with non-comprehensive test coverage. So pick up your old projects and like start with mid-sized projects, write a test suite for it, and once done, add something to the project and add something to the test. First of all, aim for a comprehensive test suite, and then when you add a new feature, add something back to the test, and switch the chronology. Like once you have confidence in your testing, just switch the chronology. And then start writing tests first and code later, and that's how you get to TDD. Resources, Pawan has Velocity X has good test coverage, so we can read his tests to learn something. Rafal Solsars gave a very deep dive into testing in Flutter Europe. Philip and Anthony did a recent boring Flutter dev show. I think it was episode 21. Philip and Andrew did one much earlier. It was episode 2. Eurokranka had two test-based articles. One is for image network widget tests and like writing widget tests for navigation events. InKino app has really good test coverage. It's like a really nice repo to study. Again, image test utils is a package which like solves this very issue that he faced. Andrea Bizzotto has a Udemy course. It has a test. So Riverpod.docs, and he has a testing cookbook out. Execute Automation has a YouTube playlist on Flutter driver automation testing. They are like automation testing YouTube channel, and they have a nice playlist over there. There's a eBay package for golden tests. They call it the golden toolkit. And finally, I'm here. So if you have any questions, you can always reach out to get me via Twitter, and that's the end of it. Sorry for extending the time.
No, it's okay. Thanks, Raveesh, for the talk on testing. What do you think? Like, आप लोग करेंगे testing? क्या लगता है?
करना चाहिए नहीं तो फंस जाएंगे.
Okay.
Like, I am one of those guys who got bit by not having a test suit. So
ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. करना चाहिए. So yeah, everyone should start learning testing. Like you can just do it in a very small portion. Maybe just write unit test, because that is the most important test you have to write. Maybe if you are ignoring widget test and even integration test, that's totally fine. Because I think unit tests are the most important tests, which can like save your time a lot. If you think testing is boring, you are really right. But once you start using it, it can actually save your time. So thanks, Raveesh, again for
thank you, Pawan,
being here and talking about testing. And now, as you know, we are already short of time, but we are going very good, and it's still going good. But I just want to give them some break for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will be back with another session by Martin Jeret on something which is really, really important, especially in this era of development, and that is CI/CD. So if you want to learn how CI/CD works in Flutter, if you want to know what needs to be known, then this is the session for you. And believe
Definitely.
me, once you go through it, you will actually got to know a lot of things. And now, because GitHub is free, so try to utilize that as well. And CI/CD Code Magic is there. They also provide some free stuff, and then there are some premium plans as well. So we'll talk about that, and maybe Martin will talk about that. And over to Martin. But before that, we will have a quick break for 5 to 10 minutes. So thanks, Raveesh, again, and
Thank
see
you.
you soon. So
Same. Yeah.
one of those two are free right now to be grabbed. The tail is a good one. Yes, should be.
Happy Flutter Day. My name's Martin, and I'm the CEO at Nevercode. We created Code Magic, which is a CI/CD that for mobile developers, and we target Flutter as one of our main frameworks. Happy Flutter Day. My name's Martin, and I'm the CEO at Nevercode. We created Code Magic, which is a CI/CD that for mobile developers, and we target Flutter as one of our main frameworks. I was really excited when Pavan asked me to talk about everything you need to know about CI/CD with Flutter. One disclaimer, though, is that when it comes to continuous integration and delivery with Flutter, it's not that much different from other platforms. But during the talk, I'll share some of the things that our users have found helpful that you may find useful as well. In the beginning, I thought I'd talk about what it was like to build a continuous integration and delivery service with Flutter in mind, and then share some practical tips as well that you may find useful. I hope you enjoy it. When it comes to continuous integration and delivery, the CI/CD abbreviation, it's kind of thrown around these days, almost like a buzzword. It reminds me a bit of data science. Everybody's talking about it. There's lots of opinions lying around. You've probably read a Medium article, perhaps, and discovered that everything you're doing is wrong, and you should rethink everything, start from scratch. It may be the case that you are doing something wrong, but not necessarily. Continuous integration and delivery, at the end of the day, what it's supposed to do is give you feedback on your development practice, so you can catch errors before reaching production. And different teams have different needs, so different means can service specific use cases differently. There's no single uniform answer. Continuous distribution, or CD on top of it, is another cycle that's related to getting the binary and actually automating the delivery process to your testers, team members, or users. And with web, you're generally shipping to or distributing to some server, and users get always the latest version of the product. But when it comes to mobile, there's currently a limit, because you're shipping to the App Store, first of all, which has the review process, and secondly, the users have to manually install the latest version of the application. It may be that this changes in the future. We're definitely looking forward to it. A bit about us. At Nevercode, we used to be a mobile development agency, and we were creating mobile apps for our clients. Back in the day, Hudson was the industry standard for continuous integration or some CI automation. And it did its job. It was nice. It was a good start. Mostly devastating to use, but things got better. And iOS at the time didn't have any CI that we were using because it was very costly to maintain and set it up. So what happened, we started to build our own, and that's how we were born. And we started selling it to our clients. We liked it, so we kept at it. And this is what Hudson looked like. And I think 2005 kind of marks the beginning of this modern CI automation era. Hudson at the time did what you would expect it to do. Some basic stuff. You can run your build steps you can set up hooks or other type of triggers. It worked with Git. It worked with other version control systems like CVS or Subversion. Pretty basic stuff. There was some upgrade in 2011 when Hudson received a rebranding and Jenkins was born, which was originally a fork of Hudson, but then started living its own life. And Jenkins is still very much alive. It's one of the most popular CI tools out there. And it's one of the most capable CI tools out there as well. And I can't imagine a task that you can't do with Jenkins. But as with everything, with great power comes great responsibility to keep the beast alive. And back in the day, about 10 years ago actually, everybody used to have these servers to power the platform. And maybe this not so nice user interface. What changed was in 2011 and 2012 when Travis started to gain popularity, which is a really good CI tool from Germany. And what happened was, boom, we suddenly had the cloud. And another thing that changed was that Travis took this complicated bash scripts that you used in Jenkins and Hudson and kind of composite them together into this readable, manageable YAML configuration. And it worked really well. If you run tests, you were building backend, it worked really nice. But it still wasn't designed for mobile. And this is what we wanted to focus on, is to make this CI/CD for mobile as smooth as possible. It should work seamlessly, no configuration, but if you need to configure something, then you should have the ability to. When you're building CI products, then you think about your users and you start forming these groups. We have hobbyists, freelancers, teams. And when you think about a software engineer, then funny thing about software engineers is that we also like to build in our free time. And our work is sometimes also our hobby. So the users, even though you may be a hobby developer, the needs that you have may not be that different from large teams. Because as a hobby developer, you have the time and care to make your project the way you want to make it. You may have a lot of tests. You may have everything shipping configured to your friends, or you may have really cool automation set up that teams are drooling over. And CI has to cover everything. So what to think about when you consider this CI/CD cycle? Maybe one person is focusing on testing. Maybe another person is focusing on triggers. It really depends. There's no single answer. But you do have some kind of expectations from these CI tools. And this is something that some ideas what you can expect from them, or what you should ask for. Number one is minimal maintenance and perhaps scalability. When Travis started to came around and there was this cloud-based or hosted CI providers, then this marked the end of an era almost. I don't think there's going to be a lot of on-site or in-house servers anymore. And as a CI provider, that's what you want as well. You want your users to be able to focus on the code and not focus on managing your server instances. One example is when Xcode updates come out, you don't want to update all your base image or update the software on your machines. You don't want to add new machines in your server farm. You just want to focus on the code. Because new Xcode versions, those of you who know, they can break a lot of things. They can break your build steps, and it's much better to just let the provider take care of it. Another thing to consider is when you're starting out, often you don't consider all of the things that you may need in the future. You just consider some limited features that you need right now. It may be worthwhile to think about it, because switching providers later is a friction, and having extensibility is important. So being able to ship apps to places other than the App Store, even though you don't need it in the beginning, or being able to configure having full control over certain build steps is important. You also obviously need test support, and if you're working in teams, probably some permission levels as well. So that's what you want from CI, but what can CI provide to you? One of the things that we've noticed in modern mobile development, and Flutter as well, Flutter especially, is that the ecosystem is so rich. Developers these days have so many different kinds of packages, plugins, different widgets to integrate with their application. And these days you're just welding different packages and plugins together. And you can get a very performant, smooth, good-looking application out of it with little effort. And I guess that's one of the places where the problems start. A simple how-to app these days can have tens of or 20 of dependencies. And those dependencies rely on other dependencies. So what you're doing is you're building this type of a Jenga tower. And in the beginning, it's not really an issue. But quickly you discover when a new Flutter version comes out, suddenly your dependencies are not compatible with the new version. Or when the dependency updates, it's no longer compatible with some of the other ones. So you have this compatibility problem. And building something that you don't have full control over creates risk. And as we know, if you've played Jenga, what happens to Jenga towers is that they collapse. One example is NPM and leftpad. It's from the JavaScript world. In 2014, lots of websites used leftpad, like a lot of them. And when leftpad suddenly was unpublished from the NPM package repository, the internet just collapsed, most of the internet. And what was leftpad? It's just some vanilla JavaScript that you don't really need to have as a package. You can just write a couple of lines. So using all these dependencies does create significant risk. And you should consider twice before simply adding stuff to your app. Couple of warnings. What can CI provide to you to make you aware of some of these risks? If you have a good CI setup, you can often discover those risks before, or rather quickly, and before reaching production. And they're measurable. Some of the things that scream out is, for example, when your build times start to increase significantly. Even though they pass, it's a good idea to actually check out why they're increasing. And this is a warning for you. Another thing about Flutter is that Flutter is fast, it's performant, and it has small binary sizes. If your binary sizes start to grow, it's another alarm. It's a good cause to investigate further and find out what's the reason for it. Logs are your friends, and you should read them. You should read them carefully. And don't just read the logs of failed builds. You should also read logs of successful builds. Flutter has quite good logs, and it gives you hints on how to fix. Had to take a quick break. Flutter has really good logs, and it does contain useful information on how to fix certain warnings or errors. And logs are your true source of information. You can always trust them. Second thing to do is writing tests, especially if you're working with a single application. This is a sample or an example of one of our clients at Nevercode. And this is Toyota. One of their test suites has over 3,000 tests in them. And having this good test coverage gives you actionable feedback. If something is breaking, you can immediately understand where and you can take action on it to start fixing it. It is an investment to write tests, but they do start to pay off. And I'll give you many examples down this presentation on why testing is good, not just for taking feedback, but for other parts as well. If you don't have 3,000 tests, that's completely okay. Write just the basic ones to test the basic business logic of your application. Some of you may be from an agency, and you have application request coming in, and the app gets shipped out in 2 months, and you may not have enough time to write tests. CI is still really, really useful. This is an example of the number of active projects. One of our friends from a development agency in Tartu, Estonia, what they have. They have about 200 active projects. Imagine you have a client you built an app for in 2 months, and 6 months later they come back and they ask maybe to change some functionality, add some new features. And having a robust CI/CD pipeline in place, you can start where you left off, and you can just hit off a new build. You can look at the history, read the logs, run the tests, and it's significant amount of automation. A couple of other things that we found is helpful is, or our clients have told us, when they have new members joining the team, if you have a readable, understandable CI setup, it makes onboarding new members much, much easier. Of course, it's important to understand that if you have those apps and those products, you also have to ship them to your clients, testers, or members of the team to run them, to try them out. And not just the binaries, but test results as well. It's important to communicate. And although the App Store and Google Play Store are the final places where we want to ship the apps, there are many intermediate steps, like with testers, like with your teammates, with the product owners, and CI should be able to integrate or distribute apps to places that are not just the App Store or Play Store. However, it is important to persist the artifacts and persist the data. Imagine you have built an app and you get a bug in production, or there's a crash. And the user whose phone the crash happened was not using the latest version of your app, but was using a previous one. And we know that in production, apps are obfuscated, and you can't really make sense of the traceback, or the stack traces. And when you think about shipping, then it's a one-way street, and it's not enough to just ship the application in one direction. You should keep good history of versions and match them with either a Git tag or a commit, and have links to deobfuscation symbols or ProGuard maps to make sense of the crashes and the tracebacks or the stack traces. And this is where the deobfuscation symbols come useful. And keeping all the artifacts is a good idea. Another thing that continuous distribution has to handle, Flutter developers probably know this, and you have your own experiences, it's code signing. With Android, it's a bit easier. You have you have a key store, maybe aliases, some passwords. It's static stuff. You keep it somewhere safe and secure, and it works. With iOS, suddenly it becomes a bit more difficult. Provisioning profiles expire, your team member gets a new iPhone, and suddenly the binary doesn't work on their device anymore. So what do? When you're using a local kind of code signing management or provisioning profile management, then use the ones that Xcode provides, the Xcode managed versions. Those are fine. When you're using or considering a CI provider, it's a good idea if they have a connection between the provider and Apple Developer Portal to automate as much as possible when it comes to code signing, shipping, and managing the profiles. If the provider doesn't have a good or direct Apple Developer Portal integration, then there are tools to help you. Fastlane Match is a really good one. Another good one is, actually we're starting to open source a lot of our CLI tools. So you can use them to fetch, create, revoke, update your provisioning profiles, and handle the code signing. Little bit about tests. I won't talk too much, but some of the tests that you should run. First one, really simple, static code analysis. So Flutter has Flutter Analyzer, which is really cheap. It's just one line of code, and there is no reason why you shouldn't use it. For example, you get a good indication that in this case there is an excess keyword used, and you get quick feedback that you should update something. And your next commit is, or your next push has healthier code in it. Unit tests and widget tests are a little bit more involved, and you have to invest some more into it. But the rewards that you get are worth it. When it comes to integration tests, they are more pricey, and it gets a little bit more complicated. When you're considering iOS integration tests, UI tests, then you need a Mac for that, or you need a Mac OS, because you need to run iOS simulator. Or if you want to run the integration tests on real devices, then you need Apple hardware as well, like an iPhone. And Android is no breeze either. It's not unicorns and rainbows there. When you're booting up Android emulator, you have lots of problems with virtualization, nested virtualization. Because Android emulator itself, it's also a virtual machine, basically. But and it makes the CI slow. But luckily, there are ways around it. One great tool is Firebase Test Lab. Firebase Test Lab, you can use your binary and your test binary, run the tests, and get the results. You can also have screen recording, screenshots, and other things to do, and it works really well with native apps. Doesn't work with Flutter, unfortunately, because Flutter driver works differently. You can't just have a standalone binary that you run there. It works in a different way. So one thing that helps is AWS Device Farm, and it actually precedes Flutter as well, or precedes Firebase Test Labs, and it's quite flexible. In addition to native fuzzy or monkey tests, you can plug in hybrid test frameworks as well, like Appium, for example. And you can reach drive tests to device farms on AWS, or it can be virtual as well. And to get an idea of how you can get started with it, you can check out this tool called Sylph. If you like it, you can use it. If not, it's a good way to understand how to get started. So this is a little bit about how, when we're building CI systems or CI tools, how we think, what the common use cases are. I gave you some ideas on what to think about, what to expect. But again, there is no single answer on how you should set up your CI/CD pipelines. Take that information in, think about it, and use what you see, how you see fit. In the end, I did manage to pull a little bit more Flutter-specific ideas and feedback, and try to answer these questions as well. So I'm summarizing some questions that, or things that we've found our community cares about, and I'll share these with you. First thing is about debugging builds. Like I mentioned, write the tests. They're really, really helpful. Read the logs that you're getting. But if you still have problems, there are 3-4 things you can try to do. One is to enable verbose logging. So if you have verbose logging, you get better logs. If you have problems with iOS, some CI providers include Xcode logs separately and in a separate artifact. So you can download it and look at those as well. 2 other things you can try and do is SSH into the builder to get terminal access, or VNC to get graphical access as well. And this is quite useful when you're trying to debug custom scripts, for example. You can just terminal access in and try and run the scripts and see if they work or not. Second thing that people care about, build speed. And this is one of my favorite topics. A lot of people, when they see that their build speeds are increasing and they're looking at ways to optimize it, often people look at how to optimize the build process or the compilation times. So they try caching, they try including some extra flags in the build arguments, for example. But what surprises me is we often miss the most basic stuff. Number 1, tests. I keep saying it again and again and again. If you have good test coverage, then there are cases when you can actually fail the CI pipeline before the compilation process starts. And this is the biggest time saver you can get. So invest the time, write the tests, and actually if you have the tests, debugging them is also much faster. I can't stress this enough. Testing is one of the best places you can save on time. Second thing, if you need a quick fix on how to improve on your build speeds, is to switch between different hardware. At CodeMagic, we have Mac Minis in our free tier, which have 4 CPUs, and you can also use Mac Pros that have more RAM and are faster. And a comparison, how much faster is, you can expect roughly about 50% faster builds if you're switching between Mac Minis or Mac Pros in our case. Third thing about build speeds is dependencies. So I shared with you before, dependencies create risks. You don't have direct control over them. Dependencies also can dramatically increase your build times. And once those are up, what can you do about it, or why is this the case? Last year, I did an experiment where I just measured how much does Firestore affect, just one dependency, how much does Firestore affect build times? And With iOS, adding Firestore increases the build time dramatically. It's about, it goes from about 40 seconds or 50 seconds all the way up, it can be 42 minutes. And there's a significant difference between debug builds and release builds. With Android, there's not much difference. So then the first thing people think about is, why can't we just cache everything? That should help, right? With Android, it can. It may be the case, not necessarily. And that's because when you're building with Android, what happens is you have this project, you run the Flutter build commands, Gradle takes over, and what Gradle does when it is compiling your binaries is that it takes pre-compiled dependencies as jars or AARs or native components and links it to your app, no more, no less. When it comes to iOS, it's very different. What iOS does when it's compiling your application, or what Xcode specifically does, after Flutter build commands prepare your iOS code base and create this Xcode workspace, Xcode compiles the app, but you're using most likely CocoaPods as your package manager or dependency manager, and CocoaPods doesn't compile pre-compiled dependencies. Wow, it's a tongue twister. What CocoaPods does is it gets the source code and compiles it from source, whereas in Android you're getting the pre-compiled dependencies and working with those. And if it takes about 1 minute to download your dependencies with a gigabyte internet, it's no surprise that compilation or the build time increases dramatically. What happens with creating the release version of your app? Xcode, unfortunately, or it's just how it's built, when you run archive on the Xcode workspace, which is necessary to create an IPA file, then it forgets all the pre-existing cache that you have available, even if you use derived data. And it compiles the app from source again, so you have to compile it twice, basically. When you're considering Android, it may be the case that you get faster build speeds if you use cache, but consider this. You have to create the cache after every job in your CI. You have to upload the cache, and in the beginning you have to download the cache as well. And in most cases it may help, in some cases it may not. In other cases, where it definitely can be helpful is if you're using large graphical assets, for example. Then caching may be useful. But in other cases, consider also this, that if you're caching a certain dependency and it gets updated, you may not notice that there is a breaking change occurring and you have this false positive from your CI. When we talked about Firestore, then Dominic actually made a post in the Firestore, the repository, and it was under an issue related to the compilation times. It's a known issue that Firestore compiles slowly, and the great news is that Google's working on it. And recently they made some improvements. And what you can see here is that after they made performance improvements, the build times dropped by a half, which is really, really nice. And Dominic ran some tests as well, where he compared whether caching helps. And there is no significant difference. Actually, in most cases, the caching actually increases the build time rather than decreases. And that's because of the creating and uploading part that you have to do. And also, if you're using Mac Pros, then they significantly reduce the build time. One thing that I did was, I wasn't sure whether to post this in this talk or not, was I compared different CI providers and their free tiers in their performance. And this is just to show you the results. I used Sysbench to benchmark the events per second to understand the performance of different CI providers, and these were the results. So the main difference is that at CodeMagic we have 4 virtual CPUs in our free tier, whereas with Bitrise, Circle, and GitHub Actions, the free tier has 2 virtual CPUs. So if you were building apps that and the libraries or dependencies that you're using support multi-threading, those perform better than dependencies that don't support multi-threading. Enough about performance. Another common thing that people ask about is versioning. And typically you have some index per workflow that you can use to version your apps. But there are times when you want to use some global version, or you want to have better control over the versioning of your application. And here is some examples. Some people want to use Git tags, which you can. This is an idea. And in other cases, people want to use the version key from pubspec YAML file. And you can do that as well. You can just write a bit of code to parse the Git tag or the version key from pubspec, and it works. And finally, you can use if you're using CodeMagic, you can use this graphical interface to set up your project. But later, if you want to have version control or better readability of your CI setup, then you may want to export the configuration as a YAML file and keep it in your source control. It improves readability, and I think your DevOps team might be happier. But this is just one idea. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. I hope you found it useful. My name was Martin, and I hope you like the next talk. Cheers.
देखो एक काम करते, एक चक्कर मार लेते, एक चक्कर मार लेते। ठीक है, वह एक चक्कर मार लेते, देख देखिए।
Check him. He's gone. Goodbye, Mr. Anderson.
Now get up.
He is the one. Check him. He's gone. Goodbye, Mr. Anderson.
Now get up. It's a very interesting answer. It's not very fluttery, but...
Can you ask her again?
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Start.
what's the story behind your Twitter handle, Bouncing Sheep?
So that's kind of a funny story. Came back from when I was in college, and I had this note-taking technique where I was listening to the lecture and I would write notes, and whatever came to mind, if I had some image that came to mind, I would also draw it next to the notes with the theory that it would help me remember things. So I would look back and I'd say this picture of a tree, and it would put me in the same mindset that I was when I was listening to the first time, and it might help me make connections. I don't know if this actually helps or not, but it was a theory and I was trying it. So one day I was sitting in my operating systems class and obviously what came to my mind is a little cartoony sheep, a fluffy fake looking sheep. So I drew it, and then I'm taking more notes about file system and opening and closing file handles and all the very interesting things. And then I was started doodling with the sheep and adding little dots it was bouncing over a hill. And to me this was the silliest thing that I could possibly imagine, because sheep don't bounce. They're the least airborne creatures I could imagine. And so then I started just drawing little sheep that were bouncing across the page all over. And this was in the early days of Twitter, and I was I have to get this Twitter handle. Someone else might think it's bouncing sheep. So I got it, and it became it's a thing. I have bouncing sheep. I designed fabric. You can design fabric where you make a image and you graphic and you upload it to a website and they'll print fabric for you. I made pillows that are bouncing sheep.
See, so you have pillows of bouncing sheep?
Yeah, I have pillows in my house.
God, that's nice.
So yeah, it grew into a thing, and now I can never change that because it's my thing, and it's just silly, and I just like it. It's just fun. So, yeah, the story of the bouncing sheep. That's a very interesting answer. It's not very fluttery, but...
Can you ask her again?
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Start.
what's the story behind your Twitter handle, Bouncing Sheep?
So that's kind of a funny story. Came back from when I was in college, and I had this note-taking technique where I would...
Here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests. If we had that would be so great. I would here we do iOS, straight up. Recordable tests.
My special request है.
Live streaming is on.
Hi guys, so we are ready for the last quiz of the day, and following that we will have Matt's session. That will be kind of an interview where I'll ask him so many tough questions which are not easy to answer for sure. And before that, as promised, we have the last quiz, which is kind of an advanced quiz. So just write yes if you are ready for the final time. I know I have asked 2 times already, but just write yes if you are ready for the last quiz. And in the meantime, let me open the responses thing, like so that you can answer. Okay. By the way, Raveesh, how is it going? You have prepared this last quiz as well. I just want
Yeah.
to let people know. And whatever happens, you are the responsible guy, right? For if there is
So
any.
actually, like for like dates, like if you miss a date, that's not a huge thing.
That is fine. But yeah, that is going to be fun. And
Yeah.
suddenly I am seeing like there's a lot of people who are going from the live stream. I don't understand why. Come on, people, we need more participants, and come join us. So yeah, now we can see more people joining. So let me share with you the next quiz, and I think there are 18 to 19 questions. How many questions are there, Avish?
There are 19, I think.
19
Yeah,
questions.
19.
Okay.
So there are total 19 points, and like points are not as important. The questions that we will miss, I think we should discuss those questions.
Okay. So
Like,
this time we will have 15 minutes to answer these questions. First
Yeah.
thing is that, and yeah, 15 minutes exact from this time, and I'm pasting the link in the live stream. So here is the link for you. What you have to do, just go to the link, open that, and start answering questions. Um, and then what you have to do, you have 15 minutes to fill all the questions answer. And yeah, then we will see the results, who wins this quiz. So quiz link is already pasted in the chat. And before you start, if someone wants to support us, then you know how to do that. You can either do a super chat. Second is you can join the membership of the channel. Third is you can go to patreon.com/mtechviral, and you can support this channel. And if you can not do any of these, then just like the video, press the subscribe button, press the bell icon, and share this stream and other videos with your friends. I think that won't require any money. And yeah, and there's another session which is coming after this, which is going to be pretty interesting. Matt Caroll, if you don't know, if you are someone who started Flutter maybe a year ago or more than that, like 2 years ago, something like that, there was a channel called Fluttery. So Fluttery used to make cool stuff, like similar to like sometimes audio player, sometimes a clock or something like that. So that guy was very popular, and now he's coming back to YouTube. He is starting his own journey, a new journey, where he will be publishing educational stuff as well on YouTube as well, and on his personal website as well. So I asked him some tough questions, and those are the questions which I'll share as you. Like I have already shared on Twitter, you can check it out. And just wanted to tell you that these speakers, whoever has spoken to this entire event, has been like, from different time zones. So please follow them on whatever social media platform you are connected with them. Otherwise, connect with them at least on Twitter. Follow them, and because there are so much learning which you will get from all of these people. Follow me as well. I write so many emotional content on Twitter these days, so you can follow me there. If you want something more funny, then you can go to my Instagram as well. Link is there in the description. And Sahil, who used to work with me, has given me 100 rupees for the live stream. That's so nice of you, but really, are you just gonna give 100 to this channel, man? Come on. Okay, I'm just kidding. So okay, the time is running. I have already shared the questions. You have 14 minutes to go, and then we will start math session. I haven't received any responses yet, so that's a good sign that people are investing some time into that. Okay, going back to the chat. So thanks to Martin again for doing this thing where I asked him to publish something on CI/CD in Flutter, and he got ready instantly. and I think he made a really good content, and I think everyone can now start doing CI/CD stuff, whether by Code Magic or any other platform which works for you. So now, how many responses we got? Okay, one response we got, and let me just. Oh, it's not what I thought. Okay, so there are many people still doing that. Thanks, Sahil, again. And once again, like we have now, like our numbers are increasing. A lot of people are joining now. Let me paste the quiz link again. And this is the link. This is the advanced one. There are 19 questions. You have to answer in last 12 minutes. And then there will be the last session of the day, which is by Matt Caroll. And he's coming up with his new channel as well, which is super declarative, which you can definitely check out. So right now, how many people have filled it? We have almost 78 people watching right now, so I'm expecting you to at least subscribe to the channel or like the video. We have now 6 responses, and I'm at least waiting to maybe 30 plus responses. Yeah, last 2 times we got almost 45 46 responses. Average was 45, I guess. So 7 responses now. We still have 12 more minutes to go. Okay, let's see what happens. And Raveesh, you are gonna explain all the questions, right? We cannot hear you. If you can hear us.
Yeah, I am going to explain all the questions that have been missed. Like there's a section in frequently missed questions. I just guess I could answer those, and for those like some really tough questions, I also have the hints already in the questions itself. So when you release the scores, they'll also get hints.
Cool, man. So we have 9 responses, just 9 responses, and we are 11 minutes to go. And please, guys, go to Twitter, at least tweet about us. Just use hashtag FSD, use hashtag AskFSD, use hashtag Flutter Day, use hashtag Flutter Stream Day, use hashtag Flutter. Whatever comes to you, use hashtag MTechViral. But tweet about it. Tweet anything which you want. This is the era of tweeting, social media. So at least do that, please. Okay. In the meantime, there is a question which just came up. Let me just check. When I tried to run a simple app with list view or some columns, I used to get too much on main thread. How to solve? Maybe you're doing it in a wrong way, because I haven't seen this error for a long time now. Okay, Noobinator, can you tell us what is your real name? Because I am following you and you are constantly watching. So thank you so much, first of all, for that. But please be come with your real name so that we can identify who exactly is there. Can we build live stream app in Flutter? Yes. Whatever you will question, like I'll simply give the answer yes. And now you have to identify why I am giving the answer yes. Shiva Prasad just donated 1,000 rupees to this channel. Thank you, Shiva. And that really helps for the betterment of the channel and the content in the future. So yeah, thank you so much. We have like 9 minutes left before we reveal the answers, and we got only 12 responses so far. That's pretty bad. Okay, I mean, yeah, you can take your time. It's not like you have to do it right right now. You still have 9 minutes, so you can take those 9 minutes. But please try to finish it before 8 minutes. Okay, just let's not go to the last minute. How many people are watching? 73 people are watching, and not everyone is participating. That's pretty bad. Why I'm saying that? Because you should participate at least. Okay, I have shared one feedback form link as well. I'll share it again after the end of all the sessions. So please, whenever you find time, try to fill it by tonight or by tomorrow maximum. and then we will stop accepting the responses. So that's also something which is really critical for us. Okay, so Nubinator is actually Ankush Lakshman. I have heard this name somewhere on Twitter. Maybe you are the Twitter guy, the Flutter tip of the day, right? Or no, that is different Lakshman. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there is a Lakshman who is kind of doing great stuff with Flutter tip of the day. I finished the quiz, good set of questions in the end. Thank you, Shiva. Thanks to Raveesh for setting up all these questions. Like I haven't done it because I was too much busy with this stream. By the way, just to tell you, this is the longest stream in a go of 9 hours, 19 minutes, 24 seconds so far, and still 1 hour to go. So congratulations to all of us. And this is like, there is no studio or anything. I am doing it right from my home. Thanks to rain, thanks to internet, thanks to YouTube, and thanks to my Windows machine and Mac machine for helping me out for doing all these things. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to Raveesh. And there is one more session, by the way, so don't go anywhere. And okay, I'm speaking too much, but yeah, that's what a host has to do. We are 7 minutes away from the results, and I can still see 18 people have filled the responses. This is really interesting because I can see the questions which are wrong, which are actually filled wrong by people who could not answer this question. And so far, there is only one guy who has answered all the correct questions. Okay. And I don't have to even tell that who is that guy. And he is eliminated from the show because yeah, I'm so sorry, man. You are eliminated because you have answered all the questions every time. So you are not allowed. Sorry. But being a friend, I know you will forgive me for this. But yeah, man, I'll give you something in return for sure. And maybe, so yeah, there is one more announcement which will make him happy at least. So Hack 20 is happening, guys. So please check out on, there is a website for it. I guess, I don't remember exactly what is the link of the website, but if I'm not wrong, it is flutterhackathon.com. So check out there. It's happening this weekend only. And join the people from Hack 20. Like, there are a lot of people involved in that. It takes a lot of courage to do these kind of events. So please support at least, because everyone is doing this for you. It's like this community, especially the Flutter community, there are a lot of people who are trying to do good for the community, and they don't ask anything in return, just the support from all of you. So keep supporting. And yeah, there's still 5 minutes to go. Pascal has given 10 euros. So Pascal, see, I told him to, so you now know that who is the guy who actually answered all the question is Pascal. And Pascal is someone who I know from a long time. Like, before I became the GDE, he was the only GD which I used to know for Flutter. And I have never shared this story with anyone, but he's the guy after which I came to know, he also don't know about this story. So he is the guy, by after watching that he's something called GDE, I got to know what is GDE, because I had no idea there is something called a GDE or tag like that. And then, if I remember, I even asked in that same group to Pascal, what is the process? And he told me some process, and I thought, this is not my cup of tea. Let's leave it. And I actually left it. It's around I think March 2018. This is from that time. And suddenly, after 2 months, or maybe 1 month or 2 months, I got a message in different platforms by the same person, who is Nilay, that would you like to be a GD for Flutter? I was like, what? Can you please repeat? What is GD? Although I knew, what is GD, because at that time I actually searched about it. But see, that's the thing. When you reach to someone you don't have any options. But when someone reaches to you, you have many options, and you can play with your own terms and conditions. So yeah, that's what I tried to do. But yeah, it was fun. And yeah, so Pascal has already written few libraries as well. You can check it out. And he has already given a session, and which is already got published on his YouTube channel as well. So a lot of people were asking if these channels are gone, these videos are gonna upload it. So Pascal has uploaded his video. He was recording it as well, so you can check it out. Now we are just 3 minutes to go, and I have shared so many stories, and there are few stories which me and Matt will share as well. So let me know also in the comment, how was your experience with this stream the entire day. I know it's pretty like long time, but trust me, I have given the same amount of time like you, just to monitor things. And I'm really happy that it's still working. Like there were some glitches, minor glitches, but I think that's fine. At the end, we are 2 minutes far from the quiz. Like there are just 28 responses, and I think people just missed it for some reason. I have pasted the link again. For hack 20, flutterhackathon.com is the way to go, guys. So check it out. And okay, so next session is about to start. But before that, we have to reveal who won. But we still have 2 minutes to go. So if you haven't filled it or is still filling, do it fast. 30 responses so far. I'm just increasing one by myself. It's just 29, but yeah, 30 feels good. So, and you know what? My camera stopped working when I started doing it. So I'm just using my laptop. And thanks to MacBook for not getting so much heated, and for not doing weird stuff during live streams. Really thankful to Apple, Team Apple, and another apple, which I ate in the morning. So overall, a good experience for me. And 1 more minute to go. How can we meet other Flutter developers in our city? It is so difficult to find someone to share your Flutter experience. Any suggestions? I don't know about city, because COVID-19 is happening. I think you should not go anywhere in the city right now. But what you can do is see, there are a lot of people on Twitter and LinkedIn sharing all the things. Stopping the responses, we have got 30 responses, and yes, it's finally done. So now I will first of all share the results with you. So release scores. Okay, so I'm eliminating Pascal first of all. He has answered all the...
You've been disconnected, or rejoined.
I'm disconnected. Is it fine now? I think it should work. Can you see me? Right? I think people can see me. That's what is important. Even if you can see, that's fine. Your voice is not coming to me, by the way. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me share the screen and let me show you what was the correct answer, and then maybe you can explain, Raveesh, right? If you want.
Yeah.
So
okay, if you have the time.
Yes. So 30 responses. It was pretty average kind of quiz. Like it was a little bit tough for everyone. Okay, so the first question where people missed it completely was, which widget is used to get a new context within a build method? Okay, that's good. Raveesh will answer all of them, and then there are many others. So Raveesh, I'll come back to you just after this. But
sure,
the person who has won after Pascal, obviously, is
yes, Parth Jansari, 15.
Parth Jansari, who has answered 15 out of 19. So congratulations, Parth. Then there is Somu Sinha with 14 answers. There are many. ui.flutter.io, wow, what a email ID. He has given 14 answers. Aman official. Okay, Aman official 18. 13 answers. Hem Sin. Hema Sin, whatever. 14 answers. 12 by Ash. 235812221. It is your like phone numbers last few digits. Okay. 14 answer by Divyanshu Anand and 12 by SBIS 1999. It is his date of birth for sure. Okay, Raveesh, you can go ahead with these answers.
Can
Very
you
quickly, man. Don't waste time, okay?
yeah, can you keep scrolling? Like which visit is used to get a new context? It's like the problem that every Flutter developer must have faced when we have it in the scaffold in the same widget from where we're calling somewhere like dot show snack bar, and we have to put a builder method above wherever we are showing the snack bar to get a new build context, which like puts the scaffold above the new context, so we can get it from that inherited widget. Now, can scaffold have another scaffold inside it? Yes, it's a common knowledge. Which property within the material app is used to add widgets between material app and inbuilt navigator? So if you want something on top of the navigator, for example, a provider maybe, so that each of your navigation stack layers have that provider data in it, but you don't want it to go above material app, then this builder function is the best function for that. In named routes, where is the data passed to the navigator? There's a cookbook page which shows navigating using named routes, and that is what model route of context route settings does. Now, in state management, RX is not a 1:1 port of reactive x.io. For example, the observables were recently removed by Brian Egan. I have linked the issue in the answer key itself. Is provider a state management framework? It is not, and like as we can see, majority of people think that it is, but it is just a tool. It's a syntactic sugar for your inherited widget. As Scott puts it, as Remy puts it, it is inherited widget for humans, and any architecture can use it. Can we have a provider above material app? Yes, we can. What was the main motivation around block? So basically, Paulo Soares and his team internally at Google, the AdSense team, they wanted to share code between Angular, Dart, and Flutter, and that's where block was actually born. And in the dev tools, there are downward expanding bars per function. So if you look into some of the recent Philip Prasek videos, you'll see a lot of mention about the flame charts and how we can debug performance using them. Should we measure performance in debug mode? That's a big no. We should neither measure performance on an emulator. Can we please scroll? What do we use to run expensive tasks in separate thread? That's isolates. Majority of you got that right. What is the term used for frame drop / jitter in the UI of an app? It's called jank, both in web and Flutter. What is used to define custom scroll behavior? It's a sliver. There's a complete render sliver protocol written from scratch, I think, from Flutter, because I don't know of any other framework that uses this sliver protocol. Now, which of them does not produce element with a render flex? So spacer, flexible, expanded, all of these can be used inside a row or a column, but and they have that flex property which follow render flex geometry. Container does not. It's a render box. Sliver to box adapter is something that has a render box on top of it and a render sliver as child. So it's a transition widget of sorts that transitions the render geometry from box to sliver. No, I'm sorry, from render sliver to render box, and custom scroll view from render box to render sliver. And similarly, sliver padding is not a transition widget. It's just like its parent also needs to be a sliver, and its child also needs to be a sliver. And padding, once again, is a parent needs to be a render box, and the child needs to be a render box. That's it.
Okay, no, that's not it. There are few people who are saying that they did not enjoy the live stream. Oh man.
Maybe. There is no one who said no. There's a maybe.
Okay, well, we can do better for sure, and we will do it better next time. Please let us know in the feedback. I have just shared the feedback link right now in the comments, so please do the honor And without wasting your time, I'll quickly move to Matt's session very soon, just in a few moments. But just want to tell you one more thing, guys, that if you really want these kind of sessions to keep happening, then please support everyone everywhere, wherever. Like it's not just about this channel. If you see Hack 20 is happening, if you see Flutter Day is happening, just go and at least show that you are supporting them. And even on Facebook, Twitter, whatever platform you are using, because for us or for anyone who is trying to create content, it feels so good when someone, we are not directly maybe getting benefit out of it. We could also choose the path of just staying at in one office, and we could do our work and we could just earn money. But this is what we love, and this is what I think everyone loves. That's why they are doing it. So if you really feel that we are doing something good, or everyone is doing something good, then do support by, maybe if it's a video, like, share and subscribe. If it's a hackathon, participate. If it's a quiz, participate. And I think if you will just give this thing like a very small thing in terms of support, then it has a major impact on everyone. Like it feels good, and it makes us motivated for next things. Okay, so now coming back to the last session, which will be Matt Caroll talking about his journey, and why did he leave Google. That is also one of the questions which was in my mind, so I'll ask him in that particular interview. And also, if you want to support this channel, saying again, you can do a super chat. You can donate via super chat. You can become a member of this particular channel. Sorry, I didn't know like my video is missing. Okay, so you can become a member of this channel. You can also go to patreon.com/mtechviral and you can donate there. And the last option of all is like you can personally message me on Twitter, email, or wherever, and you can say you want to donate, and I'll be happy to help you. And I'm gonna just maybe create a GitHub sponsorship page as well. Okay, now I think everything is done from my side, and I'll come back for the ending note as well. But before that, we have to go to the math session. And I think the last thing which I would want is, again, fill this form for feedback, and check out Hack 20, which is happening. Also, last, pakka last, like it's final last. And that is, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and press the bell icon to get future updates. And I'll see you very soon after this particular video. Let me try recording. Yes, we are recording now. Okay. So hi, Matt. Welcome to Flutter Stream Day, and it's really great to have you. And I feel really honored that finally we could have some time with you. So yes, please, like, we are so happy to have you. Please tell my audience that who is Matt Caroll actually?
Well, what is up, PK, and what is up, Flutter devs? So I'm very excited to be here as well. From what I've heard, this is the #1 Flutter stream in all of India. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe it is. So I'm happy to be here. It's an honor on my end as well. To let everybody know kind of what my background is, who I am. I was a developer on the Flutter team for a couple years. I just recently left to pursue Flutter education and training. Now, before that, I was an Android developer for about 7 years. So that's really where I saw the ins and outs of mobile development and worked with many iOS developers and web developers. Got a feel for that world. And then eventually I saw Flutter come along and I said, I've got to be a part of this. So I created some videos back in the day that were pretty popular, Flutter educational videos. I joined the team, spent a couple years working there. And we can talk more about that later, about what I was working on. And then in February, I left to teach people how to use Flutter and help the world adopt Flutter.
That's great, man. Like, if people don't know, he used to have this channel called Fluttery on YouTube. I think it's down now, but I think he'll be back.
I can neither confirm nor deny that statement.
So, like, what's now? Like, are you gonna create a YouTube channel again? And what's you are targeting right now? Like, in terms of how you are going to help people in terms of education and all those things which you have planned?
That's it's a very prescient, well-timed question. So now, depending on when people watch this, as of right now, we are heading into the week that we'll have Flutter Day and Hack 20. So we're heading into a bunch of really exciting Flutter events. And this week, I will be making a few announcements. I will be returning to YouTube with a new YouTube channel. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can keep an eye out for that announcement. It will be coming in the next few days. And I will also have some kind of presence at Hack 20 that I'm looking forward to. And so I hope all of you watching this get to participate, or at least you get to tune into the stream. But yes, I will be returning to YouTube. I also have a Medium publication that I maintain. I have a website, superdeclarative.com. So I'm working on spreading out to all of the various areas and ways that I can pick up Flutter education. And I'm also partnered with Very Good Ventures, which is the company behind the Hamilton app. So we've partnered together to bring professional Flutter training to corporate teams. So that's what we're offering to kind of help the corporate world adopt Flutter, which tends to have different dynamics and different requirements than maybe individuals who can read a book or watch a YouTube video, that kind of thing.
That's awesome, man. So if someone wants to follow him, then you can go to the website stream.mtechviral.com, and here like all the speakers listing is there with their usernames for maybe even Instagram as well, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, GitHub, whatever we could find. So Matt, like you are spending so much time into Flutter like for some time now. What do you think about the new changes which has happened recently in Flutter, like the ecosystem which it is creating after especially like the inclusion of web and different desktop platforms like Mac OS, Linux, Windows? So what do you think, like where it seems to be going?
Yeah, so like you pointed out, I mean, so from the earliest days, Flutter went to Android, it went to iOS, and we're now seeing over the past year and a half, it's really starting to go to web, it's starting to go to Mac, Linux, Windows. And there was even an early experiment from one of the Flutter team developers that they got the Flutter engine running on Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
So I think this is what Flutter is all about. It's, some people talk about it as an SDK or something like that. I try to remind people that Flutter is a portable UI toolkit. So it's all about the UI and it's all about portability. You take your UI wherever you want, whatever platform you want. And it's still kind of the only thing on the market that offers that power. It's the only thing focused on that ability. And I think that makes it extremely valuable and important for us to utilize out there in the world. A lot of products become viable when you use something like Flutter that wouldn't be viable if you couldn't, right? So if you actually had to build the whole thing on Android and iOS and web, it's just too expensive. But if you can build it primarily 90% with Flutter, suddenly certain products you can actually afford to create them. So it lowers the barrier to entry. It opens up a world of creativity. And so I think Flutter being portable is huge. It's a huge value proposition, and it makes it a hell of a lot of fun to work with.
Yeah, I can totally relate to, but what's happening is like, people fight for no reason. I don't know, like they treat these technologies as competitions, like, whether I should do native Android, whether I should do Flutter, React Native, or Swift UI, just for saying. Like, so what you want to say to them, like, why that there is a fight online? Like, even I have seen many people who has a good number of followers, they have done a good contribution. They also kind of sometimes try to bully some platform. So what do you think, like, how you see that?
Well, it's an interesting question. Why is there a fight online? I think it's easier to find something online, or it's more difficult to find something online where there isn't a fight. Everybody loves a flame war on the internet. So in your question, are you thinking more about people who are entering the profession? Or are you thinking about people who are already in the profession, thinking about changing? Or, who do you really want to message to on that point?
I want to message both of them, like what you would like to say to those people who are just starting their career and who wants to, develop applications, whether for Android, whether for iOS, whether for web. And the second audience is, which is like, they have started, they have done some work, they have maybe made a couple of apps as well. So now what do you think, like where they should go? in which direction?
Sure. So I'll take on both of those. We'll start with the people who are entering the industry.
Yes.
When you're looking at entering the industry, you have to look at what does it take for me to go from no knowledge on a topic. Like if you're coming in, whether you're pursuing a computer science degree or whether you're self-taught, you start from this position where you don't really know how anything works. And then you have to get to the position where you know enough that you can ship a product and like not be legally liable and, you know, not destroy people's data with it and things like this. So you have to go from nothing to a pretty high bar. Now, when you're considering that, you probably want to move as quickly as you can. You don't want to be stuck for 5 to 10 years trying to figure something out before you can really be productive. The thing about Flutter is that you can operate at an incredibly high level, production quality level in many regards, very quickly, with an otherwise limited understanding. So if I were back in college and I wanted to build apps and I wanted to build websites, Flutter would absolutely be the #1 technology that I go for because it's so approachable. You can get in there, you can do so much with so little. The code makes a lot more sense, in my opinion, than many other attempts at user interfaces. It gives you so much control. You can be so creative. So if you're jumping into the industry, I can't think of any application technology that's more powerful for your productivity as someone who's learning development than Flutter is. So that's a challenge that's uniquely faced by people who are entering the industry. And that's different than those who are a 5 or 10-year Android developer, iOS developer, web developer, that kind of thing. The calculus on that side is going to be a bit different because you've already invested so much time into this particular skill set. I suppose if you don't have a personal desire to leave your platform, and I mentioned I was an Android developer. So I was an Android developer for 7 years. And the only reason that I was an Android developer is because it looked like there were just as many headaches and frustrations on iOS and web.
Yeah.
So it's not that I wanted to be there. It's just that there wasn't any alternative. So the instant I saw an alternative, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm done with Android, and that's enough for me. But for people who actually enjoy building Android apps using the Android SDK, and they enjoy building iOS apps using the iOS SDK and web, etc. For those people, it's really a question of, do you believe that the technologies you're using are going to start shrinking? If they're on an eventual path to elimination, it's probably not in your interest to continue a full-fledged career in that area. So let's imagine that over time, more and more apps become Flutter apps for a number of reasons that we can talk about, but let's just assume for a moment that they do. Well, there will always be apps that require Objective-C or Swift, Kotlin or Java. There will always be apps that are not Flutter apps. But if 90% of all apps are Flutter apps, the demand for your position just decreased by 90%. And at the same time, the increase for Flutter developers just went through the roof. If that's the path the world is on, it's in your interest to at least learn this technology, become proficient with it, and you have that in your back pocket. On the other hand, if you enjoy using the SDKs that are already available, and if you don't think there's going to be a shortage for jobs there and you're happy where you are, I mean, honestly, I'm not here to tell you that you need to switch careers because I don't want to be a part of that flame war process. I'm just looking at tools and what they provide, what they don't provide, trends in the industry. And for me, Flutter is just a much better daily experience. I'm happier in my life with Flutter than I was on a daily basis with Android, and that's why I'm here. So I think for new developers, it's 100% new developers should at least explore Flutter and see if it works for them. Existing developers, look at your career trajectory and you decide for yourself, but it's possible that a lot of these apps are going to be moving to Flutter, and you've got to decide what you're going to do in that situation.
That's a really great answer. And in fact, I have the same kind of feeling as well, because I also started with Android. I worked on Android for a couple of years. And then the only problem with me was like, I used to feel like I'm not productive enough because of the time I used to waste on many things. And the reason was like, I was looking for other alternatives. But at that time, as you said, like, there were no such alternatives like I tried using Xamarin for 1 year, and it worked fine, but there were many things which are missing. And that's when I thought about, like, let's try to play with this thing, which is Flutter. It was in a very, very new situation, but what I felt was that it was solving a problem. It was solving a developer's pain, especially mobile app developers, because if we see web from some time, it's going in that way, like, you know, people just open any kind of laptop, they do some stuff, it reflects those changes quickly. But mobile app developer already, like, you know, like since some year now, they have been going through the same pain of you know, taking like I think people treat it mobile app development as a difficult job itself. So that's when I think, yeah, when Flutter came, I also feel very much productive. And by the time, like, if it is solving all of the problems or all of the use cases which I have, then it is fine to use it. If there will be something which I think that cannot be solved with Flutter, then obviously I will look for other options. But unless there is anything, I think it's pretty good, and it's going in the right direction as well, as you said. So yeah. But
yeah, I think you make a good point there when you talk about it solving a problem. And this is what drives me nuts about a lot of these people that make this a flame war online. I think the reason that people are adopting Flutter, it's not like JavaScript libraries on the web where people just want to be cool and do the newest thing. People have given up their entire existing career to specialize in Flutter because they were so unhappy in that previous career, and they're so much happier with Flutter. That's not a minor issue. And so there are people that try to argue foundationally why something like Flutter shouldn't be needed or why it shouldn't have to exist. And I'm just like, but it does exist, and people are choosing it for real reasons. And so you're not going to guilt me into not using Flutter because it doesn't match up to your utopian expectations. There are things that make other development options difficult and frustrating and time consuming. And people have been complaining about it for over 10 years now. I mean, the iPhone was 2007, right? So people have been complaining for over a decade. And you notice that the teams affiliated with those projects didn't really change it until first, React.js came out, and that had a lot of impact on the web. But then notice that as Flutter started taking off, suddenly we hear about Swift UI and Jetpack Compose.
Yeah.
So I guess those things weren't so impossible this whole time, were they? It's just that it was kind of a monopolistic situation where it was like, well, if we don't create what you want, where are you going to go? You don't have any other options. And the instant we did, we became Flutter developers.
That's true. Like you talked about Jetpack Compose and Swift UI. Like, I want to ask you that what is what is better, like whether Jetpack Compose or Swift UI or Flutter? Like, I think the declarative UI pattern is everywhere now. People have started liking it. Everyone, like, or even on web, iOS, Android, we can see it everywhere. So what do you think, like how Flutter SDK itself is different from, like, the way we write Flutter apps is different from Jetpack Compose or Swift UI? Because I think you have played with both of them. So what's your view on that? Like, how it is different, or who is doing it better? Maybe that should be the question.
Yeah, so you and I talked about this the other day. I've played with them a little bit, a tiny bit. By no means am I educated on those two solutions, especially not at an architectural level. But I have gotten a feel for some of the syntax, and there are a lot of things we could say on this. So first, let me give them credit where it's due. If I was still an Android developer, 100% I would be pulling in Jetpack Compose as quickly as humanly possible. I don't think there's any denying that moving towards declarative UI is far better, far easier to use than what's currently available on Android. And the exact same thing for iOS. To move out of the world of storyboards combined with imperative Objective-C UI, to go from that to Swift UI, 100% I would do that. So any critique that I have isn't like, hey, these things shouldn't exist. if I were stuck on one of those platforms, I would adopt it in a heartbeat because I think they are significant improvements. Now, when you start talking about Swift UI and Jetpack Compose, comparing, contrasting to Flutter from, let's say, an adoption standpoint, the issue here is the business value. You as a developer are going to love Swift UI over the old way. Same thing with Jetpack Compose. But your company is spending the exact same amount of money, or most of it. You will be a little bit faster with those. So your company will save some money. But for the most part, there are still 2 teams, 4 languages, 2 frameworks, and that doesn't even include the web. The business reality really hasn't changed. It's just your developer happiness that is somewhat better. And again, I give credit to that. It's better to have happier developers than unhappy developers.
That's true.
But when you adopt Flutter, you gain the developer happiness increase, but you also unify your language, 1 language instead of 4, 1 set of UI APIs instead of 2. And actually, even that's a little giving too much credit to Android and iOS, because what are the odds that you are truly going to be able to move 100% to Swift UI and Jetpack Compose on day 1? You probably have to support the old imperative stuff for a while in various places. That's legacy code that you're stuck with. That's why when I say 4 languages, that's Swift and Objective-C. Why? Because there's still a bunch of Objective-C code out there. That's Kotlin and Java. Why? Because there's still a bunch of Java code out there. So for a while, it's going to be Jetpack Compose plus the view hierarchy. It's going to be Swift UI plus the UI view hierarchy, whatever you call that on iOS. So if you move to Flutter, you kill all of that legacy overnight. 1 language, 1 set of APIs, and you can you still need a few experts on the platform, but beyond that, you mostly just have a Flutter team. And that includes web, by the way, and desktop. They're all Flutter developers now. That goes so far beyond the language and the SDK that I use. Now it's, hey, the business is saving 50% on engineering payroll. And by the way, payroll is typically the #1 expense for most companies, especially startups, agencies, contract shops. Saving half on payroll is like an unbelievable advantage. So I don't know what the Swift UI and Jetpack Compose proponents think on that matter. I mean, has anyone talked to you about that side of it? Have you heard anyone explaining why Jetpack Compose and Swift UI would be preferable from a business perspective?
No, I mean, I haven't a chat with like any of people. Like I don't know how many people are still using it, to be honest. Like I still think it's also in a very early phase. What I could say about Flutter as well, like few years back, like 2 years back. The same thing is today with Jetpack Compose or Swift UI. Jetpack Compose is not ready, to be honest, as of now. What I see, like they have done good work in last few months, of which few weeks ago, not few weeks, like just one week ago, I guess they announced Android 11, and now their APIs for Jetpack Compose looks much better to me. But from business side of view, I don't know like how many people are using it. I had like no any discussion with any of the people who are using it. But I think you are right about the business aspect, because even if I talk about India, to be honest, like there are many service-based companies, right? And what they will do is that they will always try to use something which can, like, you know, which does not require many people, and which can also be less expensive as compared to anything else. Like if they use Flutter, and if it is actually solving a particular use case, let's say they want to make an e-commerce application, and it's solving that problem, and it is giving like Android app as well, iOS app as well. I'm not talking about web or other platforms. Let's just stick to Android and iOS itself. Then also it saves them, like they don't need much developers. They can just have one single developer, or maybe a couple of Flutter developers, and they can like do all that stuff using a single code base. And their client will also be happy, because for the clients as well, I guess it will be lesser expensive, because obviously the number of developers are reduced, and even I think the hours of development will also be reduced. So That's my opinion about this. But we were talking about the technical aspects as well, right? If you remember that, like Flutter is very easy to pick up in terms of if you want to go into detailing of how the framework is behaving, how the things are being done. But the same thing we cannot say for SwiftUI, maybe because I'm not a native iOS developer. But for Jetpack Compose, I know like it's so much to learn. It's so much to understand, and I don't know how things are working, to be honest.
Yep. Yeah. So we talked about that a little bit too. And again, I'll repeat that I'm not well educated on the implementation of those systems. But here, I'll give you the same concern that I gave you the other day, which goes back to your point about declarative UI. For those watching this who are familiar with Flutter and you know what a widget tree is, you know that the widget tree in your code goes over to the device, and what you see on that device directly correlates and connects back to that widget tree that you defined in code.
Yep.
You didn't generate it. You didn't imperatively construct it. You just declared one after the other, here are the widgets that I want in this configuration, and oh, look, there they are on the screen. And in fact, if you open up the Flutter tooling, you can see a live widget tree that corresponds to what's actually running on the screen of your device. This leaves the world of the technical details a little bit, and it gets into psychology. It gets into cognitive overhead, which I actually think is far more important for software development than most technical details. But the point is, your brain no longer has to be a compiler.
Yeah.
You wrote the tree, you see the screen. You want to change something on the screen, you adjust your tree. It's as simple as that. And here's the problem, at least when I played around with SwiftUI and Jetpack Compose, the same issue exists on both platforms, but for different reasons. I go to SwiftUI, I define a struct with a few configurations or something, and then I'm immediately told to start saying dot this and dot that and dot this and dot that. And I suppose that it is technically, functionally declarative UI because we're not mutating objects in memory. Instead, we're creating structs and returning those structs and then creating new structs and returning those structs. But this is like the epitome of losing the forest for the trees. This is like putting forward the technical definition and completely forgetting that there are humans that have to deal with this stuff. The reason we want to get away from imperative code is because our brains are really bad compilers. And when we read imperative code, we are literally compiling in the human brain. So what does the widget tree do? It says no more compiling, just say what you want. It's right here on the screen. And then SwiftUI comes out and says, well, we'll give you all of the technical academic versions of declarative UI, like technically we're not mutating stuff, but you're still going to invoke a bunch of functions and your brain has to keep track of what's happening to structs as we go through time. And that's the biggest point, actually. Imperative UI is fundamentally tied to the movement of time into the future. Do this, then this, then this. Declarative code, I believe, when done correctly, is completely divorced from time. Like a SQL query. You don't tell the database what order to do things in at all. You just send the query and you get the data back. Same thing with Flutter widget trees. You're not telling the compositor or the renderer what order to do things. You're not even telling it really what order to construct the tree. You're just stating what the tree is. Yeah. So this is my big gripe with what I experienced with SwiftUI. And I think it's a foundational problem. Like I cannot possibly imagine them changing that API at this point at that level. Like that is built in. You are stuck with that as far as I can tell. And so it really turned me off to SwiftUI, and it's something I really appreciate in Flutter. We go over to Jetpack Compose. Unfortunately, there's a very similar problem. Now in Jetpack Compose, it's not that you're calling functions and passing structs, but, and I don't know if you remember the name of the object, but there's like that magical composer object or something that's passed around, right? Do you happen to remember what that's called?
I think there are just a couple of annotations which you have to specify, like composable and all. I don't know exactly what is that object, but yeah, that's how they write it.
Right. So you apply these annotations to almost like snippets of code. I mean, snippets is not the technical term, but you apply this annotation to pieces of things, and somehow magically, like with a wand, those things become one painting on the screen. And I completely understand that doing simple things and obvious things, you don't care about the magic. But what have we all learned year after year in our careers as professional developers? Every app includes some number of non-trivial things. And when you try to tackle those things, if you come up against something that looks like magic, you are hosed, because you can't debug magic. You can't engineer magic. It's just like a wall that you can't get past. And so in the Flutter team, actually, they have somewhere like their philosophy or mission statement, I forget exactly how it's worded, but it's something to the extent of easy things should be simple, difficult things should be possible.
Got it.
And that is a mindset that goes against, for example, some of the issues in the early days of Rails, Ruby on Rails, that easy things were easy, non-standard, which is what difficult kind of means, difficult things were just kind of impossible. It's like Rails just doesn't do that, sorry. And I'm afraid that Jetpack Compose might get itself into that kind of situation where any developer, a 5-year-old, can put text on the screen and give it a color and maybe create a floating action button or something. But if you ask them to set up a user journey that's locked by authentication with different access roles and to work that into the UI, maybe suddenly it's just unclear how you do that, and there's no way to get past the magical barrier of the annotations. And by the way, the reason they're annotations is because there's a compiler build step that occurs, right? And there's an annotation processor that reads the annotation and literally generates code. So you are shipping code that's specific to your UI and you can't see it. You don't know what it is. We'll see how this turns out. This is really early days. You and I are making predictions here, and we're just kind of talking about what we think. But I'm worried about that. I'm worried that that's going to become yet another issue dragging down the effectiveness of the Android APIs.
That's true. I mean, I don't know, like I tried to break this rule, to be honest. Like when I was playing with Flutter, I made this thing which is Velocity X. Although it is not like the way you said, like, the Swift UI is creating more and more struct over each other. So same thing, what like I saw, like there were some libraries on Flutter as well. They tried to like make things.
I know, I saw it. I almost screamed at my computer.
Yeah. So that's what they were doing. Like they, for every particular method, they were creating a new widget and wrapping it with on the top of it. Let's say there's a container. If you want to give some rounding to that, then there is another container of top of it. So me and Remy was talking about it because I was trying to do the same thing, but in a different way. So then we came up with the solution of a builder pattern, right? So what we thought, like we can have different properties and it will be easy to use. Like if you have used Tailwind CSS or Swift UI. So same thing, like you have a text, you will say dot some props. And once you say a particular method, let's say make or something which I use, then it will actually do the compilation rather than, because it's all immutable. So you cannot like modify a widget technically, but so that's the way we chose. And I think I believe in that. That's also, if you know what's happening, then it is great. If you don't know what's happening, then it can be really difficult to understand sometimes, because you have to learn some specific terms that how you have to deal with that. So yeah, I think that's pretty nice. And I don't know about Jetpack Compose either, like what they are heading to, but I haven't like explored in detail like how they are doing things. But like any other Jetpack library, I know that this will be easy when you see it. Like if you are a new developer, it will be very easy to make Android apps probably. But once you want to go into detail, then it becomes kind of an ocean itself. Like, you don't know how things are working. Even for different Kotlin related libraries, I feel the same thing. Like I know, like, this can solve my problem, but I don't know how exactly it is working. If I want to contribute to that library, then maybe it will be a little difficult for me. So even in Flutter, like I have seen many people working directly on the render tree, and they are playing with render objects. I assume like if there is something similar which is happening on Jetpack Compose or not. I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know either. I guess we'll find out as it begins to mature. And I'll just say for like the third or fourth time, you and I are saying this with very little insights into how it's done.
Exactly.
I just have my concerns about like the business side. We can talk about the business side because it's already, that's not about Jetpack Compose. That's about using a technology specific to Android or using a technology specific to iOS. But in terms of the technical details, I'll admit maybe we're getting it wrong. And if it turns out that the issues that I'm talking about aren't really issues, I'll admit it and I'll talk about it and I'll give it a fair shake. But again, I sat down, I tried to type out some of these solutions and I was not impressed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we will see what happens. Okay, there's one more thing, like, that is like, I think disturbing so many developers before using Flutter. And it is about the number of GitHub issues. Do you think like it really matters that how many numbers of GitHub issues are there?
Well, I guess it matters to who and for what reason. It's something that the Flutter team has to concern themselves with because some CTOs and some engineering directors, when they are reviewing new technologies that their developers ask to use, one of the things they check are open issues on GitHub. Now, the problem there is that it's just not a very good heuristic. I don't know what a better heuristic is, but it's just, I don't think that number is telling people what they think it might be telling them. The first thing to keep in mind, and I know this has been repeated in other places, but the first thing you have to know about the open issues on GitHub for Flutter is that they also include all feature requests that have ever been made.
Absolutely.
So it's like, yes, some of those are bugs. A lot of them are bugs, but a lot of them are just wish lists, things that people want. And GitHub does not allow us to separate those two numbers as far as I know. So you're going to see 5,000 plus issues. I have no idea if 2,000 of those are feature requests.
Yeah.
The next issue is granularity. If a bunch of bugs are like, my app won't start and my customers are pissed off and they want a refund, those are some really important bugs. If there are 1,000 bugs that don't apply to 99% of apps and they're minor details, should you reject the technology just because there are a bunch of bugs filed? And how about duplicate bugs? It's super, when you have an entire world of people filing bugs and people coming from different languages and cultures when they file, which interferes with how they find their own duplicates, you might have 10 versions of the same bug. And it's just tough to realize that it's the same bug in dedupe. So I think the number is pretty much meaningless from my perspective. I mean, I am building apps for customers using Flutter. There are no ship blockers for me. There are many other shipping apps with Flutter. Clearly, there are no ship blockers for them. So what does that number really mean? I don't know, but I think anyone who uses that to say we shouldn't use Flutter because of this number, I don't think they're being serious about what that number represents.
That's true. I feel the same because I as you said, like, there are so many duplicate requests in terms of like, I'm not saying duplicate from the perspective of the user who is like writing it. Maybe there is one single issue, but all of them have different kind of experience with that. So they try to create that issue and it's very difficult to track that. Like I have seen there are people referring to this particular issue. And yeah, that happens. And feature requests are also there. So many feature requests for sure. Like I have made many of them as well. So I think everyone has done that. But people like try to compare. When they try to compare with, let's say, React Native or some other similar framework, then they get like, okay, no, man, this is not a good technology to choose. And that is totally, I think, a very bad way to understand about a technology. Maybe you should rather see what's your use case. You should try to create a POC kind of stuff using Flutter, and then maybe you are in a better position to decide, right? That's what I say. And
yeah, for sure you should try it. And but I would also question, like, what's the project where React Native is actually the alternative to Flutter? I mean, React Native still uses the standard platform UI elements. You're just abstracting them into JavaScript. So if what you want is the creative power of Flutter, React Native isn't a substitute. They're solving two different problems at that point. But yeah, try it. Get your developers to use it. Prototype some stuff. If you have an existing company with an existing app, put your heads together and say, okay, what do we know are the riskiest aspects of our app? Take the riskiest aspects, and go prove or disprove those things in Flutter. Relying on that number, and let's also put this into perspective. Typically, and by the way, I don't know if you can hear sounds outside, if it sounds like a war zone here, people have been launching fireworks for like 2 weeks straight. It's when a company considers a new technology, these considerations usually aren't daily. It's like, okay, it's been a couple years since we last asked this question. Let's see if there's something else we should be using. To say yes or no based on a number on the header of GitHub as to whether you're going to adopt a transformative technology for the next 2 years is absurd. You are not being serious about the payroll and logistic consequences of doing it or not doing it. So to reject it outright based on 5,000 bugs, I just think that's irresponsible at the level of a tech lead or a director or a CTO. This is going to impact your company for years, whether you decide to do it or not do it, whether you decide to use Flutter or React Native or something else. This is a multi-year investment. You need to do more work than that to vet what you're going to go with, right?
And especially the interesting part is that when you are targeting multiple platforms altogether, then obviously there will be as many as issues, because you are not dealing with just one single platform here. You are dealing with Android, you are dealing with iOS, maybe Raspberry Pi bugs are also there. Maybe someone has like me, I have tried to play that Flutter application in one of my Galaxy phones, right? So there is that issue as well. So I think it's when you are targeting so many platforms, then obviously there will be different kinds of issue. Some issues are related to Windows, let's say. Some related issues are from Mac OS itself. So, and every day, everyone is upgrading. Windows is upgrading itself, Mac OS is upgrading, iPad OS is upgrading. So obviously there will be issues for sure. And to all my viewers, that's what I wanted to why I asked this question to Matt, because he has worked in the Flutter team, and what he thinks about those issues is very much important to other people, to hear from you. So Matt, coming back to you working in the Flutter team, so I just want to know, how was your experience working in the Flutter team, and what did you exactly work on?
Sure. So it was a great experience. For 3 years before I worked on the Flutter team, I worked over at Nest. Technically, we were a part of Google, then we were a part of Alphabet, and then we were a part of Google again, and it was hard to keep track of. But we had our own little campus over there in Palo Alto, which is about 15 minutes away from the main Google campus, whereas the Flutter team was squarely at the Google headquarters. So my experience on the Flutter team in a lot of ways was the opposite of what it was at Nest. Nest was this highly political, constant meetings, constant disagreement, just kind of really irritating place to work as an app developer. There were politics always at play. It very rarely were decisions made within our little team based on what was a more beneficial technical approach. Typically, it was about who's calling the shots.
Yeah.
I went over to the Flutter team, and it was like the complete opposite. The leadership and this is obviously the personal side. We can talk about what I worked on in a second, but I just want to give people some insights into what it's like in a team at Google, because I know a lot of people, they have dreams of going to work there. So the first thing, it depends a lot on which team you join. It really does, because again, Nest was a part of Google or a part of Alphabet, and it worked completely differently than the Flutter team. So the leadership on the Flutter team, incredibly polite, patient people. They as much as possible, they want to defer to you, the developer, to make the decisions that you think are best in the area that you're working on. They understand that you're experienced. They understand that you're well educated. They understand that you are here to help drive this project and help the world adopt it. So the political dynamics are essentially non-existent, at least from my perspective on the team, which was excellent. And also almost zero meetings. It's like if you're in the office, you get to work on what you're working on. You get together with people as you need to, but not this daily constant meeting schedule where you're talking about what you're going to do, and then you never have time to actually do it because you're always in the next meeting talking about what you're going to do after that. So I was very happy with kind of all of the organizational dynamics on the team. In a beautiful campus, of course. If anyone ever gets to go visit the Mountain View campus that Google has, it's a great campus. I enjoyed working there. We were in 3 different buildings in my time on the Flutter team, but always a really nice place to work. Now, in terms of what I worked on, it was almost exclusively the Android embedding, which is kind of a tragic irony that I joined the Flutter team to get away from Android, and then I ended up offering to essentially rebuild the Android embedding for Flutter, and I spent most of my time, most of the 2-year period, kind of rewriting a lot of the Android embedding. So when I joined the Flutter team, this was before add to app was something that anyone was really talking about. We knew we needed it, but there was nothing on the table for add to app, which meant all of the presuppositions for Flutter at that time is that you would build an entire app with Flutter, which for those of you who know the Android side of things, that meant one activity. There was one activity for the whole app. That one activity hosted a full screen Flutter experience, and you can navigate in Flutter, but it was just one activity. And on the iOS side, it was one view controller for your whole app. Well, these companies started coming around saying, look, we've got 500 existing Android screens. We would love to add Flutter in, like we want to make this screen with Flutter and then spread out from there. But the Android APIs assumed, like in their fundamental nature, they assumed there would only ever be one activity and that activity would always be available. And this was exceptionally problematic for plugins because the activity was exposed to all the Flutter plugins. So if you're writing a camera plugin or a Bluetooth plugin or what have you, you would go get the activity and you would assume there's exactly one and it's always there. If there's one thing any Android developer knows about a normal app, there's never just one activity and you never know if it's going to be there. So my work was to essentially take the reality of what happens on Android and carefully adjust how the Android embedding within Flutter operates so that activities can come and go. Sometimes there's an activity, sometimes there's not. And sometimes you launch an app into a Flutter activity and then you go to an Android activity. And sometimes you launch with an Android activity and then you go to a Flutter activity. All of these weird situations is what I had to deal with. And so I kind of rewrote most of that embedding. And then there was another member of the team who made kind of a similar amount of changes to the Gradle configuration. So that's the build system. I was dealing with the Java code. He was dealing with the Gradle build system. And then there were some similar changes made on the iOS side, but for various reasons, the iOS side didn't have to be rewritten to the extent that the Android side did.
Yeah, I think I should mark this interview as an uncensored interview. There are a lot of things people don't know about. Okay, so like, what do you think? Like, is it now in a position where people should use Flutter in their existing application? Like, still, is that ways open for them?
Yeah, I mean, add to app is definitely something you can use right now. It's still a work in progress, and that's because add to app can be as complicated as whatever normal app or traditional app you build. So there are a whole bunch of apps that for sure you can use add to app and you're not going to have any problem. There are some apps that, for example, we've seen in the Chinese markets, apps that are so large, so complicated, they ship pieces out of band. Those scenarios are probably not good candidates at this point for add to app. Yeah, I think it would take substantial custom work within the Flutter engine to pull that off. But I'm sure that's on the trajectory for the team. I'm sure the team eventually wants to make any add to app situation reasonable and easy to use. But it's on a spectrum. So for a lot of people, the answer is absolutely yes. For some people, it's like you can, but you're going to have to do a lot of work to make that happen.
And how many people are in there, like in the team, if you know, and if you can share about it, like so that people can understand, like, you know, how many people are doing these wonderful things. Like there's, I
Yeah.
think there are not many people as compared to other teams probably in Google.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I would guess that there's somewhere between 2 to 3 dozen developers on the Flutter team. And sitting near the Flutter team are some members of the Dart team, the Dart programming language. So that's also a team within Google. But yeah, I'd say I'd say that whole effort, I would be surprised if it was more than 75 people. Dart plus Flutter plus like developers plus management plus DevRel. I would be surprised if it's larger than 75 people.
That's true, because when this web thing and desktop support was not there, when I visited, I met with Flutter team, because at that time I think the number was even lesser, right? Like very, very lesser, because maybe they were not looking into that direction at that time. But now since there are so many things to do, so obviously the numbers are increasing. But yeah, I think it's still like very less people as compared to what I have seen. Like, you know, I have heard that what other companies have or what other technologies have, like number of people working on that. So I think that's a very good achievement as well for Flutter team to, you know, have something like that. And especially what I have seen, like there are so many people today using Flutter. I think the COVID-19 thing has affected so many things that maybe, you know, some things have stopped. Otherwise, I was seeing like a lot of people are experimenting more and more. There are a lot of startups coming up with that. Okay, so now I think this is one of the kind of question which everyone would ever like ask you, and that is like how you should get the job in Google, or how you should get Flutter job. And I would rephrase it a little bit like, I mean, it should not be how to get a Flutter job, because, you know, like it's something different. How to get jobs in any company like Google, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, or whatever, like you have that experience.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day as well. And I have an equally negative take on that question. Not the question, but the reality of getting a job. So first of all, I'll explain why I don't know how to get a job at Google. And the reason I don't know is because when I joined Nest, Nest had already been acquired by Google, but Nest was still using its pre-existing hiring practices. So now I still did the same amount of interviewing. So it was like an HR phone call, then a coding phone call, and then they flew me out, and I had a full day of 5 rounds of interviews. So 5 one-hour rounds with a lunch in the middle. That's standard even for the rest of Google. But what was asked of me in that interview, or in all the interviews, were things related to Android. And it turned out that as an Android developer, I knew how to do things in Android. So I did just fine in that interview and I got the job. But that's not how Google proper works. Google, you go into those 5 interviews and maybe you get something that is related to what you do in 1 or 2 of those interviews, but you're going to get questions that are computer science questions, algorithm and data structure questions. And I don't know algorithms and data structures because I'm an app developer, so I don't write algorithms or data structures. So if I had to get hired back at Google and they asked me to go through the interview process, I don't think I'd get a job, because the things that you have to demonstrate are not the things that are needed for the job. And I refuse to study those independently. And I don't know them because I don't use them in my daily life. So that's my, as you can tell, it's a general frustration I have with the industry. Now, the interesting thing to keep in mind about Google, and this is probably true for most of the top tech companies, is that the demand for people who want to work there far outpaces the supply of jobs. In other words, they need you a lot less than you want them. What this results in is that Google and probably Facebook and Apple, and to some extent Amazon, though I think Amazon kind of grows in a lot more areas, so they might have to be a little more lenient with who they pick up. But the idea is, we don't care if we reject 1,000 good enough candidates. Like, okay, 1,000 people could work here and we rejected them. We don't care about that. We care about whether or not we allowed one bad person through, one person that isn't good enough. Now, those numbers are, I'm throwing those numbers out there. I don't know what the real ratio is. But the idea is that from Google's perspective, the worst thing they can do is hire someone that's incompetent or incapable when they need them to do that job. And if it requires rejecting a bunch of capable people to be sure of it, they will, because that's what the supply and demand curve allows them to do. If we were in a world where there aren't many software developers, I assure you that wouldn't be the case. And that's why, by the way, startups don't often do that. Startups can't afford to reject a bunch of good people just to avoid hiring one bad person. They actually have to really get in there and decide for sure, is this person good enough or are they not good enough? And we are going to act on that decision directly. Startups don't have the time or the money to kind of engage in the hiring practices that Google and Facebook and Apple do.
That's true. That's true. I think they also have a name I read somewhere. FANG. Okay, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. I heard
the FANG stocks.
FANG. Yeah, I think that's what they call it. Yeah. So basically, the idea is for all the viewers that if you want to get a Flutter job in a startup, then obviously they are gonna ask Flutter questions. So then you can prepare for Flutter questions. But in any case, like if you are anyhow targeting these companies, the giant companies, then probably they need more than that. You might have to prepare for 3 or 4 months for data structure algorithms and all these things, because I have seen many people doing that. So yeah, that's the idea how to.
Yeah, and I'll also add one more thing, and that to Google's credit on this point, if you get hired at Google, it is conceivable that no matter what team you join, you might eventually join any other team. There are some permissions involved with that, but there are no strict barriers between teams. So if you wanted to go from, let's say like I was working on the Nest app.
Yeah.
So my specialty there is Android, and not even Android at the tooling level, but Android at the application level. And then I decide, you know what? I'm going to go work on the Google search team, a team that has nothing to do with Android or apps or anything. I'm going to go down and start messing with the tooling for the entire search system. You're not stopped and told, okay, you need to go through a massive technical screening process. It's really, you just express your interest to go. You'll have a talk with the managers over there. If they do need to ask you some technical questions, they might, but it's not going to be like a whole interview process over again. And so to keep mobility between teams very lightweight, they have to ensure that every person they hire to work on Gmail, essentially, is competent enough to transfer and possibly work on search. And that's a really tough thing to do. And so that's another reason to keep the bar really, really high.
But now people will ask you, like, you got the job finally in Google, then why did you leave it? Like, what was I guess this was the toughest decision probably for you to leave Google, right? And what came to your mind?
It should have been a tough decision. Obviously going from a lot of money, great benefits, good team, good product, to no money, no benefits, no product, no nothing. That should have been a tough decision. But it's like when I joined the Flutter team, I really wanted to do part technical, part education. And I was very clear about that from the beginning, but there were things that happened that eventually ended up with the reality that either I could be on the Flutter team as a developer. I guess they would have let me go to DevRel as well, but I hate traveling. And DevRel is like, they live in airplanes.
Yeah.
So my options were stay on the team.
Did you consider COVID-19? Like thinking?
No, actually, I left like 2 weeks before COVID-19 became a whole thing. So this was, maybe they would have fired me anyways. Who knows? But no, it was just that my options were stay on the team and be a developer, or leave the team and then I can go do education. And so what I'm trying to prove right now, what I'm trying to figure out is, can I develop a career teaching people how to use Flutter, helping the world adopt Flutter? Can I actually keep my house in Silicon Valley? Can I actually have a career doing it? And I don't know the answer to that, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. So between, I'm going to have a bunch of free education coming out on YouTube, but I'm also going to have some paid courses. I'm going to try to publish a book. I offer corporate training, like I mentioned, in partnership with Very Good Ventures. I'm trying to see if there's a market there for actually teaching people how to work with Flutter, and we'll see if it works out or not. But I really wanted to try the educational side of things. I had enough at that point of kind of working on the technical details of Flutter, and maybe one day I'll go back. I have nothing against that. And like I said, I thought it was a great team and a great experience there. But I had just reached the point at the moment where I was far more interested in education and creativity than I was about how to port this Android SDK method over to Flutter through the engine. I had enough of that stuff.
That's awesome, man. I think you are also in the path of moksha, like me. So we are almost trying to solve the same problem. So Matt, this is probably the last question I would ask you. What do you think, what's a success for you as a developer? If someone says you are a developer, what's success for you? Is it about earning money, more and more money, or is it something else?
Well, do you mean me specifically, or do you mean the archetype of what do I think a developer should strive to do?
I mean both of them, for you as well, and what you would suggest other developers around the globe, because I don't see anyone whether he is junior developer, senior developer. I don't know people know what exactly they should do in life after that, or how they should see things.
Okay, I'll just answer it in two different ways then. So we'll take the question of what am I hoping to achieve versus what do I think other developers maybe should consider.
Yes.
For me, everything right now is about whether or not I can prove out this business. So if you told me a year from now, I'm paying all of my expenses and able to save money and run a self-sufficient Flutter education and training company, that's awesome. That's all I'm gunning for right now. And after that, where does it go? I don't know. It could morph more into app development. It could go beyond Flutter and it could become a generic application development education company. But if you tell me a year from now that this is all working out in terms of revenue, that's awesome for me. Yeah. For other developers out there, I mean, everyone's got the things that they're chasing in life. Obviously, there's the cliche about people chasing money and then they get the money and then they're not happy even though they have all the money. That's the case in this industry as it is with any other. And that's because at some point you're going to have to answer the question, what am I going to spend my money on?
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, oh, well, I'll just spend my money on a nice car and a big house and a private jet. And the thing is, once you do enough work to earn that amount of money, you absolutely will not want to spend it on a car or a jet. Because as cool as those things are, you're going to look at that purchase and be like, wow, 3 or 5 years of my professional life just became that car. What a shitty deal. 5 years of your life for a car. And then you get in one car wreck and insurance is like, okay, we'll give you 50 cents on the dollar to repair it. But it's just once you earn enough money to spend on things that you don't absolutely need, you're actually going to be very critical about what you buy. And you're not going to buy the frivolous stuff. And if you do buy the frivolous stuff, you're going to be one of those people who has the cool stuff and isn't really happy. So the question is, what are you going to do with the money? And if you answer that question now, then 1, you will know what to do with the money if you earn it. Or 2, you might realize that you shouldn't be living for money. And maybe what you really want is to work from some other country, or you want to be able to work remotely for one reason or another. Maybe you don't even want to be a developer after all. But if you want to get to your real goals, you've got to dig a lot deeper than just what is everyone else doing.
That's true. That's true. I think I would say the same thing. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Matt, for like I think this is really one of the best sessions I have hosted. Like I have only hosted a couple of sessions to be honest, but
Hey, you're walking it back now. You were giving me a compliment. You're making me feel great, and then you're like, "Well, I mean, I've only done this like one time before, but this is the best of the 2 times that I've done this."
No, I just want to say like whatever I thought like I should ask you, you gave a really good answers to all those things. Like I wanted to hear your opinion so that others can also hear it. Because I have talked to you a couple of times. I already know what you feel and what are the things which we have already like talked about. But I wanted to present the same thing to others because I see like a lot of people are just starting with their career, especially on this channel or the people who are watching currently. So for them, I think this is really good to know about from someone from who has like worked on different startups probably or in a big company, and now he's doing something else. Like he's experimenting with losing everything behind, like no money, no home or whatever. Like
That's right.
actually,
I
that
gave
kind of life.
up. I gave up all my income and traded it in for this barrage of studio lights that are beaming on me right now.
So yeah, obviously that's a tough decision for me. Like you said, like it is not it was not a tough decision, but I think it's a very tough decision, especially when you see like what will happen. You don't know what will happen like in the future. So thank you so much for giving your precious time. I know that it's somewhere like maybe it's a midnight or something, but yeah, I think you also enjoyed a little bit at least with talking.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was a great time. Happy to do it, and I have a feeling that this will be the first of many such interviews and discussions moving forward between you and me about Flutter.
Yes, absolutely. And I congratulate you for like, starting this channel again, like whatever the name you are gonna prefer. I'm not sure about that, but all the
Super
very
declarative. We know that right now. Super declarative. That's all the all
Awesome.
the exclamation points.
Yeah, you are yourself a brand, man. Like you, people can see you. That is a brand. Just look at me and look at yourself.
That's
So,
right.
yeah.
Unabashedly yellow. All things yellow and exclamation points.
I'll ask you for a t-shirt. Don't worry. For a cap as well.
I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up.
Okay, all the very best for the next journey which you are now going forward. And thank you so much for joining. And I'll probably catch up with you very soon with another this kind of interview or maybe some other session or something. So yeah, that was Matt Caroll from X Flutter or Flutter team. What I should say, X Flutterer. Like
Sure,
people
that
call
works.
it X Googler. So yeah, you are
Ex-Googler,
as well,
ex-Flutter.
X Flutterer as well, and X Millennia. Will that work?
Sure, go for
I'm
it.
talking in terms of a reference, so people know it. So obviously, so thank you so much. Bye bye, and take care, man. All the very best. And yeah, if you want to just say thanks to the audience.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks everyone for watching. We always appreciate the attention, and big thanks to PK for setting this up and having me on. And it was a great time. I look forward to doing it again. Take it easy.
Yes. Thank you. Bye bye.
Big thanks to PK for
setting Live this up and having me on. Is on.
And it was a great time. I look forward to doing it again. Take it easy.
Hey everyone, so now it's the time to conclude the event. This is something which I wanted to do from a long time, and I never thought I would be able to do it by myself or not, but finally I'm really happy to see that I can do it finally with the support of everyone. And honestly, it's been around 10 hours 45 minutes continuous live stream, and I have tried to be I have tried to give you the best which I can give. And just one thing from you, I have pasted the link of the feedback which I would ask everyone to fill. Whatever you feel internally, just fill out that, and it will help me. This is my first kind of event which I have organized that is purely online, and if you want me to do such events in the future as well, then please fill out the form. And I hope that you enjoyed the entire session. If you want to support this channel, then press the subscribe button, press the bell icon right now, like this video. And if you want to donate to this channel to support all the other things which we do with this channel, then you can become a member of the channel, or you can donate by via patreon.com/mtechviral. And before I go, I would just like to tell you that some of these videos will be uploaded again, so that you can rewatch. And also there are so much learning in these particular sessions, so I would suggest you to just go ahead, take a look into all the things which people talked about. And I think we have tried to collect all the things which can be necessary for any Flutter developer or any upcoming Flutter developer. So that's being said, I will not waste your time now, and we will go. But before, because it's happening in India, and we are so much emotional, so much attached to the country, so we will go for national anthem and then we will end it. But one more thing, guys, please share your experience on Twitter. Tag me, I am the PK. Tag or just use hashtag FSD, and it will like feel good to see those tweets. Please tweet about us. Please tweet about Matt Caroll, who actually gave so much time for this particular interview. And I think he has, tried to be as honest as possible. You will never find any such interviews where a person has been like, it's totally uncensored kind of interview where he's just putting his heart out. So thanks so much. And we will stand for few seconds for the national anthem, obviously. And that's how we will end it. And thanks again for joining. So let's go. Bye-bye.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे